destruction of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, You were born to die. So now we set your spirits free. Let the lifeless clear the way. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. fire. You will be our silent eye. sick. Down to the last one, show them who we are. Push them against the wall, turning their whole world into ash. We'll bleed their world dry. They'll regret the day when none of their lives remain. We'll strike. fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are tiders. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷亦是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天寸土必争。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer 2024. With only a few days left for our playoffs, every single game counts. We are back. We're going to be looking at a few games into Group Ascent. And then, we're going to start with Group Nirvana, actually, and then jump into Group Ascent. I am Troublelink, and we're going to have Munch with us in just a very, very short time. I believe there was a fuse that went loose, so we're going to have him back. Welcome, everyone, again. This is a few last days of our summer season regular, and then we're going to be jumping straight into playoffs. It's been an absolutely great pleasure to have you all around, and let's have a look at what's been happening so far, because we're going to have a bunch of great games, but let's see what happened yesterday. Ultra Prime versus OMG. OMG following up their clean record 5-0 so far, sitting at the very top of the table of Group Nirvana. And then a great series between LNG and JDG, taking us to all three games, where LNG, surprisingly, continuing their streak as well, 5-1, looking pretty strong in Group Ascent. Let's now look at what's going to be happening today, because as we said earlier, we're going to have a couple of games in Group Nirvana. First, RA going up against WE, a very, very important game specifically for WE if they want to make it into the top 4 of Group Nirvana. Same story for IG versus RNG. RNG could technically be mathematically eliminated if they lose the next one versus IG, and of course IG wanting to secure a top 4 spot for themselves. And last one for today will be Weibo Gaming versus LGD, which will take us into that Group Ascend. And I believe we have Munch back with us.
Hello, I'm back. My power tripped upstairs. Yeah, terrible timing to have the power cut out. Yes, this is our groups, and my goodness, it is getting saucy in the groups. FBX and LGD, the last two teams in Group Ascend, not to lock in their positions. And on the other side, in Group Nirvana, we've got RNG right down at the bottom, very, very close to being eliminated. TT very close to qualifying to the next one. As you saw in the schedule, we've got RNG playing today, we've got LGD playing today. There is a lot on the line today.
Oh yes, so many teams on the verge of not making it to the group stage, and a little bit of foreshadowing on what's been happening for FBX and LGD. Everything is on the line. Every single game counts. We're going to tell you exactly why when we get into that game number 3.
Yeah, it's all going to be that, about game number 3, and this first series as well. RA kind of chilling. They've already qualified for playoffs. However, they still have a little bit of work to do, because while they have qualified for playoffs, while they are, well, at least they've qualified for the playoffs series, the night series as they're being called, they can still seed better. So the better seed you are, it changes who your opponent in that first series will be, which to be honest, I think is an interesting conversation to have in general, because it's a question of, do you want to fight against the bottom of Group Ascend or the top of Group Nirvana? I really don't know what the answer to that question is, to be honest. It depends who's where. Because, you know, score-wise, it looks better to play against the bottom of Group Ascend.
Yeah.
But there's a high quality of player in the Group Ascend teams.
However, to make it further into playoffs in general, you need to be able to beat any team that's in your way.
That's true.
And to be honest with you, the most interesting part about RA and OMG that are currently sitting at the very top of Group Nirvana is that they actually look better than the bottom two of Group Ascent. Better than NIP and better than LGD. So a match between those four, I think, would be really cool to watch.
It's especially crazy with teams like OMG, right? That in the placements looked really, really terrible. Like OMG and RNG were that was the big conversation, right? Of the two teams that were like worst in the league. Yeah. RNG have maintained that trend. OMG have very much turned that around in Group Nirvana. So I'm excited to see what they can do when it comes to those series. We'll have to see. Let's talk about our first series today, though. RA. Again, a team that have really impressed, 4-1 on a 3-win streak, and looking like a team that maybe can make it into the playoff bracket.
I feel like this group has so many moments of brilliance. We've seen Shashu pop off on things like the Jax, the Renekton, Vikla and Xiaohao. I feel like it's a very, very powerful duo. If they get ahead in the early game, they can pretty much carry that until Assume is ready to pick it up. And then I feel like Zwei and Assume have so many different cylinders that they can run on. We've seen Assume pretty much make all the plays for his team. If you look at his pool, primarily it is that Nautilus, it is that Leona, is that Rel, anything that can engage for his team. And it looks like that pressure has been put towards the top side of the map to facilitate for Xiaohao and Vikla.
It does feel like it's not necessarily just a team that has one style to win, right? And I do think Xiaoshu is a big part of this team, but he's also quite willing to play the tanks, and he doesn't have to be on a carry, but we've seen him be able to perform on those carries as well. WE, on the other hand, I feel like it's less of a well-rounded story for this team. Again, like in the placements, they won 2 games, they went on a big loss streak, and now in the group stage, they won 2 games, and now they're on a 3-loss streak. Like, it just feels like it's really difficult for this team to just keep things together. It feels like it looks good for a little bit, and then it all falls apart again.
It just feels like the identity has been lost for quite a little bit right now, because I feel like the meta over in Spring suited them so much more. They had a pretty different identity than any other team, with Wayward being the primary carry into the early game. And as you can see here in his champion pool as well, it still shows that he is primarily the carry for his team. Only has 2 tanks in this entire champion pool. But I feel like particularly for Fofo, he looked so good on those mage mid laners that want to shove and roam. And I feel like that has not necessarily been the case with all those AD mid lanes in the mid lane that have to play the 1v1, that a lot of the times you get shoved underneath your tower and you're not able to roam. And I feel like they haven't necessarily been able to shift that identity from spring to summer. This is why they look a little bit lost on the Rift.
Yeah, it often feels like a couple of mistakes will happen in the mid game and WE's entire game falls apart. Like when things go well for WE, when the early game goes well and they can just play a slow, controlled game, things feel good actually. But the second that there's any element of chaos entered into the game, I feel like it just falls apart. I feel like when it comes to trying to play as a 5-man unit and trying to enter into neutral fights and enter into like scraps off of a pick or something, I feel like this team is just not on the same page. And it's disappointing to see, but it does kind of track with everything we've seen from them in the last few months. Like, I feel like WE has been pretty consistent in their weaknesses and in their inability to link up as a team.
Now, of course, we're playing on 14-14, and a lot of the AD mid laners have been quote-unquote nerfed. A lot of the trading patterns will change, especially for Corki and Tristana. Tristana got a few nerfs in terms of her mana, so the trades will be changing. Corki took a hit in his health pool as well, and this is where we see primarily the things like Lucian springing back up to popularity, maybe some control mages as well. Traditionally, when you think of Lucian, you think of the Syndra matchup that used to be played a bunch of seasons ago, so we could see a few control mages spring back up into popularity, and I think Fofo, for him, it's his bread and butter to be able to play those control mages to facilitate for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo, you think of Azir, don't you? Azir is the champion to think of for
and
Fofo,
Wei,
but also
right?
Like Karma, yeah, I mean, his way this year has looked amazing. Karma actually ended up being one of his big picks a couple of years ago, although he doesn't necessarily feel like the player that wants to be on a utility pick. Generally, you want to have Fofo on a carry. He's the kind of player that wants to carry. Feels like he has been a bit of a main character for WE in some of their wins. Abel joined this roster. And do you know, when Abel joined, I genuinely thought that might be the ticket. That might be what changes it, because we'd seen lackluster performances from LP, but I feel like there was one series where it felt like it made a difference, and then since then, nothing changed.
We'll see if he's going to be able to make a difference right here. Again, the games really do count for both of these teams. I just want to say right here for WE, we've been talking about how they're the gatekeeper of the top 4 in Group Nirvana. They would literally be on the very edge of 4th and 5th. Currently, they're sitting on 5th. They're no longer the gatekeepers. And the reason why we gave them the gatekeeper sticker pretty much on the title is because every single time a team from the bottom 4 would play them, they would lose. But that hasn't necessarily been the case anymore. And right here, RA, they've got the chance to grab the first seed. Now, of course, OMG has not lost yet in this group, and RA do have a loss on their back. However, continuing with the win streak right here, if OMG picks up a loss, they could have the chance to grab that first spot in the group. And as Munch mentioned earlier, your seed really counts moving forward out of the group stage.
Yeah, I will say, if it's just RA and OMG arguing over the top 2 seeds, actually the seeding doesn't matter at all, because that'll be their opponent. It will be the top 2 seeds of Group Nevada matching up against each other in that nice matchup. And so, you know, within that context, the seeding doesn't matter too much between 1 and 2. However, it's not guaranteed that they're 1 and 2 just yet. RA especially, they're only 1 win ahead of Thunder Talk, so they still need to get these games under their belt. And, you know, in terms of they have qualified for the next round, great, but you still want to get the best chance you can of moving forwards. And we'll see if RA can also just continue to look strong. The fact that they're on a 3-win streak, the fact that they have been, I'd say, pretty consistent, like 2-0 against IG. They did drop a game against EDG, but then again, come back in 2-0 against RNG. I would definitely say that they're a favorite coming into this series. I don't think that's a particularly controversial statement. But then, excitingly, they round out their schedule by facing off against OMG. So a true battle for the top of the table there.
That will be a very spicy game, especially if they both go into a win streak all the way to that final game. Again, you said if they keep win streaking, they'll face each other anyway, but I think it's a battle of who's best in the group and who gets to take that last match to take that first place. Now, interestingly, as we are wrapping up towards the draft, 14-14 has shaken up a little bit of the meta and a little bit of priority in terms of draft. Rumble is pretty much a pick that's not necessarily prioritized. We saw him being on the permaban list, and 2 games that were played over the last couple of days, the JDG LNG and Ultra Prime versus OMG, Rumble was not necessarily the prior pick that we see him be towards the top lane anymore. This opens up so many more cool matchups towards the top side of the map. The Camille's, the Nars, the Cannons, the Aatroxes are coming back in. And looking at the Rare Atom versus WE matchup, I'm looking at Wayward. I'm like, these are the kind of picks this guy wants to be playing towards the top side of the map. This is how WE were carrying games through spring. So bring back this guy onto these carries, play for that top side of the map, and we could see a resurgence of the old WE from spring.
I'd certainly be excited to see that as well, because I got really hyped about this team. It was a little early, I'll admit, but during the placements, I rated this team pretty high, and then pretty much immediately after I'd said, I think this team is a good team, they just completely tanked. So it was a bit of a disaster.
Did you say the same about RNG Munch by any chance?
I did not. They did that all by themselves. That one's on them. But I will
You're
say,
safe.
Yan Shan coming in as well, I feel like is a player that we've seen some good stuff from. If I remember right, his first series was like a double MVP series. Like, he definitely has had some really good games. It's not been perfect so far, but, you know, at the end of the day, like, this is not a perfect team. I don't know whether he's necessarily the answer. I'm not sure Hung was like a huge issue for WE. I was quite surprised when they went for a substitution. But Yanxiang so far, I'm cautiously optimistic about the future of this player. And he's been fairly flexible too. We've seen the AP junglers come out, but we've also seen a bunch of Sejuani games too. While they've not necessarily led to that many wins, like I'm excited to see that such a new player is playing both carry and utility styles. Like quite often, our rookies in the LPL, yeah, you know, sometimes they only play Rengar, you know.
They're like
sometimes
their kindred, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes they don't necessarily have that much flexibility. So far, Yanxiang has shown that he's willing to do what the team needs.
I'd like to see Yanxiang on things like the Maokai and the Sejuani. I feel like there is so much potential for carry ability in WE, Able, Fofo, Wayward, that having Yanxiang on something that's a little bit more stable on the map, and we've seen him have these performances, especially like the Sejuani you mentioned, but right now we have Zyra kind of nerfed, Brand kind of nerfed, Nidalee kind of hit as well, so all of those super fast clearing AP junglers that want to play in your face haven't necessarily been hard nerfed to the point where they're no play, because we did see them in the other series as well. However, they're not prioritized as much anymore. And when all those fast clearing junglers are not prioritized anymore, all the tanks that can clear quite fast as well, like the Maokai and the Sejuani, spring back up to popularity. And again, when you do have a lot of avenues for carrying in your team, and WE definitely has that, I feel like Yanxiang can pretty much put his leash on, is what I call it, and get guided by his team around to try and push for the stronger lane to pull ahead.
I'm just saying as well, while there were AP jungler nerfs, Nidalee did not get nerfed, and there was a lot. She got adjusted, right? But there was a lot of teams earlier on this split were just first picking the Nidalee. I mean, Jace got a bit of a buff. Ezreal's still strong as ever. I think these full poke compositions that we have seen a bit of, especially if you can slam a rumble for yourself, can be really, really potent. Whether or not teams still prioritize the rumble in the same way is going to be a different question. You know, we don't have that much data to go on just yet on how LPL teams will draft. I will say, in my experience of this league, nerfs and buffs can often just remove a champion entirely, no matter how small the nerf or buff is, or just, you know, completely bring something into the meta with a 10 damage change. We'll use Syndra as our example there from a couple of years ago. All right, there's WE though. Let's get into this one.
God.
And straight off the bat, the AD carries are gone. There will be no AD carries in this series.
All right, bring back the Ziggs. Assume has showed his Ziggs. Able has played Ziggs as well. Guys, sorry, we have no AD carries left in the pool. Obviously, we do. There's things like the Varus, the Jhin, the Kai'Sa. One of the most prominent ones is probably the Kai'Sa right here, but also mid lane gets to be highly prioritized. It's not going to be the case. Now, Lilia was also hit with slight nerfs, but then again, it has been played through 14-14 in series we watched yesterday, so far we cannot tell exactly the power that she holds. However, Xiaohao seems to prioritize her pretty highly. Now, things that pair up really well with, of course, Lilia are AD mid laners. The most prominent one is Lucian, and will be taken away by WE.
So, K'Sante, Lucian, both very high priority picks, both safe as well to go for those lock-ins. You mentioned Xiaoshu's Jax, his Renekton, these sort of carries. I'm always loath to call Renekton a carry because he doesn't feel like he functions in the way that like a Jax and Camille do, but definitely can be a carry in the early game. But Leona locked in for Jway, and a Corki comes through for Vikla.
Again, a little bit touched there on the Corki as well. His HP bar took a little bit of a cut. But so far, it feels like nothing has changed. Nothing apart from the 5 AD carry bans we're seeing on the top of our screens. Brand, Lilia, Zyra still prioritized, AD mid lane still prioritized, Leona one of the strongest supports as well, and the K'Sante on the tops of the map. Now, there has not been an AD carry picked for neither team. We could potentially see a Lucian shifted towards the bottom of the map, which hasn't happened in quite a while. However, there's still the pairing with Milio who got buffed. You've got Nami as well, if they want to give that to the hands of Able, and if the AD carry pool is pinched that hard. However, for me, I'm looking at things like Ziggs, particularly for the side of RA, because it pairs up so well with things like the Leona.
Definitely things like the Jhin still open and available as well, and when you've got carries in jungle and mid, And Jin can certainly be that utility tool, you know, similarly to what we've seen from Ash across the splits. I do wonder, because, you know, Mark, you mentioned Lucian potentially being a flex for Abel here. Mark is a player that's played a lot of that Lucian Nami, a lot of Lucian Milio as well back on previous teams. Mark has definitely been on that Enchanter role alongside Jacula for a good while. So,
all right, ban them all out. Ban them all. We've got how many Munch? 4? 7? 7 AD carry bans.
7 so far, plus a support ban. I'm counting that as a bot lane ban. So
right.
on 8 bot lane bans. And maybe that was a ban on Sejuani as a flex support, so we just said 10 bot lane bans. Okay, 9. We get 9 bot lane bans
You're cooking.
with 7 AD carries and 2 supports.
All right, let's see here. This is pretty much going to give kind of an answer, unless you want to go for a support here. Rel, another very prominent support that you can play if you want to play for that heavy engage. Kaisa is the only AD carry left open in the pool. However, I feel like RA left this open on purpose. Assume he's played the Ziggs before, pairs up so well together with Lilia. I'm expecting to see some sort of wombo combo coming out of the RA bot lane.
If he'd actually gone for the Samira then into Abel, that would have been just too good. It would have been too good. But no, the Jin comes up through from Assume. This is something Assume has played. This is something that has been successful for RA. And we're going to go back to that top lane sort of Skarner counter that we saw earlier on in the split. We've seen it a little bit versus the Cassante as well. Xiaoshu, though, big carry in that top side.
Yeah, the 369 special. When Skarner was unbeatable, the man himself brought out the Mordekaiser. And it's like, yeah, okay, we don't have to beat him. We just have to remove him from a fight. And the same thing happens for Cassandra right here. And actually, any champion that gets to be fed on the side of WE, Shashu, even if he's not strong enough, can sacrifice himself to just take them out of the fight. The one that springs to mind right now, looking at Team WE, is that Brand. You take Brand out of the fight. There's no AoE, there's no slow spreading across all members of RA. However, for both of the supports right here, it's going to be a pretty tough task to choose and find their targets. Super long range from the side of RA, and you've got a Jin that wants to set up all the fights. And for WE, they've got more of an all-in composition. However, again, they have to be very wary of where that Mordekaiser is at all times.
It certainly will be. It's going to be down to if Xiaoshu can find the right targets, because if he can pull that Brand in before Brand has gone for his ultimate, and if he can find his 1v1 against the Cassante separately, then there are big windows of opportunity there. We have seen a lot of lackluster Mordekaiser play across the course of this year, though, where they just ult the support as they come near and can't kill through the aftershock, and then just nothing happens, and they die after they come out of the death realm. So, you know, we've seen the good stuff, we've seen the less good stuff too.
I would like to call it experimental. If you see a support that's 4 levels down, you're like, sure, bet. Get him into the realm. Try to get a cheeky quick kill, you know, plus 300 gold. That will work. Mentioning the supports, guys, Warmogs was hit in this particular patch. Runes plus Warmogs plus support item equaled the passive of Warmogs. Super quickly, just 2 items in. It will no longer be the case. You will need plus 200 HP to get that passive going. And I'm really interested to actually see if they're going to still be rushing the Warmogs and trying to find that extra HP right after it's been completed, or we're changing completely the course of what is being built on the supports down bot lane.
We'll see. The Warmogs into like a, I don't know, Kindle Gem or something like that could still be an option. But to be honest, there was a lot of discourse on Twitter whether Warmogs first was actually optimal anyway, so perhaps this will be enough to just remove Warmogs from the equation. Perhaps we'll get more things like Locket to start us off in these games. Seems like Wayward is ready to go, bouncing in his chair, ready to jump on the server once again. I feel like Wayward is an interesting player to talk about as well coming into this series, because Wayward has had a year of ups and downs. He has had some incredible individual games where he really has hard carried, but I feel he's also had a few games that he's really been a big detriment to the team. He, I think, is one of the most inconsistent players in the entire league. Like, his highs are a lot higher than many players even can go, but his lows are also so much lower than many of the consistent top laners in the league. I feel like he really is he's a vibe merchant, you know? Like when he's feeling it, he's feeling it, but sometimes he just ain't feeling it.
Of course, 4 years spent on one organization, Wayward coming from Top Esports, their academy, and of course then the main team as well, has learned a lot playing for this team. And I feel like a lot of the trust comes from playing for Top Esports as well. Team WE are looking to develop more of a carry top player in him, and they showed that they were willing to put resources in his name over in spring. Now going back to a more carry-oriented matchup towards the top side of the map, there's an interesting discussion to be had, right? It's the same thing as Milky Way. It feels like when the meta is shifting towards what you're good at playing, how good are you at standing out? And I feel like this is the case for Wayward as well. It was more of a tank meta over in spring, and Wayward was standing out because he was playing a completely different game. Same as Milky Way. More of a tanky meta, or bruiser, and he was playing more of his Kindreds, his Needles. He was bringing in the fighters. And right now, everything has shifted to what these guys can do. Top laners play more for the aggro matchups on the top side. So how does Wayward get to stick out from all the rest?
Especially into this Mordekaiser. Not going to be a fun matchup for him. As Xiaoshu, he's only played it once so far this split, but did win that game. 8 KDA by the end of it as well. I think towards the bottom lane as well, the fact that all of the laning AD carries have been taken away from Abel. I feel like one of Abel's biggest strengths as an individual is his laning. So being given the Kai'Sa, not that he can't play Kai'Sa or anything like that, but Jhin very, very good at just pushing that wave in. Kai'Sa not going to be able to battle as hard in the early stages as once you get the evolves on all your abilities. As the coaches step into the middle of the stage to shake their hands, I think that means it is time that we start to get towards our first game. I think, you know, I haven't been told what the issue was on stage, but I'm assuming it was a Champ Select error and they just quickly redid Champ Select based on the duration of the issue and the lack of referees crowding around one individual player. Here we go. It's game number 1. It's WE versus RA. And remember, this is a big one for seeding in trying to make it into playoffs. For RA, this is a big one in terms of just trying to get as high seed as possible. For WE, they are fighting tooth and nail to have a chance to make it into playoffs at all. They are 2-3 right now. They are on a 3-loss streak. They are on a negative game difference. They need to turn things around. They've had some incredible series this year. They're in their home arena of Xi'an. Let's see if it's enough to turn things around. So, we're onto the Rift. The games are underway. And despite the patch, we still have Lilia versus Brand as our jungle matchup.
It's like nothing has changed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there was a big patch, does it?
The only thing that did change, and I'm very curious to see if it's just tied particularly to this one matchup between WE and RA, as someone was sprinting off the stage in a red jersey and Wayward is laughing. Hey, maybe bathroom break. It took too long to go into game, you know? Sometimes if you gotta go, you gotta go. But talking about the patch, the only thing that changed is that we had 7 AD carry bans. And if you do count the Lucian being taken away as well, there was pretty much 9 AD carries that were taken away from that bot lane. Of course, Cass and Jhin still made it through. Jhin being one of my least favorite AD carries, and Mazel would be very heavily disappointed in me, but it is the case. He's not very flashy to watch, just as Kai'Sa, and I'm sure when people would feel the winner was flashy plays, you know?
Do you know what? I'll contest you on that statement, because I remember back in 2020 when my boy Huanfeng went to the world stage and ulted JDG from inside their own base, the flanking Jhin ult. You cannot tell me Jhin is not a flashy champion when Huanfeng is doing stuff like that. I will say, that is pretty much the only flashy Jhin play I can think of, so, you know, but hey, it has happened. It's been known to happen.
Imagine the flashiest play you have as a champion is entering enemy base and ulting them from their base. That must be, especially for like a super immobile champion that just sits there with their ultimate and just tries to snipe away. It's kind of very cynic to watch. Now, of course, we do have a bathroom emergency from one of the players from Team WE. That was the person sprinting off the stage. And we'll be back very shortly for this one. Now, again, the stakes here are that WE used to be the gatekeepers for the top 4. If you don't make it into the top 4 of Group Nirvana, you are starting your 2025 season earlier than the rest. And this could be a blessing or a curse, most likely a curse, because you definitely want to be contesting to going further into playoff, potentially for a world spot. And we are being stared into our souls.
Big
All
time.
right.
Big time.
Yeah.
I will say though, Jway on your screen there, a player that has been, he's been surprising me this year. I mean, obviously this year because he's new this year. He's a rookie in the LPL, but I think a rookie that has shown some good stuff. You know, not every game has been perfect. There have been moments where he's got out of position and whatnot, but I think especially for a rookie coming in that support role, often rookies in the support role can thrive on hard engage, and I definitely think that that has been Jway's biggest strength. However, I don't see too often that Jway is just going in without his team, you know, and that's something that, you know, Mark on the other side of the stage, back when he was a rookie, he was very much one of those guys that's like, I'm going to engage every time I see someone and just hope that my team is alongside me. Jway, I feel like, is a little more calculated that on his entry into the LPL. Sometimes does get caught out when he's trying to ward and whatnot. There is an extent to which he just is part of the support role to some extent. But I've been pleasantly surprised by Jway, and I'm excited to see what's ahead for him.
And he's playing one of his most played champions, if I'm not wrong from the graphic earlier. He's got 10 not-lose games. And right here, they've got the chance to make the plays themselves. I feel like having the tools a lot of the times to make the plays, especially when you're one of the lower end teams, and especially when we're looking at Group Nirvana, I feel like having kind of the pedal to the metal is what it takes to start getting the game going. And as you've mentioned earlier as well, for Team WE, this is something they have been struggling with. Sometimes they get going and they lose it. Sometimes they lose it off the get-go, and it hasn't necessarily been consistent. So having that constant pressure coming from RA, having the go buttons, we'll see how WE will be able to respond to that.
I'm also just like, I'm excited about future metas for Jway, because there's just one pick that happened. Well, I mean, his Poppy, he managed to get a win on. I will say, not the greatest game ever, but his Bard got a win, and that was a banging little Bard game coming out from Jway. It's been a hard engage meta. It's been a Nautilus, Alastarel kind of meta, Leona. So we've not had much chance to see enchanters, and yeah, no, I've been enjoying the meta, but just the fact that he slipped that Bard game in there and it looked fantastic. I feel like Jway's got more in the tank. I feel like he's got more pocket picks available. I feel like this guy, maybe in an enchanter meta, maybe in a support meta where you do have a little bit more skill expression than just the hard engage champs, like things like the Bard can be played. I mean, back in 2020 we had plenty of Bard. Maybe that's where Jway could really shine.
Bard and Pyke are the two supports that seem super interesting to watch in terms of how they facilitate them up. As we're going straight into game RA versus Team WE. We're finally in. Team WE bundling up as a trio. Trying to pressure for some vision right there. And this time around, we're sticking it, guys. We're actually in game. It's happening. Let's see. My bad, by the way. I said that he has the Nautilus. He doesn't. He has the Leona for the side of Jway. It's Mark this time around on the Nautilus.
To be honest, it's an easy switcheroo to make in your head, isn't it? They're not that dissimilar champions. As Xiaohao gonna go for quite a late invade here, but Yanxiang knew he was coming, and Wayward's here too. Xiaohao has made a terrible mistake to start the game off. He's solo, flashed and slowed by Wayward. The Q3 doesn't quite reach. Xiaohao will get out with his life, but only just.
Now here's the fun part. Brand's one of those champions that really loves invading. Xiaohao, not only does he slow down his clear speed by losing so much time on that invade, he's lost his flash as well. Yanxiang Even though we said, hey, we'd like to see him on more facilitating picks. He's got so much carry potential in his team. It's actually way worth this time around. Taking the back step, playing towards that Cassante. Yenxiang being put in a position to be able to carry right here. You'll see he'll clear through the tops of the map, but they do have complete vision while he is in his top red quadrant. So for the time being, we won't have any invading shenanigans right here. However, for the invading shenanigans to happen, you do need to have a little bit of pressure as well. And as you can see, Assumed's way are making sure that the bot side of the map is completely pressured just in case, so they can actually aid their jungler if he does get invaded towards the bot side.
You can kind of see the power of a Mordekaiser on the top of your screen as well here, or in the top lane on your screen, as winning the trades while being a level down, or at least going even in the trades.
Hold up.
Hotcon to assume he's getting pretty chunked down in this bottom side.
I am not sure how Mark threads the needle on a Nautilus Q through 9 creeps that were crashing underneath the tower. Props to Mark right there for actually finding the... I want to say finding the mark, but that would be one too many puns, so I'll take them all back. For finding Jin with the Q. The Tribush ward is going to go down as well. Yenxiang might be looking for an invade straight after this one, but I feel like it's a little bit too late for the time being. They might just fight to contest with the Scuttle Crab. Now, Suman's Way have complete power towards the bot side. If they need to walk upriver, Yenxiang is just going to smite it away. No problems there.
So we'll grab the crab. Xiaohao managed to catch up in the jungle. Fair play, you know, the Lilia pretty quick on the old clear. Both of them skipped their final camp to try and go towards that crab, but it was Yenxiang that managed to get there just in time. And luckily for him, the crab was on the top side of the river. If the crab is closer towards Tribrush there, maybe that goes the way of Xiaohao. Maybe that's not an easy take for Yenxiang. So a little fortunate there. Finishes his Gromp and will finish his recall as well. So both junglers resetting at pretty much exactly the same time. That top crab, though, is available, and there are pings on both sides.
Ah, you see though, Yenxiang though has the Fated Ashes in the inventory. The extra gold coming from the Scuttle Crab right there, and shows him a complete component, if you will, which will speed up his clear a little bit further.
Yeah.
Now, Yenxiang is going to prioritize chickens, yes.
He's on an odd number of CS. Which mini chicken or crook did he miss? He must have missed one. Oh, Xiaohao does get the Scuttle Crab. He smited for it, but it was left on like 30 HP, I'm pretty sure, after the smite. So perhaps a little lucky to grab that one in the end, but does grab it. So that will even us up in terms of the CS numbers. Another hook in the bottom side. Trades across the board. It feels like a bit of a tense early game, and to be honest, rightly so. Again, RA playing for seeding. WE still have not qualified for those nice games for their chance to make it into playoffs.
And then looking to do it right here versus RA. Again, for RA, they're fighting for that first spot. OMG still undefeated, but guess what? The last game of that group stage is RA versus OMG. So they might have their chance to turn this around if they just keep win streaking right here versus Team WE. Talking about them, Yenxiang is looking potentially for a wrap around that mid lane. Xiaohao is close, but not close enough, and Vic doesn't have a lot of mana.
Attempt in the mid lane. Valkyrie tried to predict the flash, I think, with the Q there. But Yenxiang will not find the stun onto Vikla. Doesn't have to use the summoner. Will be able to head back to base. Has his TP as well, so shouldn't lose too much. And Fofo, acknowledging that, will also just go for that recall. But Xiaohao, off the back of all of this, will have an opportunity to go onto those grubs on the top side. We'll see if Yenxiang is going to answer with the Drake here, but his bot lane reset, so not sure if he'll necessarily get the opportunity.
More importantly, he's made it through that early game. That was a disastrous level 1. He lost a bunch of tempo, he was slower in his jungle. He lost his flash, which meant that he was susceptible to dying if Yenxiang actually walked inside his jungle. But great pressure as Wayward will yoink the last one right there. Great stuff from W, top laner. Yeah, as you can see, Xiaohao is more than happy to have made it 6 minutes into this game without dying. With how south that level 1 went, and I feel like right now he's pretty much on track with the brand. You can see grabbing the 2 void grabs as well. They are looking towards that bot side to potentially even go for a dragon after the next clear.
He's hoping to go for that Drake. Not willing to start it up just yet, though. And Xiaohao is in the bottom side of the map as well, currently on his Krugs. So Yanshang going to move up to the top side. And it's been a quiet one. It's been a quiet one, but we said before, WE pretty happy with a quiet one. Vikla spots the chickens. Doesn't even shoot a cursory rocket. I would have expected at least an attempt there. Xiaoshu forced a flash at the top side by Wayward as well. This is a good lane from Wayward so far. 10 CS up on the K'Sante.
10 CS up, gets deep into river, grab the Void Grab away from Xiaohao. Yansheng's job is to make sure that he secures potentially 2 or 3. If he does want to secure 3, that means you've got pressure through that side lane. Having the Lucian on the side lane with 4 Void Grabs, you could definitely start taking structures down super quickly. But Xiaohao, once again, on the offense right here, seems to be the case for the jungler of RA, trying to push the rookie jungler of WE out of his jungle. Zway has already made his way towards the tops of the map, which means Yanshang has to forfeit a part of his jungle.
So Yanshang immediately pings onto that Drake. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to concede this. Vikla's moving. Dway is moving. I'm going to go to the Drake instead. Able and Mark here to start it off. So, well played by Yanshang just to accept the react. Like, we see a lot of junglers that contest those, that they fight for that red buff there and end up losing out. Good to see Yanshang acknowledging the fact that the red buff is in fact lost and going for an objective elsewhere instead. Good little trade there from WE. I'd say worth it for a red buff. Xiaohao at least punishing though and grabbing that red buff since he already got the grubs earlier, or at least got 2 of them.
They're invading his jungle though right now. There's 3 members of RA inside the jungle, and it's getting very dangerous for Yanshang to walk in. He has absolutely no vision. Fofo quite low on mana as well. Let's see if WE will choose to contest that.
Curtain call comes in. Yanshang flashed upon Solar Flare down and punished. RA have come in and they have a target on Yanshang's head.
There was absolutely no setup right here for Team WE. They were walking completely blind into this jungle. Xiaohao has been playing so aggressively, even since level 1, even when he lost his flash, trying to put pressure onto the rookie of Team WE, and it's been working so far.
Oh, that's his flash as well. Oh, God, it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for Xiaohao there. There was like 10 HP on the Grump as well on the smite.
That was double disaster striking in just about, what, 2 seconds? The Grump resetting into him losing his flash yet again in this game.
Yep.
It's going to be back-to-back within 10 minutes. We've lost our flash twice,
and
but
both
it's
on
fine.
him invading the enemy jungle as well. Oh, dear.
Well,
I mean,
this time, it was a little bit safer, right?
He's had a fantastic game in terms of putting pressure on Yanshang, and you can see that RA have gone, look, WE, when things don't go normally, when they're put under pressure, they struggle. So let's put Yanshang under pressure. Unfortunately, Xiaohao just slightly misreading the aggro reset on the Grump.
Yeah, and again, as we talked about, WE, all of their weight falls onto Mark. You are literally the only engage for WE. The one person that you choose to engage on, and whether the follow-up comes through for Team WE falls on your shoulder. So support for WE is going to have a lot of a big role to play in the fights to come. Talking about fights to come, we see that the entirety of the Team WE except Wayward. Oh no.
Oh, he's going to get flashed after. Assume got caught by the stun from the W. Wayward's going to go for the dive. Q3, can it land? No! Good sidestep from Assume and finds the root as well. Fourth shot lands and Assume finds a solo kill.
Who said K'Sante could 1v1 AD carries like this? He cannot. Assume with a great sidestep. Had he not sidestepped that Q3, he would most certainly be dead. Overextended right there. However, remember the grubs we're talking about that WE would definitely want to be contesting. That one grub that Wayward took away from Xiaohao has now solidified this full buff from the Void Grubs. And as you can see, Assume walks a little bit too far forward. He's trying to clear the wave. Very easy, especially when you've got static shift as well. You just grenade the wave and he dies. However, here, Wayward, even though 1 level up, he just has to hit that Q3, and Assume dodges it, hits the root, and then the 4th shot solidifies the kill.
Beautiful stuff from Assume. This is a pick that...
He's 2-0.
I mean, yeah, he's played Jhin 5 times this split. This will be his 6th game. He's on a 60% win rate. He's on 11 KDA. over the split as well. I know KDA is not everything, but it does feel good to see a good number, especially on a team that have had their struggles. Fofo's having his struggles right now underneath the tower as Jouet gets the CC chain, and Xiaohao sweeps up another kill. R8 are dominated WE.
That was a great dance back and forth on the Lilia sleep into Jouet and engaging and not breaking the sleep until the CC landed.
This Gromp is invincible.
Again.
This Gromp just cannot die to Smice. That's 2 in a row.
He's the real boss of the Rift so far. Has baited 2 junglers, well, 1 jungler rather. Xiao has been baited twice to try and take it down. I think this is his last time, you know. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We'll see if he's gonna go again for it.
The Mafia boss Gromp, you come into his jungle on the day of his Krug's wedding. I'll tell you what though, here's an idea, Riot. Gromp skins, eh? Jungle skins. Let me have the Mafia jungle that I can take down. Let me have the, I don't know, Star Guardian enemy jungle. Yeah, you know Swarm, the Primordials, is it, or something? The baddies in Swarm. Why can't we have a skin to buy that changes what all the jungle creeps look like? Like,
I'm down for Underground Gromp.
If they're funny, I'd go for it. You know, definitely not jungle camps. They're all in the goggles and all of that.
This Gromp is like the meme that says, this guy walks into a bar and slaps your friend. Uh-oh, Mark is slapping Jouet. And he's down.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about Jouet earlier about his strengths and weaknesses, how sometimes he goes a little far trying to get vision and whatnot? Yeah, that's one of those moments.
Come on, man, he didn't go that far.
No, but anyway.
He stayed into proximity.
The key thing is he went into enemy territory, right? He went into that river when he did not have support with Xiaohao up in the top side. And Yanxiang will be rewarded with a Drake off the back of it.
Mark losing his flash and ignite for this play, of course, has resulted in a dragon, as you mentioned, and a kill, one that is very much needed onto that Kai'Sa. Vikla.
Bit of revenge for what happened to Fofo in the bottom side. It doesn't really work out for WE in the way that it did for RA, though, unfortunately. Not able to make that kill happen. A couple of attempts have gone towards Vikla this game. They made the attempt in the mid lane, now an attempt at the bottom side. None of them really working out.
He's so cold-blooded. The fact that so many projectiles just fly his way, and he's just so cold, but he either dodges them or he just keeps moving straight. You know how they say the best dodge is when you don't dodge? That's exactly what Vikla is doing right here. Talking about Vikla in RA, he's now TP'd towards the top side of the map. He's completely evaded that bot side. They've grabbed the Rift Herald. They could be ready to possibly pop it towards the top side of the map. Rift Herald is actually one of the strongest tools to use to open that mid lane tower, and looking at how short range Brand, Lucian and Kai'Sa are, taking that mid lane tier 1 could potentially result in a lot of kills. Now, WE, same gang as before, but now there's a different member down the bot side of the map. Xiaoshu, a little bit more safe in terms of tower diving.
Xiaoshu should be able to clear this wave. It's really hard to dive on Mordekaiser, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
The second you're targeted by the tower, you just know you're going to get ulted. Or worst case, he just ults Mark, right? 1v1's him under the tower while the rest of the team has to accept that they can't do anything. So they decide to call off the dive, and I feel like there's been a couple of plays from WE that have been called off so far. The positive plays have been reactionary, right? They've been punishing mistakes from RA, but RA have very much been in control of the pace of this game so far.
I am very, very surprised to see Abel go towards the Kraken Slayer build in this particular game. I don't think there is enough tanks on the side of RA to force you to go towards more of a on-hit build onto Kai'Sa, and I feel like a lot of the poke that he'd be able to land together with Brand could be extremely, extremely useful. Plus the static shift that helps you push out lanes so much faster when you've got things like Corki, like Jhin with static shift that get to push lanes so fast. We'll see if Abel can get a lot of value out of his Kraken Slayer. But yeah, this is the one question mark that I have in terms of the Kai'Sa. I feel like the AP Kai'Sa, so the mix attack speed into AP is so damn broken, especially into that late game. When you hit that Nashers, when you hit that third item, you start building AP, it gets so obnoxious. When one W lands, you just wish it didn't.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he still goes for that build off of the back of Kraken Slayer. We have seen that a little bit where I mean, I agree. I think Shiv for the wave clear would be good, but maybe just conceding the fact that you're against a Jhin, you're not going to win pushing the mid lane against his stack Shiv, so maybe just going for a little bit more damage than stack Shiv gives. Herald in the mid lane and a solar flare as well. Lilting Lullaby onto 2. Great play from RA. They pull the trigger and they snap WE in half. Oh, the root comes through. No follow-up from the rest of the team. Wayward moving over with Fofo. Don't know if WE even win this.
Calling from Fofo just to push them a little bit further back, and RA so decisive. We said earlier on, hey, that Rift Herald is a really great tool to break that mid lane tier 1, and WE are extremely short range when it comes to their carries. They do not have that static shift to push through range with the Kai'Sa, which means they're gonna have to overextend the mid lane, take that tower down, and then RA are gonna have constant pressure on the map right now. WE are gonna have to lit up a lot of dark areas if they want to walk through that mid lane safe.
I mean, just when you look at the gold numbers in the scoreboard down at the bottom there, 1.2 thousand for Assume, 1.6 thousand for Xiaohao, even a 700 gold lead in the mid lane for Vikla as well. I mean, it's just been comfortable, hasn't it, for RA in this early game? The aggression from Xiaohao, forced to flash a couple of times in that jungle, but ultimately never went down, so it doesn't matter too much as long as his flash is back up for those fights, and we saw him getting a 2-man lullaby there alongside that Herald play. He's now got 6 stacks on the Dark Seal as well as the Seeker's Armguard. I mean, we can take another look at this Herald play as WA, I think, really overstepping to contest.
Yeah, they walk a little bit too far up. I think they underestimate the damage that was coming through by that Rift Herald, and RA were even willing to pull down TPs and team up as a 5-man unit in that mid lane, and Yenxiang has overstepped a few too many times right now too, to be specific. Walks up to try and do the damage, and that's again the soul range scenario that we're talking about when we're looking at Team WE. You see that Kai'Sa now has to walk a little bit too far up. Look where Jay is positioned right here. Abel could be in a lot of trouble. However, RA are just looking for the push down mid lane to try and contest for that dragon, because it's going to be sole point for Team WE.
Perhaps the win condition for them. Mountain Soul would certainly make Wayward an absolute menace. Yenxiang going to be put to sleep here. Jway follows up with a solar flare. Curtain Call comes through. Mark has to tank everything for his jungler, but his jungler's fallen, and so has he. Fofo trying to escape with a 4th shot, obliterates him. And suddenly, WE are pushed against the ropes. RA find another fight. They find a bonus on the back of it. They get themselves a Drake, potentially, and they can even move towards towers.
But this game has evolved into bully the new guy kind of game. Yenxiang is the primary target from RA. Xiaohao hits his spell only onto Yenxiang, yet he still pulls the trigger. Look at that here. It hits only Yenxiang and he still goes. The solar flare follows. You see the curtain call instantly open. Wei dives in. Everyone on top of this Brand. You know, Brand can be very dangerous when you are just running into him and he gets to have his full combo. However, Yenxiang is not even allowed, not even his full combo, not even 2 spells. He is instantly focused on by every single member of RA, and this shows a lot of the resolve from RA as well, and the way they like to play through their team fights. When they go, they all go.
It does feel fantastic to watch RA when they're playing well, doesn't it? They have really snowballed this lead for themselves. It feels like they've challenged WE every time WE have tried to contest something. And I just love that Jway and Xiaohao are clearly just completely linked at the hip at this point. Like, the way that these two players are working together. Xiaohao finds a Swirl Seed, sets the sleep up, the solar flare comes in immediately. Jway dives into the action once they've found a good target. And it means Assume can just open all 4 barrels, you know, just blast that curtain call into the mix. Vikla launching his rockets as well. And in the meantime, Xiaoshu just denies any kind of flank play from anyone like Wayward or anyone like Fofo, because he's Mordekaiser. What are you going to do?
And now it's becoming a little bit scary. Because once you take Wayward out of the equation, the only front line for Team WE is Mark on this Nautilus, level 9 into level 13 triple carry composition on the side of RA, and not to mention that all of them are about 1.6 to 2k up on their counterpart. So definitely, even when Mark steps up and tries to make a play, tries to find a target, he will be isolated and taken down pretty quickly. Now, Team WE need to start getting some of those shutdowns. If you could potentially catch Assume or Xiaohao or Vikla potentially in the side lane, you could be looking towards Vikla, doesn't have his TP, and get those bounties off of their head. You could start feeding some gold into your very, very starving carries here. However, if you are trying to fight RA in a straight up 4v4, 5 vs 5, it's not necessarily going to work in WE's advantage.
Definitely not. They need to get creative now. I don't necessarily feel like this is a composition that has lots of avenues to play creatively. Perhaps they could play through Fog of War. They've got a lot of burst damage. If they can find a good target, that's an opportunity for them. But I don't know. This even if you like, it's going to be Jway face checking, right? He's pretty damn tanky. You're going to struggle to find a pick, and in the meantime, RA are just doing the Baron. Mark wants to move up and try and get vision. Jway happy to just go toe-to-toe with him. Yanxiang knows that he has to try and step up. He knows something's going on, but it's just not happening for WE. And they don't even play opposite. They don't even get a tower bot. They just sort of try and vaguely attempt to contest, but just the Baron goes down and nothing happens.
I feel it all comes down to Wayward potentially finding a flank. Now, for you to find a flank TP, there needs to be some sort of vision, a trap, anything that he can TP on. WE cannot advance. Oh no, Yanxiang.
Yeah, that's not the most respectful positioning I've ever seen. It's a big fourth shot, but Jway might burn to a crisp, and Yanxiang survived. Abel now being chased down, but he takes a kill, and suddenly WE winning a fight, although it's gone 2 for 2, and a rocket from Vikla turns it into the hat-trick. RA now in a 3v1 against Cassante, and I favor Cassante in all of those situations, but Wayward, oh, another route onto him. I swear Assume has destroyed Wayward this game twice now. He finds those routes, and twice it turns into a kill.
This has been the closest WE have come to winning a team fight, and that's because RA overextend. They see target, they want to kill target, they get excited because they caught Yanxiang once again. However, this time around, the rookie jungler for WE had a stopwatch. He had a arm guard in his inventory. Uses that, baits RA a little bit too far forward. The solar flare, that was heat-seeking right there. Straight down the middle. They get the fourth shot as well on Yanxiang. And as you can see, they're a little bit too far spread. Jway's a little bit too far forward. He gets bursted down. Xiaohao the same, has to flash through the wall. So it was a little bit of a messy fight coming through from RA and WE. Managed to pick up 2 kills. Unfortunately, none of the kills that they managed to pick up had any bounties. So it will be just the raw gold that you get from grabbing a kill for Team W. But I think at this point you just take whatever you can get. And Wayward, he's so sick of this Jhin already, man. You know what? 980 carry bans in the previous in this game. We'll have 10 on the next one.
Assume very happy with the bans that went down because it looks like he is very comfortable on this Jhin. Fair play to Abel. I just want to quickly mention as well, did win out his 1v1 against Xiaoshu in the death round. Vikla attacks again, but he just obliterates. Fofo goes 1 for 1, and Yanxiang chunked as well. Xiaoshu, can he get close enough? Death Realm is available. Doesn't have the rocket belt though, doesn't have flash, can't finish anything off, but now a dive at the bottom side as well as Wayward dives forward to get onto Jway, but he just doesn't have the damage. Assume low, but Abel, one shot by the fourth shot. Assume escapes with a flash, dodges the Q3, finds another. It's glorious from RA, and now the curtain call onto Yanxiang. The slow is there, another slow, bit of CC, and the fourth shot dodged by Seeker's arm guard. Unfortunately, rooted, burned, and sent to sleep in more ways than one. No, the swell seed goes sideways. Yanxiang survives. Oh no, he does. Oh God! Oh. My heart can't take this.
RA as a 4-man unit pushing down the last 2 remaining towers of WE's base, and I have to raise my apology to Assume, to Mazel, to anyone that I aggravated by saying I hate Jhin. I don't like the champion. He's not flashy enough. Assume shut me straight up right here. What a magnificent performance on the champion. He has been absolutely tearing it apart since the very early stages. 1v1 in the Cassante, putting down all the damage. Now, this might not be a flashy champ in general, but Jhin against squishy champions is such a pleasure to watch. And I want to use this particular fight as an example. Watch what happens when Abel steps up to this Jin. He gets 2 shots.
Yeah, first auto was the second to last, and then the 4th shot was in the chamber. Yeah, I think that was
And then it was the
through
last.
the shield as well. That was through Abel's shield from his killer instinct. It just annihilated him. Assume. Feeling pretty strong. I think he's on like 3.5 items or something, maybe even 4. And it's 27 minutes into the game. It's over a 10,000 gold lead, and Shui knows it as he just walks forward. He's like, come on, let's just finish the job. Straight towards WE. Abel, how fancy are your feet today? Not fancy enough. Not fancy enough to just survive the burn. As now they move towards the mid lane as well.
Alright, what a decisive game for game 1. We said they wanted to fight for the first spot versus OMG, and Tienshin getting caught once again. Doesn't have the hourglass, doesn't even get to use it, and Fofo left all alone as the flash away, assume. Trying to get a last kill, doesn't have the flash available, and 5 members are just marching down the base.
What a game for RA. What a confidence game for this team. They are on a 3-series win streak right now. They are looking to contest for first seed in the group, and with performances like this, they are well and truly on track to contest that. A couple of moments where they perhaps went slightly too far, but honestly, when you're winning like that, I think it's good to have confidence plays. I think it's good to try it on. That's what all the top teams do. You know, BLG, top esports, these are teams that they'll try it on when the enemy is behind them. They'll try and just take fights and outhands people, and RA very much following in that kind of mentality.
I feel like they see the rookie on the side of Team WE. They're like, wait, this guy is usually playing the Sejuanis and the tanks in the jungle. Right now, he's on a carry. Well, this is Xiaohong's bread and butter to play the carry. So he took the heat straight onto a brand, and he miraculously won.
Yeah, it was a
Pun
fantastic...
intended.
Yeah, literally. Fantastic game here for RA. We're going to jump into a break and then head into game number 2 and see if RA can continue this dominance in their group.
fight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second game of the day. RA doing it quick in the first one as they destroyed WE. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards our second game. And honestly, WE, they've got to change something here, Georgia, because that was a brutal win from RA.
Oh man, they just look so lost, don't they? I assume with the 31k damage on the Jhin. But yeah, they just look so lost. I feel like they're identityless. They need some spark. They need some zoozing out. They need the it factor to come back. Again, Fofo on the mages and Wayward on carries was the it factor for WE over in spring. They have not been able to replicate. The meta has shifted a lot. And it feels like WE, they just cannot find their footing in the early game. I felt like a lot of the opportunities that were given to them, but how aggressive Xiaohao was playing, they were never capitalized on, especially that level 1 flashless Lilia that walked back into her jungle with like minus 20 seconds in terms of clear, etc. That was never capitalized upon. And WE, maybe you just need more gold buns. I don't know, like put Sejuani, Maokai in the jungle and make it a little bit more clear cut on what you want to do.
Yeah, Assume gonna grab himself that MVP 9-0-9 to finish the game. Phenomenal stuff there on the Jhin. And often you don't see great damage to gold ratios for a Jhin. He was a part of every single fight. His current calls were all hitting. Like, phenomenal game for him. Not to mention, 1v1ing the enemy top laner. Like, that's a pretty good accolade for a Jhin. That's not exactly why you pick Jhin to 1v1 Cassante, is it?
That's exactly it. There's not many AD carries that have lived to tell the tale after 1v1 in a champion like Cassante. Now, moving into the second draft of this series, we had 8 AD carry bans in game number 1. And it seems like draft number 2 is following suit.
Does look like a similar story so far, doesn't it? The exact same bans from WE over on the blue side now.
Plus an Ezreal, maybe?
We'll see it, yeah.
That was the last ban?
I think so, yeah. Alongside, I'm surprised to see so many Aphelios bans, but then Aphelios did get tweaked up a little bit on this patch. So Kai'Sa gone, and Yanxiang immediately goes for the Lilia. So that means like Leona Ezreal would be open for a Summon Shui if they want it.
Let's see what Xiaohao, I would say, has in the jungle right here to try and pressure that Lilia of Yanxiang. We had carry versus carry jungle in game number 1, and Xiaohao was living rent-free in Yanxiang's jungle. Now he's considering, like you did mention the Leona being up, and once Leona is up, you gotta take it away.
So Ezreal Leona comes on through. WE now have to pick what their priorities are. They prioritized the Cassante previously. Whether they want to go for a bot lane perhaps before more bans come on through, because if you leave that opportunity open, just know RA will start removing more difficult lanes. But no, they do go for that Cassante once more, and Fofo going to go for the Corki, sticking to that top side.
I'd like to see the Braum coming through from Team WE. You've got some sort of engage from the likes of a Lilia. Braum into a Leona Ezreal lane is very, very, very useful, especially blocking a lot of damage from the Ezreal, but also he loves playing into melee champions like the Leona, engaging and moving forward. So I'm expecting that RA will be taking care of that Braum as a ban for the second stage. And Vikla, once again, on a very, very strong AD mid laner, had the Corki in game number 1. Now, of course, the Lucian is a little bit more superior since the Corki has been nerfed in terms of HP, just a little bit. And RA, the first ban straight up, he's the Braum.
I mean, I was already favoring Lucian in this matchup before the changes, so definitely Vikla will be very happy with the state Lucian is in right now. The Braum taken off the board, as you mentioned, and Brand take it away from Xiaohao, so won't have the same, I was going to say counter matchup, let's be honest. That matchup didn't exactly go well for Yanxiang when he was on the Brand last time around, so I'm kind of surprised to see the banning that one out. I'm surprised Yanxiang doesn't want to go for the exact same matchup but the other way around, to be honest. But Smolder also removed, so another AD carry out of the pool.
And let's see if things like the Zarya or the Nidalee will be banned out here. I'm expecting Xiaohao, since he has a little bit of a poke with the Ezreal as well, I feel like a Nidalee would be very strong right here. The Braum is out the pool, which means that the Ezreal plus Leona will be probably one of the strongest lanes that you do have. Lucian gets to pressure mid lane as well, so and Nidalee could potentially be very free right here from Xiaohao with double priority lanes.
Nidalee being hovered, but you've already got your top answer. So can go last pick with the jungle. And Abel and Mark, instantly the lovers duo slammed for WE. So going a little bit old school, not something we see a ton of at the moment, but Abel has been a player that's willing to bring this Zarya. He's played it 3 times this split. He's won 2 of those games. So showing that they have the capability with this duo. Let's see what kind of jungle Xiaohao wants to bring to the mix. Diego would be good, but Xiaohao's Lee Sin, this is very much a classic for him. Takes you back to Rogue Warriors.
That is so scary, though. You're playing Lee Sin into one of the best anti-assassin AD carries in the likes of Zarya, especially together with the Rakan. The faster you are with the ultimate, you can pin down Lee Sin on his attempt to reach the backlines. You can see Wayward here looks ecstatic to be playing the Cassante one more time into the Mordekaiser. But yeah, I feel like Xiaohao is feeling himself, especially after game number 1. Lee Sin does not have the easiest of games right here. However, he does have, again, a lot of priority through every single lane if he wishes. So Yanxiang has a pretty rough early game, and he's going to have to be looking above his shoulder for majority of that early.
I'm excited to see how Xiaohao goes here. R5 Lee Sin. I mean, it's a confidence pick, isn't it? And he's certainly got the follow-up with an Ezreal, a Lucian, a Leona. This is a team that wants to go forwards. The Mordekaiser once again in that top side to try and nullify the Cassante. Although when you've got a Jhin 1v1ing the Cassante, I don't know if you even need the Mordekaiser at that point. RA absolutely flexing in game number 1. And a confident composition for number 2 as well.
I don't feel like the Mordekaiser was in it at all in general in game number 1. However, it will be an insurance policy if anyone from Team WE gets ahead. Also, Rakan being the primary engage right here for Team WE. You pin him inside that realm. There is no engage as we're moving into game number 2 versus Team WE and RA.
I guess we don't get gyros this time, yeah.
Oh.
Well, Abel's caught on the bottom side here. Worth mentioning, Abel, clearly a big swarm enjoyer, has gone for the... Is it Anima Squad, I think it's called?
Oh, God.
The swarm skin, anyway, the swarm skin. Assume really hunting to try and deny that recall from Abel, but he will be able to recall. Didn't have to flash. It was actually Ignite from Jway there, so if anything, a minor advantage for WE down in the bottom side. However, freedom to push in and get some deep wards for Jway, so we'll be able to get a ward on towards that red buff. We'll have information on Yanxiang's clear.
I feel like Jway was trying to see if he can bait potentially the cleanse onto Abel, which would make it so dangerous to walk up to Jway level 2 when you've got the double CC coming through from Leona. Could be extremely scary, which means that your lane is extremely pushy right here. Oh, God. Oh. What?
Mark sweeps it. Mark sweeps those. Like, he knew that was coming. Really heads up play from Mark to spot that out. Abel manages to get into the lane, will be in range for XP. We've got to talk about the deep vision for RA, though. There's a deep ward on red buff. There's also a ward on blue buff from Xiaoshu, who moved up to get that vision. So Yanxiang, no matter what he does, no matter where he goes, he started on wolves, getting creative with his pathing, but at the end of the day, he is going to be spotted. And in fact, there's a ward on the chickens as well from Vikla.
CCTV installed all over Yanxiang's jungle. Will be spotted no matter the movements right here. That's a pretty good call from RA. You've got the Lee Sin you want to be punishing early on. Lilia, a very slippery champion, so if you do keep track the entire time, as you can see, the pings towards the tops of the map. Yeah. Xiaohao is looking to take away that blue buff, and with the priority coming through from that mid and the bot lane, he can literally sprint through mid into his bot quadrant of the jungle and not lose anything either. Right here, Yanxiang might get caught walking towards that top side of the map. Will not get spotted yet. As you can see, they're pinging that Lilia. He's on that red buff. So Xiaohao gets enough time to grab that blue for himself.
Yanxiang doesn't know. I wasn't sure if he'd try and go for a play opposite, but he's got no vision on this top side. He doesn't know that Xiaohao had complete and utter information, and even refreshes the ward on the top side. Hit the wall with the swirl seed there, and Yanxiang realizes his blue buff is gone. Xiaohao.
Oh, he's going back.
Moves back in. Oh my god, Xiaohao wants the 1v1. He's got prio in all 3 lanes, and he knows how to use it as well. Yanxiang has a ward though. But even if he doesn't find the 1v1, the Gromp is going to reset. He slowed Yanxiang down so much. Xiaohao now moves on to the Gromp himself. The shield comes on through. Xiaohao with the smite. No, Yanxiang finds it, but Vikla over the wall gets the DPS down. Sonic Wave lands. The damage is there. First blood, but now Wayward looks to answer, and Xiaohao, the turret shot follows, and Wayward grabs double buffs. Now in the bot side, RA have got a 2v2 kill. Abel trying to answer onto Assume. Does he have the damage though? Manages to find it, but he'll lose his own life. 2 for RA on the bot side.
Absolute domination across the board for RA. You mentioned the 3 shoving lanes, and they used all 3 to their advantage. Vikla to aid his jungler, take down Yanxiang, as we're gonna see right here. The replay is from the bot lane. Mark walks too far forward. Any CC champion into Rakan, and Rakan falls too quickly. This is one of his downsides for being so slippery. He's also very, very squishy. And Leona plus Ezreal is a lot of damage early on. Sure, you kill the Ezreal, but hey, I feel like at this stage of the game, maybe Leona does a little bit more damage than Ezreal.
Honestly, Dway's final Q there absolutely rinsed and Abel.
That was like 10% HP, no? That was crazy.
It's the fact that Mark doesn't even get to use a summoner there, just gets completely destroyed in the 2v2. Fantastic bit of play from Asuma Dway. Great answer from Abel, at least to get 1. But ultimately, because both AD carries die as well, it's not like you get an advantage in terms of the CS either. This wave will be pushed in. And it will be just a kill on either AD carry and a bonus kill there for Dway as well. But honestly, kills on support early on in the lane can be a big difference maker. Like, Dway is so much tankier than Mark. I mean, he always would be with Leona versus Rakan, but an extra Ruby Crystal does make a difference.
Yeah, it gets actually really scary, especially when you've lost both your summoners, Azaya as well. Pre-6, you could very easily be susceptible to getting even lane ganked by a Lee Sin. And that is what is really cool about having things like Leona and Nautilus in your lane. A lot of these champions that do not have setup, especially pre-6, suddenly are very, very viable into lane ganking and creating pressure.
Flash down in the bottom side is Abel, the target. This time, Assume is on the enemy. AD carry with the feathers are great from Abel. Stunned under the tower. One more auto would do the trick, and he finds it. Q underneath the Xiaohao. Dives again, twice in the early game. Xiaohao runs it under a tower.
RA, they're trying so hard. It seems to be more like they're having a lot of fun while they do so as well. However, this time around, you mentioned the previous iteration, both AD carries went down. This time around, it's not going to be the same. Assume is alive, gets to push in that wave. Abel already on his way. He's going to miss just a couple of creeps, and Yanxiang instantly with the reply towards the top side of the map will secure 3 Void Grubs for Team WE. Xiaohao putting so much pressure on the map, and let's watch this one more time. It's from his POV as well. Insane. Takes the Q, but gets flashed on. Doesn't have his flash available for him. He's pinging for the shield, but it's just not quite going to be enough. He's taking his third tower shot.
It's 6 minutes in, and Xiaohao's managed to take 5 tower shots across this game so far. Like, the man has spent more time under enemy towers than he has away from enemy towers. He's died twice doing it.
But he has his jungle.
I mean, he's been putting a lot of pressure on these lanes, that's for sure. I just don't know if it's worth it, especially in that case down in the bottom lane, like, going down there. You already got the kill onto Abel, that's the thing. Abel's already missing the wave, like, I feel like you lose the pressure by dying under the tower there.
I feel like right here, he doesn't have much to lose in terms of dying to the support. Takes Mark's Ignite as well. And you'll see that right here. He's been able to keep up with the Lilia farm in terms of how fast both these champions clear. Obviously, Lilia much faster than the Lee Sin. However, here, I really like what Xiaohao is doing as Wayward's in the roam.
Xiao shoot. looking for that 1v1 against Wayward. If he finds the Q, it could be good. Wayward surviving for now. The shield's doing a lot to save him in that top side. Doesn't have TP, so will be pretty chunked out for that lane as Xiaohan goes slightly wide on his Q against Fofo.
Vikla, no mana, however, and both of these mid lanes have used their teleports. So Vikla in a pretty disadvantageous position right here. If his jungler needs to make an aggressive play, Vikla will not be able to follow for the time being. I feel like he really needs Xiaohao to head towards that mid lane, help him to push it in. Oh my god, definitely needs him right now. You see Xiaohao is absolutely sprinting through that river towards that mid lane. Cover for his mid lane to push out that way. Fofo, a lot of pressure down mid.
Double knock up in the bottom side. Abel trying to get some feathers down, but Jue answers. Featherstorm used, and the pullback finds Assume. Jue steps forward, accepts his fate to get Assume out of dodge.
A little bit too aggressive right here. Xiaohao is hiding around the corner. If WE over pressure here, get too close to that wall. Oh, Xiaohao has been undetected so far. But it's not going to be any more than this. Great pick right there. Oh, he's looking. He's looking.
It's not going to get anything. Not from the Lover's Recall. Actually, Ward hops in, but won't find them. Just a split second too late there. So Xiaohao finds nothing. Might be able to help Assume just crash this wave in. In fact, he's just going to get back to his jungle. That Gromp has been up for a good old while. Had to go mid lane, then had to go bot. He'd love to finish that Gromp off.
I think no one wants to touch that Gromp anymore because of his performance in game number 1. He was the raid boss of the Rift. He was not going down, so it feels like no one wants to touch him anymore. He is the ruler of this Rift, and he doesn't go down. He will this time around to Xiaohao.
That's why Xiaohao wasn't going there. It wasn't because he needed to go mid and he needed to go bot. He was just afraid. Trauma. He was afraid of what that Gromp was going to bring to the table. My goodness.
This time around, this Gromp is in his side of the jungle. It's not in enemy territory. So he can spend a little bit more sweet time to make sure that it doesn't get reset. However, back to how this game is unfolding. RA are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at WE, but they're doing this with not a lot of vision set up. Yansheng has been able to sneak around and get those early advantages in through that Lilia. And I feel like Asumen's way are playing a little bit way too aggressive, considering that they could be under threat of a 2 versus 3, which they didn't necessarily account for, end up going down. 2 kills now going over to the Xayah. Again, this Xayah has been set up for success, getting those items early on.
Xiaohao's in the mid lane here as well. Jue is level 6, just hit it, so Solar Flare would be available. Could be a 3v3 about to kick off here as the Swirl Siege dodged by Vikla. Yansheng really wants to go for those grubs, but realizes he can't just go for that one right now with Jue in the area, but should be able to move back over. Jue leaning towards the bottom side. RA conceding, so that'll be 6 grubs for WE. A much better start to the game than what we saw in game number 1. They're up in gold. That'll be 6 grubs for them, contesting against RA's early game.
WE, the most questionable part has always been that mid-game. If they make one wrong decision, the game falls apart. Now, Fofo tanking double threat with mid lane and support on that mid, pressuring down that wave. And you could sort of see Asum ping-ponging back and forth onto this river, whether he wanted to go and contest for those void grabs or no. RA decided on not to contest. And Xiaohao now, he's going to have to be a little bit more careful in terms of how he takes those trades. Once that Xayah is back, he's going to have first item completed as well. And the jump is going to start hurting again. A very anti-dive kind of AD carry. Xiaohao's job is going to have to be very difficult to try and kick her back. You're going to have to look into things like the Lilia or the Corki potentially.
It's a tense one. Remember, for WE, these kinds of games can be the difference maker. They're not out of the running just yet, but they need to change their tune if they want to make it towards playoffs. RA have already qualified for their ninth series. It's just about which opponent they get. The more games they win, the more likely they are to face off against, you'd assume, OMG as the big best of 5 to decide who makes it into playoffs. For anyone that doesn't know as well, the top 2 seeds from Group Nirvana will face against each other for a spot in playoffs. And then the 2 seeds below them will face against the bottom 2 seeds from Group Ascend in terms of making it into that playoffs bracket. So all to play for. And again, that debate is raised of, is it more important or is it better to face the best of Group Nirvana or to face the worst of Group Ascend? It's always hard to say because you're playing against such different opponents. It's much easier to look good in Nirvana than it is in Ascend, but equally, you know, NIP, LGD, perhaps leaving something to be desired up in that upper group.
Yeah, and I feel like LGD, even though they're struggling, they still have names like Birdle in the roster as well. He's looked very scary from the top side. There's still Rookie on NIP, so there's some names to be feared in both of these teams.
Yeah. Honestly, Haichao, I'm scared of Haichao. Haichao's a bit of a beast.
Absolutely, and especially for RA, again, they are racing against OMG. OMG undefeated so far in Group Nirvana, and it is going to be the last game of the entire group. It will be RA versus OMG. It will be the game for top seed domination, and then these teams will most likely clash against each other again in the night series, as you said. So it will be pretty much a rematch between the two. RA, of course, have to go undefeated all the way to that match, and it starts right here with WE. They've had a pretty good start so far, 1-0, a very clean, very decisive, very aggressive game. Like game number 1 has been, and I'm not gonna lie, it has been a very aggressive game number 2 as well. It just hasn't been quite as clean when your jungler has seen enemy towers more than he's seen his own jungle.
Yeah. I'm glad Xiaohao has slowed it down a little bit. Sort of. Because, you know, I don't think just dying to towers over and over is necessarily a win condition for RA. However, I do feel like you're playing the Lee Sin. You're not exactly going to be a demon in the late game. TP behind enemy lines, and that's a double swirl seed, double lilting lullaby. Wayward has found the backline all out, doesn't quite get him over the wall, but Assume still goes down. Tree Shot Barrage went through, and Vikla dives over the wall looking for Mark Culling onto 3 as well. And RA are fighting 4v5, and they're winning 4v5. Vikla dives forward for a bit more damage. 4v4 on the map as Yanxiang, sorry, manages to find another. It will be somehow RA going to the Herald despite losing the fight.
Yeah, W have to take the resets right here. They do not have the HP bars. They don't have the mana bars. However, RA are just gonna go back to pressure those lanes, push out the waves. That was a very decisive fight by Team WE. Great TP flanked by Wayward to cut off this ramp. Assume not only has to E over the wall, he has to flash away. And even though the kick came through onto Mark, Assume ends up going down. And that looked like a very favorable fight, even though 4v5 for RA. But the second Vikla overextends, WE very decisively turning back onto him, and a great flash from Yanxiang, the rookie jungler of Team WE, to finish off the job. Still, the refill is going to be up. Xiaohao, if I'm not wrong, I'm seeing him on the minimap right now, is taking care of that one for himself. So RA are going to take a neutral objective for themselves.
Oh, they're going to try. Yanxiang and Wayward moving in as well. It's going to be a smite fight for the Herald. It looks like Xiaohao cues over the wall. Has the eye to pop as well, but no, outsmited. Mark pulled into the Death Realm by Xiaoshu. Should be finished off as Abel chased down by Vikla. Kraken Slayer available, and the double shot. The Light Slinger finds it.
RA find the fight. WE find the objective, but they're not going to be able to walk in to take the eye. It's going to get guarded for the time being by Vikla. The TP in the mid lane. He might get shot.
Oh no, he TP'd to avoid the Mordekaiser. Ended up in the mix instead. Shui being chased down is actually going to die. It was all Fofo. Great TP there to bait Shui into diving to settle for a kill for Yanxiang. Genius.
He knew that he knew that they knew that he knew, but they didn't know that he was too strong when he was TPing in. Fofo. He could be the difference maker, all in all here. 2-0-1, almost 200 CS. 16 minutes in. This guy has 193 CS. More than 10 per minute. Haichao. He does have a pretty good side here because he has the eye on him as well. Great smite from Yanxiang. And you mentioned earlier, Xiaoshu with the Mordekaiser just grabs the support. Whoever you can kill, just take them into the realm, kill them off. And Abel had to run away right there. Didn't have the ult through the previous skirmish that had commenced. And now RA versus WE. They're looking for the third dragon for the side of RA.
It'll be a Mountain Soul once again. Was last game as well, although we never really saw Soul come into play. Wayward is pulled into a 1v4 here and should just be finished off. Drake trying to be burst by WE, but they're forced away. That Soul point with Wayward going down. Fantastic punish from RA. Wait,
RA are just brute forcing themselves in, and WE now want to fight 4 versus 5. They do see Vikla all the way down the ball. It doesn't have the TP, but RA, again, a very decisive. I feel like W are one of those teams where if you are the aggressor yourself, you know exactly how you want the plan to go. However, every single time RA have been throwing multiple bodies at WE, it feels like there's no response coming in from WE. Oh, Mark. What?
I don't know why he's necessarily there, but you know what? He was my boy on Top Esports, and I'll say no more. Benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt for Mark.
There was a reason you were in Top Esports. We're still trying to figure out the reason, but there was a reason. This is what Mance is trying to say, pretty much.
There's a lot of that in Top Esports, actually, trying to figure out the reason, but we're not entirely sure what. Yeah. Okay, he was caught by the Death Realm, so is what it is. I just had to try and get to the edge of the Death Realm, and as he comes out, Joy gets him with the ult. Fair enough. There was a reason. The question is, why was he close enough to Xiaoshu to get caught by the Death Realm? But that's a conversation for another time.
That was my follow-up question. It was like, what was he doing there in the first place? As his team was nowhere near. Now, of course, Mark, he's trying to establish some vision for Fofo to be a little bit safe to push through that top side of the map, trying to get some pressure on the map. And I think Fofo has had a pretty good game in game number 2 onto the Corki. He's been set up for success. He's got 6 Void Grubs as well, tearing through those towers. So there is a side lane threat for Team WE should they need to resort to something like this. Because so far, every single time again, RA are throwing bodies at them. Oh,
Xiaoshu junked, has flash, but I don't think he has a chance to use it really. And a 2v1, almost a 3v1 as Yanshang was moving over as well. Abel, though, could be in trouble himself. Oh, nice little Q there. Snipes him out. Joy flashes to finish the job. True Shot Barrage to try and deny some recalls here. Marks will be denied. Slows down a bit of tempo as Fofo cancels his own to try and pressure onto the tier 2 to punish RA, attempting to pressure a tier 2 in the top side.
And Xiaohao is looking for a dive potentially in the middle as well. So he's going to get hit.
He jumped into the swirl seed. He literally E'd into it and sets up a Wayward to dive on him, but flashes no, still taken down. Yanxiang walks away as well. It's a freebie there for WE. They lose a tier 2, but Fofo's able to trade it.
RA had the right idea.
Wait,
the execution just like a Vikla.
What are we doing? What is going on in this game?
That was such unnecessary pathing from Vikla. Your team's not there. You know exactly where that Lilia came from. You saw her in the mid lane. Vikla ends up getting caught, giving another kill over to Fofo on the Scorpion. And let's watch this one more time. Abel dodges the ultimate from Leona by going forward, dodges the E as well, and ends up dying to a flash Q by Dre. Dre had enough of his abilities not hitting, so he made sure that he goes with the point and click.
Just
Ability
guaranteed
that
the
can't
last
miss.
one, yeah. But I will say, it assumes accuracy in that fight, hitting every single Q. Really nice stuff at long range against a player that knows you're shooting at them. Can be difficult to find those Qs. Abel, not a player that you expect to not be able to dodge. But 2 items now finished off by Assume. He is strong. He is spiking pretty hard on this Ezreal. It's 10-10 at 21 minutes. Gold is basically even. I don't know what Vikla was doing there. This is the second replay we've had of a player getting caught out and being like, yeah, I still don't really know why.
All right, this game has gotten very messy. And again, for RA to be able to compete for that top 1 spot, OMG are still undefeated. And they will be their last game of this entire group stage. RA need to show a much cleaner face in terms of gameplay. There have been way too many oopsies. 2 deaths to a tower from Xiaohao, Vikla getting caught, Assume getting caught a bunch of times as well. And we do know how strong RA can be when they're all on the same screen and they're all pressuring for the exact same team fight. They're very strong, and WE seem to lose it a little bit. They don't keep calm. They seem to keep running away from it. But it can't just be that one strong face that you have. need to clean out their game. Yenshang has hit one too many good ultimates in this particular game, and they're looking for more. They're going to pull in the TP from Wayward 2.
Grouping up for the Drake. I'm looking for some vintage Xiao Hao here. The Lee Sin game has been hit or miss so far. A big kick can change all of that. Pull in from Xiao Shu as Jue just dives into 5 of them. Solar Flare down, but he's dropped already. Mark will fall as well, and Yanxiang turns gold and sets the sleep going, and Abel follows it up and Assume dashes away, and Vickler finishes that job. Yanxiang chasing out Assume here, but Vickler, once again, the hitman on the scene, chasing for more. WE have won the rest of the fight, and Vickler can't finish Yanxiang.
All right, only Vickler remaining.
Fofo,
No.
triple kill for Fofo as he finishes the last man, and Soul is denied.
And I want you to watch this replay when it plays one more time, because you said you're looking for vintage Xiao Hao, and this particular replay will show you exactly why Lee Sin is such a greedy pick into Xayah. 6-0-2 after this fight for Fofo, 3-1-8 for their young jungler too, and all eyes on Xiao Hao. He's on the right of your screen. He looks at Abel. The second he gets anywhere near, Abel just presses R. And by the time he gets kicked, the entire fight is already dissipated away from Abel. Abel flashes forward, away from Xiao Hao, and it just becomes such a difficult fight for RA to pilot. And again, when I listen got picked into the Xayah, it looked a little sus. It's difficult to play, and when you fall behind, when you don't have the assassination potential as well, it starts getting much more difficult right now. Yenshang much more strong in this game, being able not only to set up beautiful ultimates that he's done so far on the Lilia, but also put down the damage.
And once again from RA, we see good but flawed gameplay across a series. Not as clean as we would hope. Xiao Hao moves in to secure his red buff here. WE doing a really good job to punish this time around. It does feel like Lilia has been sort of the main character of this series so far. That sleep to start it off onto Assume. But Fofo has been the real damage dealer, right? Triple kill coming out from him in the previous fight. He's got 6 kills on the Corki so far this game, and he's showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, he's been farming up a Storm as well.
Wait, does he think...
271 CS.
Does Fofo think QSS works on Mordekaiser ult still?
It could be for Leona as well. Doesn't have a cleanse available to him, so
that's true.
He can definitely work. I feel like he is going to be the main target in general in terms of Xiao Hao and Jue looking for a target. I feel right now Abel is completely out of the question. The ultimate showed right there why he's so strong, and he also is sporting the cleanse. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to pin down Abel onto this Xayah. I feel Fofo is on a wanted poster for RA right now. He's the guy that you need to bring down. A 700 gold bounty on his head makes it even juicier of a target to go for, and you do have the tools to engage that backline. Now we need to see if RA can find the mark onto Corki, or if WE can actually finish off this game. It's been a very strong showing so far. Great mid-jungle duo presence from the two on the side of WE, and the fights have been going their way once they are the ones starting them.
They've managed to get some decent leads across the board. They're about 3,000 gold up. It's not enough to guarantee a win, especially with RA on Soul Point, but the fights have been looking pretty good for WE. It's definitely the best they've looked across this series. Game number 1 was an absolute wash for RA, but good to see WE answering back a little bit in game number 2. Now they're in the driver's seat, with Baron up on the map as well. Things always start to feel a little bit dicey, don't they? It's going to be down to the subjective control. This mid-game macro is where WE have left a little bit on the table, haven't they? They've not really been able to show us as much as we'd hope from the squad when it comes to the coordinated play. That last fight felt really good in terms of that coordinated play. Let's see if they can do it again.
I'd like to see WE take care of their side lanes just a little bit more. However, it's very difficult for Mark to try and push a little bit further into the top side to put down wards so he can allow Fofo to head towards the top side of the map. Now that the resets are coming through from RA, you see Fofo moving towards the top side, trying to push out that wave. The Dragon's going to be coming up in about a minute's time, and about 15 seconds. So both teams have times for resets, pushing out these waves, grabbing in the last items that they can. 3 now completed for that Lucian in the mid lane, 3 for Fofo's Corki as well. And when Fofo is happy, when Fofo is fed, when Fofo is doing well, WE are doing well. It has been the case for their games over in spring as well. WE are going to start the Baron right now. It's just a bait. They're going to back off. Once the ward goes down, they're looking to bait RA into a fight.
Xiaoshu could be found here by Wayward, but Assume dives over and just gets some DPS down onto the enemy front line. Wayward is getting tanky though. Wayward could be a bit of a problem for RA because he's no longer in a position where he's just going to die in the Death Realm to Xiaoshu. But if he's not pulled into the Death Realm, he's going to cause an absolute ruckus in that backline. I mean, Xiaoshu, I'm sure he would love to get onto Fofo if he can. Curial Scimitar now finished off. That's 4 items for Fofo, just as Soul spawns onto the map.
Yeah, Fofo is set up for success right here. 4 items, as you mentioned. They have a bunch of control wards on the side of Team WE. Pressuring that mid lane wave means that they get the first dip into the river. They already have a bunch of vision set up, and RA are going to have to try and find some sort of targets. Xiaohao looking.
I mean, Abel's chunked. Xiaohao, I don't know if he can find a 1v1 necessarily. Xiaohao is getting real cheeky. Look at his positioning. Sneaking around behind the Dragon Pit here.
The Dragon has been started. He doesn't know.
I mean, I like the idea, but he needed to throw a Q in. Looking for the fight, perhaps, but found and just sent back in. And so WE, they get the Drake, they deny the Soul, and now they're getting engaged from Mark, but Vikla gets away with a cleanse. Abel has to use the Featherstorm as Xiaoshu has found Fofo in the Death Realm. Yanshang has gone down. Fofo shut down as well. Xiaohao answered. At least there's one. Double knocker from Mark, and Abel is popping off as well, but he goes down. Vikla turns it around as Wayward tries to chase once again, but once again is shut down. Triple for Vikla, and RA take control once again.
Fofo stole the spotlight earlier on, but Vikla comes in clutch for this particular play. RA run away with 3 members, and they're gonna start taking down this Baron. Only Mark left alive on this Rakan. I don't think there's much you can do to stop this Baron from going down for RA. What a clutch fight coming in from RA. It seems like they were spread a little bit too thin on the map, but Xiaohao in particular, I feel like even though he didn't necessarily achieve much, the pressure he was putting onto Abel, everyone flashing away from Mark's ultimate as well. But look at Xiaohao here, put so much pressure into Abel. Abel, ulting the kick right there from Xiaohao. That means Mark and Abel were kept onto the both side of the fight, not participating this entire time, turning this into the 4 versus 3 in RA's favor.
And it's the fact that Xiaoshu was basically just chilling the whole time. 1v1's Fofo in the Death Realm. And then after the fact, even if Wayward does manage to get the kill onto Vikla at the end, it's not like he's going to survive that Mordekaiser. It would still be a fight win for RA. Really nice stuff. Like you said, great pressure. Abel with a good E-flash on the Xayah to get the feathers onto Xiaohao, so he at least got that kill. I think it was Mark's Ignite that actually finished the job in the end. But still, tense game here. It was Drake taken by WE. We saw that before the fight actually happened. But now Baron for RA off the back of the scrap. And they are the ones back in control of the game. They're in control all of game number 1. And it feels like WE, these little mistakes, and things slip away from them. Can they salvage this one?
Now, I have seen Fofo win this for Team WE, especially on things like the Hui, Corki, very similar scales to the gods in the late game. So if someone can't do it for Team WE, it is him. They're going to spot Xiaohao in the back there as well. They're going to have to back off from the tier 1 tower. It's going down very shortly. And now,
look at Xiaohao.
Team RA, they do have a wave. Can you snipe Abel?
Solar Flare. Oh, Sonic Wave goes wide. They're just going to try and get the tier 2. Instead, they'll finish it off. And looking for a fight, the culling does a lot of damage to Mark. As Fofo sent under the tower as well. The bot lane of WE just kicked out of the fight entirely. And this whole time, Xiaoshu is pressuring the tier 2 in the bottom side.
Pressuring both mid and bot. Great coordination right here from RA. Now they're looking for the next wave to come. It's not going to be necessarily very coordinated yet. You see now the bot lane wave is pressuring. Oh, perfect coordination, actually. I'll take this back. Both are going to be attacking at the same time. WE, no one is sent down bot lane. Xiaoshu is having a pretty good time alone versus this tower with a Baroned up cannon minion. That's going to be chipping away a little bit of that HP off of the structure. Now, You see, RA are moving back into that mid lane, pressuring in another wave. That bot lane tower is kept at a very good position from Shashu right here. And once that crashes, the mid lane wave is going to come at the same time. RA might be able to grab an inhibitor here, but Fofo?
They've got to reset. They've got to reset. Drake's coming up in just over a minute. Only like 10 seconds on the Baron. I think this is a good call from RA. They don't want to overstay. I think you're in danger there, aren't you, of wanting to overstay, wanting to finish one of these towers, wanting to squeeze everything out of that Baron you can. You got a 3,500 gold Baron power play. That's fantastic. You're in the driver's seat now. You've got the gold advantage. Push these waves out, get your resets, and get ready for the Drake.
Hey, after 2 tower deaths and a bunch of overextensions, I wouldn't put it past them to stay for those last 20 seconds. However, it is the right call right here. As you mentioned, having that Mountain Salt in your pocket, getting those extra defenses, being a little bit tankier would be great for the side of RA. Now, let's take stock, because all the flashes are just about to be up and available. I think Fofo and Abel are just about going to miss having those flashes up for the fight to come. Very importantly, Xiaohao, Garden Angel completed onto this Lee Sin. He's going to be as annoying as ever. You got to kill him twice. Flash is just about up for Fofo, Abel, and Vikla. Can they find an opening before they come up?
Xiaohao hasn't necessarily had the flashiest Lee Sin plays, but the pressure he's been putting out in these fights has been good. He's hunted for these flanks, and WE once again just going to be first ones on the Drake. I think they just take this. Xiaohao can't get nearby. He's going to be put to sleep here as the fight truly kicks off. Xiaohao sent packing on the top side, but Abel is low as well, and he's in the death realm right now. 3k on the Drake as it's absolute carnage, and Abel has fallen. Xiaoshu in the middle of everyone, but he falls himself. Xiaohao tries to get on the Drake, and he goes down. WE might have just found a miracle. Assume surviving. Wayward takes him down, though, as Drake kicked out as well, and Vikla watches his team fall as he channels a recall.
As long as Fofo is alive, WE will win their team fights. He was untouched the entire time. Both him and Yenxiang were putting down the diamonds. That mid jungle from Team WE has yet to be broken, and Vikla is now faced with a 1 versus 3 and a tower to defend.
WE now pressuring in the bottom side. I mean, they've got 20 seconds on dead time as Vikla has overstepped. Gets underneath the tower, will survive. Has the chance to get back to the fountain. If he goes down, that could have been the end of the game. WE can't quite finish. They take the bottom inhib. Vikla is feeling a bit cheeky. He's got 3 seconds on that culling, but no, will back away in the end. He was playing with fire there. If he stuck around there, that could have been real dicey.
Let's have a look again at this fight. Xiaohao finds Yenxiang, but the second he dives in, remember what we said, Rakan and Xayah, so good at playing against champions that are so annoying in the backline, and Lee Sin is exactly that. Look at Fofo this entire time. He has not been touched. He's chilling around the dragon, putting down the DPS every single time someone tried to engage onto him. He's got the backup from Wayward and Yenxiang. Fofo is the absolute #1 carry right now on Team WE, and they're throwing bodies to protect him.
That was an extremely chaotic fight. That was just 5 players piled on top of 5 players, and just the absolute scrap that ensues. In the end, it's WE that come out on top of the pile. 3 players remaining against just Vikla. They get themselves a bottom inhib. You can see Vikla all the way to River in that bottom side, just trying to push these waves in as deep as possible so that the pressure from the supers won't affect the Baron play. Has that TP available?
It's all mind-blowing to me, actually, that Vikla is ahead in gold. After Fofo has been farming up and Storm has so many kills on his name as well. But right now, they're going to have to pull the trigger on the Baron to try and pull the TP in from Vikla. Reminder, no fossil to Xiaohao makes the flashier plays more difficult to throw it.
Vikla doesn't have time to go for a recall here. Baron's already gone. Xiaoshu is on to Yanxiang, sorry, as he looks for the 1v1, but the Zhonya's means that he buys enough time. Xiaoshu now gets caught by the feathers, as does Jue, and WE find an easy fight. Assume goes down, and Vikla late to the party, and will be the last one to leave as well, but leave he will. WE a clean ace as they'll finish out game 2.
They rely on taking down RA if they want to make it further than this group stage in the LPL. They do not want an early 2025 start, and they're going to push RA to a game number 3.
WE maintaining their position in the league, holding on and hoping to book this loss streak. They are 2-3. They push us to 3 games, and they have the opportunity to go even in the group if they can finish this series out.
Again, huge props to Fofo on this Corki. This man, just give him a farming champion that comes alive in the late game, and he'll give you the team fights of dreams. He made sure that he kept safe. Everyone from W were throwing their bodies around Fofo to try and protect him from any sort of threat.
Yeah.
And I feel like this was more RA's game to lose, but every single time there's a mistake, a team has to catch it, and W were super fast to capitalize on those mistakes from Team RA.
They really were. Phenomenal stuff in the end from WE. Those fights were so chaotic, but WE staying in control throughout the game. RA had a fair effort. They had a fair effort. It wasn't quite good enough. Let's see if they can have another fair effort in game number 3.
reckless beating pulse for these tyrants colored our world. Gather our people, bring them to the ruins. You shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant place. To think that we're standing in their way. Oh, face 'em up, oh, face 'em up. But we are true to our name. I steal a course. Strike twice. We deal this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name.
welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third game now between WE and RA. I'm joined by Trouble, and WE firing back. It wasn't the cleanest game ever. RA definitely had a shot in this one, trying to find a way back in. But WE, especially once we got to those team fights, really in control.
Hey man, RA were throwing shots at WE, and W were pretty good at defending and taking the advantages that RA were throwing their way. They grabbed those initial few kills when RA overextended and they just ran away with it. It shows you right here how in general competitive this was, and in all honesty, I'm not gonna lie to you, this was RA's game to lose. I felt like even through pure damage numbers right here, they were pulling them out. Xiaohao, even though not extremely useful in terms of the kid. However, he was being a nuisance in that backline, and he was keeping a bunch of members busy with that Lee Sin and the flank that he was creating. So it worked until it didn't. I feel like WE figured out that Fofo is the main carry, and they were throwing bodies to protect him constantly.
I feel like Xiaohao had a weird game, right, where he had a lot of presence, especially in setups to fights. When it came to the actual fights, like, I don't remember a single significant kick, from the game. We saw one kick on Abel, but he sort of hit him against the wall and didn't really work out. Yanshang gonna grab himself MVP on that Lilia, finding some great sleeps, finding huge damage across the fights as well. Really solid game from him, and it seems like Lilia might be the main character of the series so far.
I was about to say, I love the way that a lot of the series evolved to be around a particular champion, whether it's banned out or taken away on the blue side. It has been the priority pick for both of these teams. Both B1 for WE and RA, and it seems to be, like you mentioned, the main character of the entire series. And I wonder if moving forward to game number 3, we're not going to be seeing 5 80 carry bans, and then maybe Sejuani will join Lilia. Lilia will join Sejuani on the bench and see what else. Oh, it's instead Lilia on bench, Sejuani unleashed.
Well, Corki unleashed for RA for the first pick. Does mean Yanshang can just grab that Sejuani should he want to. But the brand's still up, the Zyra's still up. Obviously, all of these AP junglers got some changes. It's not seemed to matter too much in this series today, as Wayward once again just goes for that Cassante. WE have to decide what kind of style they want, and it will be the Sejuani for Yanshang.
And let's be honest right here, Sejuani was banned the entire series by WE. But right now with RA on blue side, that was going to be again a Lilia B1, so they take that one away. Xiaohao, I'm gonna say it as it was. I think it was a little bit of a greedy pick to grab that Lee Sin into the composition that WE had in game number 2, and it just didn't pan out to be it. Now, he's gonna have to take maybe a little bit more of a backseat, and unless he wants to go towards something like the brand that he hovered. However, maybe something like even a Maokai to just match the tankiness in the jungle, be a little bit more of a nuisance, grab another engage tool for his team as well.
Are you ready for the Xiaohao Ivan to come on through? He's seen TN and he wants a bit of the action. No, different plan comes through. Look at the Zyra here for Xiaohao. So jungle carry still going to be the name of the game for RA, whereas W playing a little bit more setup. And there is Yone available right now. It's decent into the core key. It sets up well for the Sejuani, but no, Fofo just goes for the Azir, goes classic in the mid lane.
That is the epitome of a front to back for your top side of the map for WE. Now they just need a Kraken Slayer 80 carry towards the bot lane, and they are set. Now, instantly when I think of Kraken Slayer 80 carries, there's 2 that spring to mind, the Jinx and the Aphelios. And Aphelios has already been banned out from the sort of RA. Now, the downside with going with something like the Jinx potentially here is that you do not have active lanes in the early game, and you are going to fall massively behind. So I really hope that WE pulls something potentially like a Kai'Sa that can play potentially a little bit more aggressive with an all-in support.
Well, Kai'Sa's just been denied. But I will say, Abel and Martin played the Zyra Khan in the previous game. That would certainly fit the bill. We've seen plenty of Xayah Azir compositions over the years, and it'd give you a little bit of follow-up engage to the initial Sejuani ultimate as well. But Kalista take it off the board as well as that Jhin, trying to remove some lane pressure from down in the bottom side. With the Braum gone, see what the priority will be for WE.
8 80 carry bans have gone down again in this series. It has been The name of the game from literally game number 1. 8 or 9 bot lane bans have been going through. WE. I am not a big fan of this. It takes down that early game spike so much. You do not have an early lane to play through if you're WE. And RA, they've got tools. They've got a fast clearing jungler. They've got a fast pushing mid laner. They could potentially pull a counter pick towards the tops of the map. Something potentially like a Camille. You keep someone in the prison, you throw in the Ziggs ult, and that person disappears, and most likely that'll be Abel.
I apologize. I thought I had muted my mic, but it did not. But you're right. The counter pick comes through for Xiaoshu, the Camille. So, winning lanes here for RA, and we'll see if Xiaohao can use those without just diving underneath tier 1 towers twice in the first 5 minutes. On the other side, though, I really like it when we get compositions like this up against each other. Because for RA, it's like, okay, we need to see some pace, we need to see a bit of snowballing. For WE, it's like, just chill, you know? Try and play as slow as possible while still getting something on the map, while still trading to some extent. But, you know, Smolder Azir in the late game with a huge front line and guaranteed engage. Late game fights look amazing if you can get there.
Yeah, but that's always the issue and the question mark, right? WE have not shown that they're necessarily stable in that early game to get to this point, and it was rather RA that was throwing a bunch of kills to WE's way in game number 2 for Fofo to reach that final boss state. And right here, he's on one of his main champions as well, onto the Azir. He thrives in that late game together with the Smolder, as you said, but will they get there?
That'll be the question. Can WE hold on? I've seen them play these kinds of compositions before. I've seen it work. I've also seen it fall apart. If they fall behind early, it will be very difficult to fight anything. And Ziggs is so good at building that lead and then taking it to other lanes, to destroying those towers and taking control of objectives. It's game number 3 here. RA versus WE. Let's see who can take it and if WE can book this loss streak that they've been on.
I'm just gonna say, I think the microphones have not been turned up all that much, you know, like there are people there cheering for their teams. It's just, we don't get the full scoop of it. All right, getting the full scoop of the inside of Yanxiang's jungle once more. This guy has been absolutely hunted for the entire series, no matter the champion that he is on. And Joy and Azum, just like in game number 2, they're still gonna pressure up and play a little bit more aggressive, trying to get some poke onto Abel and Mark. And that's exactly what you need, right? A Zyra, fast clearing juggler into 3 pushing lanes for your team. You take those. Picula
drops a ward onto the chickens as well, as Abel will be spotted. And Azim actually managed to get a bomb onto Mark. Nice little shot there. Had the ward at blue buff, so knew where Mark might be, but it was still ultimately blind. Yanxiang spotted on his first camp here. And now we get to see how fast Xiaohao can make it through his jungle. He got to stand at blue buff for as long as he wanted, spawning those plants. Now he gets to power through these camps. See if he can find anything as Yanxiang actually moves to the bottom side.
Not quite close to that level 2. Usually you see Leona in onto a target just about as that level 2 is about to come in. You level that Q as well. Ooh, that was it right there. Very close. Not quite as well. Dre has been a little bit too eager throwing out these E's. However, now they're going to slow down the wave. They're potentially going to look for another E into a Q evolve. He's looking right here. WE, no. The level 2 is about to come up. The E.
There it is. Mark. Oh, satcheled back into the play. That's a flash. Forced ignite is good as well, as Abel just takes another chunk from a bomb. Assume. Great little satchel there in the trade.
Great combo right there on the crash down to push Mark straight back. They have spotted it, they're pinging it, but Jue's walking into it.
I think Jue's okay with tanking. He's got that flash, but didn't actually spot the enemy jungler. Yanxiang realizes he doesn't have time to stick around here, moves back to his wolves, was not spotted, so info not there for RA. But look, Xiaohao has already finished his clear. It's 3 minutes on the... It was 2:59 as the Krugs died. He's moving into the river and potentially setting up a dive. And guess what? Yanshang is now having to path topside. Abel drops a ward, knows what the play is. We've seen enough Zyra in the LPL at this point, but no, Yanshang moves back down to the bottom side. The dive is already underway as Mark takes a huge chunk. Abel against the wall and will burn down for first blood, and Assume gets the gold.
Yansheng had the instinct right there to back off, get back down towards that bot lane and try to help his bot lane survive, but it just wasn't enough. Abel goes down, loses so much experience and gold. And as you can see, Xiaohao, not only is he going to get the bot skull grab, he's going to sprint it towards the top of the map. He has priority through that mid lane once Vikla TP's back in as well. And we could potentially be seeing an invade coming through. They're pinging that red buff right now. Yansheng is pinging that he wants assistance onto it. Fofo needs to clear out that wave. Get back onto that mid lane, potentially try to help his jungle. You see he's dipping into towards the top side of the jungle right now. Xiaohao, you can't invade through there. You can't make it through walls unless you flash, and he doesn't have the flash.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure if he was going to flash to try and invade Krugs or something then, but just going to drop a ward over.
You know what? There was actually a jungler, I think his name was Noodle, over when I was casting the NLC. This madman, he would flash through Baron Pit.
Hang on a second. Wayward's going a little bit noodly here in the top side. Has to flash away from Xiaoshu. Nice try from Xiaoshu to try and find the solo kill. Mark and Jue now sparring in the mid lane as well. Anyway, tell me about Noodle.
Yeah, he would basically go level 1 blue buff into through river, flash the Baron Pit, and go straight into enemy red. And he actually was funny because he got a bunch of kills like this. He got a bunch of kills, he stole a bunch of buffs, until, of course, he got figured out and people expected him, or they had set a ward behind the Baron Pit. But it was really flashy, pun intended,
very literally,
at the beginning, because he would literally take blue, sprint through river, flash to the Baron Pit, grab that red buff, take a kill, back off.
I mean, it can be so valuable, right, when people aren't expecting it. And
yeah,
Flash,
sure.
yeah, it's such a powerful tool early in the
Vikla?
game. Look at this from Vikla between the towers, just bullying Fofo. Look at all of this CS being denied. Really nice, aggressive play from Vikla. Doesn't need to be cautious not to tank any extra tower shots, but just going to look to crash this extra wave in. He got his reset off earlier, so he's got his longsword and his tier. And wanted to punish Fofo, as Fofo now returns to the lane. Does not get his lost chapter. Had to go for a Fiendish Codex instead.
This is what worries me about WE. When you have both teams sort of scaling into that late game, you're like, sure, I'm down to take the fight. I'm better at team fights. I have Fofo on Azir. If we both just chilling and going late game, surely we have the upper hand, right? But RA are taking that early game, and they're most likely going to be able to run away with it. I feel like RA know exactly what went wrong in game number 1, and they're looking to redeem themselves right here. They need as many wins as possible, and if it comes to a stage where they're both even with OMG, but OMG has more games difference than them, then this game that they just lost to WE, if they manage to win the series, will come back to bite them. So they need to be as clean as possible. As I'm saying, this WE, they're gonna grab away some void grabs from the tops of the map and trade with the dragon.
WE have been good on the void grubs this series, sorry. Wayward even stealing one in game number 1 of the series. They managed to get 6 in game number 2. It's definitely a priority for the team. However, you're against the Ziggs, and Xiaohao plays around the Ziggs, and I'm here for it. Abel, no cleanse available. Look at the damage! My God, how are you meant to survive that one? Mark now realizes he's got nowhere to go. A bomb on top, and grabs his hat trick this early in the game, and look how low the tower is as well. It's getting close to satchel range.
He's gonna grab it for sure. Xiaohao staying around, making sure they push the wave really quickly. Maybe you let a couple of these creeps die. No, they just want the fast tempo.
My God. They're so far ahead. It's a 2,000 gold lead in Assume's pocket. 2,000 gold up in 7 minutes. That is obscene. Look at the CS for Abel.
Greedy. It is so greedy to just go for triple farming lane. Let's scale into that late game. RA is just not gonna let you do that. And even though your top lane is bleeding for now, that's because Xiao has been putting most of the resources towards diving that bot side of the map. Now they're going to swap. They're going to put the Ziggs towards the top side of the map. As you can see, Xiaoshu is already backing towards that bot side. And top lane is going to be the next tower of attack for the Ziggs. Usually this kind of champion, especially when ahead, he's got Ludens already in his inventory. He's going to take every single tower plating off the map. A lot of the times we even see the triple tower plating go down. We'll see how fast they're able to take that top side tower.
I mean, he's got 6 minutes on the clock to get as many plates as possible. He's got 5 so far. Let's see how many he can get on the top side. I mean, Abel's coming up to try and defend this tower. I'm not sure there's much Abel can really do to stop Assume getting plates at this point. And the thing is, the passive stacks so well with AP for the Ziggs that the speed at which you take the towers is impacted so heavily. I mean, Abel, look, that's half his health gone already. Remember, Assume is level 6 as well, so very close to his second ultimate of the game. You can see it's timing down on the left of your screen. Abel doesn't even have his ultimate yet. Solar Flare is available. Yeah. Abel's in so much trouble. Does have the cleanse, though.
Xiao is here again. This is like the 4th time we're camping bot lane, this time on the top.
Flash from the Solar Flare. Xiao moves in, mark the target, just a bit of damage, and that is going to be Mum called for Abel. Mark burnt down. Will have to head back to base. And it doesn't even matter that there was no kill because the pressure is still there for RA. All that matters is that they continue to slam against this tower. That's 2 plates taken. Yansheng moves in on the top side. He's got his ultimate available and Su did take a tower shot, but I'm not sure this is even a fight they can go for.
Yeah, I don't think there's any threat from the Sejuani right there. Yansheng is pretty much there to make sure that Abel doesn't get dived, which means not only does his clear get slowed down versus the likes of Azira that loves champions showing up on lane so they can farm, so you can farm faster, even more, get more items, more gold, more power onto this Zyra. Yansheng is pretty much an extra ward, an extra body right there, so like his bot lane doesn't get dived again. However, right now, every single time you mentioned it, every single time there's a possible trade for RA, that's a -1 body for WE on the map, which means they get to take more control. There's a bunch of wards towards the top side of the map. And as you can see, boots completed for Assume. He's going to head back to the top side of the map. 2.2k up now.
So far, Wayward is actually doing well in the side lane. That's the positive for WE from what's been happening. Managed to build himself a lead. He's 15 CS up in that side lane. I don't know the Camille Cassante matchup that well. I know later on Camille definitely wins out, but feels like early game, at least in this game, Wayward finding the advantage on this Cassante. Xiaoshu struggling to match in terms of CS numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to push faster. The Cassante as well. And the trades from Camille are not that strong early on. Oh,
that's a cleanse.
The insta cleanse into the ult. All ultimates thrown in from RA. They're trying to take this tower as far down as possible.
Everyone's slamming out massive artillery ultimates. One to try and dive, one to clear the wave.
He's like, you're gonna bring your water balloons. I'm gonna bring my mom. We're gonna have a party. Xiao is like, yeah, I don't want none of that. You guys just keep them busy up top. I'm gonna take the 3 void grabs right here, stopping WE from securing 4 for themselves. And I assume he's just pretty much looking to take this tower as low as he can.
Jue tanks up the ult from Yansheng. It's enough to buy another wave's worth of time, but in the meantime, Grubs are going down. Did get a flash out from Assume.
He's not even tanky. There's just no damage on the side of Team W. There's no damage. There's a Warhammer and that's it in Abel's inventory. RA just going strong.
Yeah, doesn't even have Celestial opposition yet, so it's not even like there's that initial ability to just deny burst. Xiao moves up again. This is getting silly now.
Oh,
as Mark just put into the lap of Assume once again, and this tower starting to get low with 3 grubs as well. It just gets easier. And with Mark down, I think Abel realizes this is no longer a defensible position. Has to just go for the reset and Assume with a couple of procs of the passive on top of a satchel charge will finish off yet another tower. Abel takes yet another chunk. The tower shot's coming on through. But there we go. Satchel goes down. 550 more gold into Assume's pocket. He is now 3,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent in that of Abel. And it's about time we sent that Ziggs to the mid lane, I think.
Oh, that is nuts. Assume huge in game number 1 on the Jhin. Huge in game number 3 on the Ziggs so far. Let's watch this one more time, because Mark, That's a little bit too far. Gets hit by the root, and the rest is a bouncy castle for him. So we brought water balloons, trampolines. Not fun for a lady on a metal horse. Mark ends up going down, which means the tower goes down with him as well. No one there to defend. No one willing to step up to defend. And this Ziggs is almost on the second item. Almost. And Smolder, on the other hand, is struggling to even finish first.
It's a classic phrase, isn't it? Don't bring a metal horse to a water balloon fight. You'll just go rusty. It's classic wisdom. Mark, unfortunately, did not
Very
listen.
known, of course, yes.
Never be a dragon at a water balloon fight. Another classic. You know, water... Everyone thinks that all animals need to drink. Dragons, they've got fire in their throat. They don't want to be drinking. It'll put it out, probably. You can just say whatever you like about dragons. They're mythical beasts, so I can just... This is my version of dragons, okay, guys? Wayward?
Yeah, and very known facts that Munch has been saying back to back now.
Absolutely.
Very known.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Common wisdom there. Fofo. Dived on by Vikla. Vikla, does have his big ones in the chamber. Won't choose to go for anything just yet. Just gonna, I mean, how the hell have we come back to Corkia's ear, man? Like, what happened? They nerfed the AP junglers and suddenly Corkia's ear is back.
I was about to say, the second you like slightly nerf AP junglers and you don't care too much about putting your jungler on a carry position as well. Like, we have so many facilitating junglers in general in the LPL. A lot of them are carries, but they don't mind playing towards the Sejuanis and the Maokais. And the second you have set up in your jungle, then suddenly Azir springs back up because he gets to push and he gets to be a silent, he gets to be a team fight pressure. So I think Azir is like a pretty good all-arounder mage. The same thing as a Yone, but in an AP form. Talking about AP form, the AD carry of RA is in AP form. This game around, I assume, sporting the Ziggs. Trying to put some pressure down that mid lane tower, and Herald plus Ziggs Satchel will take that one down for free.
Chwei caught by the Sejuani ultimate, flashes to safety here. I'm surprised that we even want to fight at this point in the game, but deterred by RA. They continue to try and get damage down. The bombs are doing so much work from Assume. He does have his Mega Inferno bomb available.
Oh my God.
Hunts it out, sends the solo laners back in, and that's an opportunity to just slam the Herald in this mid lane. I mean, they've already chunked everyone out so heavily. That tower's not available, Dwayne. That was a disaster. That could have been a tier 2. That could have been a tier 2, Dwayne. That was terrible.
Okay, so what happened there is that they wanted to use the satchel on tier 1 to take that down as Dwayne was charging through to tier 2, and then they'd be able to use all the pressure and all the creeps that came from tier 1 to potentially try to take down in tier 2 as well, or at least get into satchel number 2 range. They didn't quite coordinate this as well. Yeah.
I like the idea.
They got the tier 1.
You know what?
The idea was there, the execution not so much.
I like the gumption to try it. You got the tier 1 anyway. It was a total waste of the Herald in the end, but you know what? At least we got a little bit of fun.
The Herald
out of it,
didn't do anything there, but hey.
Yeah. And just charge into an invincible tower is what it is. But hey, you know, they tried. And if they pulled it off, it would have looked pretty cool. And in a game like this, when you're so far ahead, I guess you could afford to make a risky, stylish play, and especially when you're already going to be in those series for playoffs. It's just about seeding for RA at this point, remember. This is nowhere near as much pressure for RA as it is for WE. They're kind of trying to style at this point, perhaps. Dwayne gets his Scar reward over. Excellently trained there. And no shenanigans. We're getting the wards into the Tri-Brush. X-Flash, as Vikla is here too. I mean, that would be a 2v3, but Assume would be in range for his ultimate, so it's sort of 2.5.
Yeah, Nara playing so aggressive, knowing that they have less numbers towards the top side of the map. WE have to commit 3 bodies to try and protect Fofo to push up this tower. And again, Fofo is one of those guys that when you go into that lake and when he's got his items on his carry champions, things like the Wade, the Corki that we watched, the Azir, one of his main champions that he's known for as well. Like, this man can carry your team fights. We've seen him dig WE out of a literal graveyard with plain Azir and Hui over in spring. So if any man can do it on these champions, it is him. He's gonna go he's gonna have to go up against an Assume with a 3k lead and 2 items in his inventory, plus an Needless Last Rod. Oh my god, such a strong Ziggs. But he does find the shuffle onto him. This could be a very huge turnaround for WE.
Fofo hunting there, was looking for a shuffle onto Vikla, I think, but Vikla Valkyries to safety, even managed to get a big one at the back end of the trade. Does go even. Xiaohao and Jue moved up that top side as well. Assume can just clear the way from so far away. We've not mentioned Smolder stacks a single time this game. Abel on 130.
There's a Smolder in the game.
As I'm not sure he's stacking anytime soon. Locked up inside the bomb. Oh god, the combo is just dirty.
Yeah, and this is going to be the rest of the... This is going to be the rest of the case here for the team fights to come. You definitely don't want to be going on to Fofo. He can push you out of the ult and then he breaks. But Abel has no chance breaking free out of it. Fofo is hunting for Vikla one more time.
Fofo hunting, finding nothing. Unfortunately, steps on a twig. And the scared deer that is Vikla leaps away, bounds through the forest. Xiaoshu though, just sees a free opportunity to get an ult on Abel. Half health's in, the bomb comes in, Q2. Lovely.
Mum sees Smolder die.
Absolutely
doesn't get there in
devastated.
time.
Yeah, flies over like, no, my son. That's also Mark.
Oh well, WE, they've got a really hard task at hand again. I think they do rely a lot heavily on Wayward and Fofo, but primarily Fofo. Wayward is playing the Cassante, and sure, it can be strong enough, and it sure can be a nuisance in the backline. However, this is not Season 13 Cassante anymore. This is Season 14 Cassante. A slightly nerfed version of what you guys remember, of what the memes were made of. But Fofo right here on the Azir has the chance to be the difference maker. Of course, it's going to take a while. Still in the side lane, trying to pressure, trying to get some items in. Very, very close. That second item of his as well. However, I'm looking at Asum, and every time I'm saying Fofo is close to the second item, Asum almost has a Needless Large Rod. Sorry, a Death Cap. He's got 2 Needless Large Rods. So whoever gets locked up in the Camille ult will most likely be taking a huge chunk of their HP gone.
Oh, flash from Mark, and Yanxiang actually throws out his Glacial Prison as well, just to make sure they can get away to safety. And again, oh, hang on, Jue might have overstepped for a second here. Stun comes on through. I don't think there's any follow-up, though. Although, Mob comes in, TP behind as well, Assume. Gonna try and DPS his way through this one. Xiaohao pulled over the wall, and WE find themselves a pick.
They pull down the TP from Wayward to flank RA. They walk too far deep into the jungle. And all this time, RA, sure they have the lead, but if you're not gonna play around the person that has the lead, then there is no lead on the map. Assume is constantly pushing down those waves, trying to get that Needless Large Rod to come through. And even though RA have gone 3 dragons for themselves, it would have been a very easy task to just wait up, get the Needless Large Rod, possibly play for that 4th dragon, get that soul. It's gonna be an Inferno, even more of a hurt on all this damage that Ziggs is already bringing into the game.
Yeah.
But the overextension of that, we've seen it one too many times for RA. They get a little bit too over-eager when they're ahead. However,
and it's always
you being ahead is all on Assume.
It's always Xiaohao as well, but I guess Jue gets a
You
little
have to
bit
do
of credit
that,
as
man.
well. One thing I will say, the win condition we set out for WE was all about the scaling, right? 5v5 at 45 minutes, this comp looks insane. However, like you say, Infernal Soul spawning in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, that is a timer and a half. They're 5,000 gold down right now. 2 items now finished for Fofo. Abel, I don't think will be quite there onto his second item at the time, but I think they're sort of running out of time to be able to scale. They're just going to have to deal with what they've got. I don't know if Assume will be able to maybe finish his death camp before that Drake spawns as well. That'd be huge for RA if he could. But there we go. Rylai's just finished off for Xiaohao. The recall comes through for Assume. Let's see if the death cap is available.
Has to be there. Oh, he sold something. There you go.
There it is.
Death cap completed. 3 full items, 22 minutes in. 3 item Ziggs, 3.3k lead, and Abel is going for a little bit more of a defensive item for his second one as well. Looking towards that Bloodthirster. try and keep himself alive. I don't know if the Bloodthirst is going to do much.
Is it a GA second item angle for Abel? Like, is that where we're at in this game? Honestly, I have no idea how he's going to survive when Xiaoshu dives in. 2 items for Xiaoshu, by the way. So it ain't getting any easier.
He doesn't even need the Ziggs bomb.
No.
He doesn't even need the Ziggs bomb at this point. He just dives into Abel. Abel dies. Oh boy, this is going to be a hard one. WE are going to have to figure out a way of maybe catching Xiaohao again by overextending. But that relies on to Xiaohao actually overextending.
The depressing thing as well is Abel is 30 stacks away from his smolder passive. Had there just been like 1 less dive during this game, maybe he has his passive and maybe there's some outside angle for WE, but without it, I'm not so sure. Solar Flare right between everyone. Joy walks away. The Strangled Thorns pushes them back. Bombs flying on it. WE are being whittled down as Yansheng falls. And Xiaoshu just dives among everyone. Fofo forced to flash. It's a 2-for-1, but that's enough. Although Vikla wants a little bit more. Wayward dives in to try and punish, but Vikla survives. And it's Fofo to go down. What a play from Vikla!
Absolutely great stuff right there from Vikla. Dives forward into 3. Puts down as much damage as possible. Knows she has the backup of his team. RA, every time they dive forward as a unit. All of their carries are going to be up except Xiaoshu, and they're going to grab the soul for themselves as well. A lot of pings going down for Baron too. Let's watch this one more time. I feel like RA, they're just throwing bodies forward. They're looking at Wayward and they're like, sure, we have 3 carries. They're all fed. 4 carries with the addition of Xiaoshu right there onto the Camille. And they just literally press W button forward.
I mean, Xiaoshu is pulled in by the all out there, but actually gets that extra kill off the back of it. And Vikla just goes in 1v3, flashes away, Wayward falls, and then easy follow-up for the rest of RA onto Fofo as well. Abel survives for the first time this game. He actually lived through a fight. But unfortunately, WE, they're now against Infernal Soul as well. Oh, God, it's only getting harder. And that's a Blighted Crystal for Assume. Like, he just does insane damage. I just can't get over quite how much damage Assume does. If a bomb hits onto everyone, the game just ends.
Okay, let's pretend we're not looking at RA at all. I'm just going to remove me from my side right here. The positives are, you've got Hourglass onto your Azir, can stay a little bit more safe, and you've got Bloodthirster plus stacks already for Abel's Smolder. Again, RA have made these whoopsies one too many times where they're just overextending the jungle like right now.
I mean, that's the Strangled Thorns down. Yansheng will survive. Abel forced to cleanse with a Mega Inferno bomb. Yansheng feeling the brunt of it. Abel alive, has that Bloodthirster, tries to clear the way, but with a cannon there, it's not enough. Tier 2 taken, and RA with a jungler down on the enemy side can move over to the Baron. The 2 games in this series that RA have been ahead in have been domination from start to finish.
Yeah, let's remember they were actually ahead in game number 2 as well. WE now, what do you have? 4 versus 5.
Mark, where did his health go? Face checks in. Novus gets one shot away, has the flash away. Xiaoshu diving onto the backside. Abel wanted to stack that passive up. The passive is gone. He is gone. Fofo trying to carry, but everybody walks away. He just doesn't have the damage. It's a clean ace. Yansheng finally respawns onto the map, makes his way over. I mean, can he go for some kind of miracle? There's no flash available at 7. I don't even think he gets here in time, to be honest. 3K on the Baron. It will fall. Yansheng moves in. Oh, he's just a second too late. And it means he goes down alongside it.
Oh, and you could see the frustration on his face as well, as he knew that he had the possibility to steal that Baron. No one was going to have it on them. I don't think Mark was even spawned back then. However, denying it from RA could potentially give you a little bit more time, and I feel this is pretty much it for WE here. RA are just so freaking fed. So much damage in their inventory. That was as Mark trying to find a way forward for his team, trying to enable Abel and Fofo to do some damage, but Abel dies simply to Camille with 2 items. And I think this was one of Fofo's saddest deaths right here. He just blows up. Doesn't even get to use his ult.
So close to finishing those 2 kills in the mid lane as well, but just a hair away, and it's enough.
4
15 to
27
2.
minutes
Look at
in.
the scoreboard. 15 to 2. This is just a massacre from RA. And it doesn't even feel like, you know, we've talked about the late game for WE. Their health bars have been getting a little low for RA during these fights, but with the Baron and with a Ziggs, wait, what happened? There wasn't even a solar flare. What just happened? Did April just get one shot?
Him with ult?
Oh, Blast Cone betrays Jway. He just commits to an all-in instead. Bombs over the wall here as Xiaoshu dives into the mix. Suddenly it's a positive play for RA. Turns out they needed to dive all along. Wayward gets the shutdown. 1,000 gold in his pocket. He's rich on the server, but unfortunately, he won't be on the server for much longer, so it's only imagined wealth. RA absolutely decimating WE here in game number 3. They decimated game number 1 as well. Bit of a whoopsie in game number 2, but at the end of the day, a fantastic series for RA. Definitely some things to clean up, but a lot of positives to take away.
Damn. RA, when they want a team fight, they look so decisive. They move as a unit, they dive as a unit, they fight as a unit. And this is one of the traits that we've seen from really good LPL teams towards the upper scale of things over in Group Ascend. The fact that they're willing to throw their bodies and fight at the same time. And we mentioned that Jway was going to be one of the front runners in terms of finding engages, creating opportunities for his team. He's had a fantastic game, both him and Asum, on the both side of the map. Great stuff from RA. A very decisive series. I'm gonna be willing to overlook game 2 because I felt like it was a very greedy move from Xiaohao to go for that Lee Sin.
Yeah, and the dives as well were a little egregious, it has to be said. I think they were vibing in game number 2. But game 1 and 3, phenomenal for RA. That's 4 wins in a row for RA now. Fantastic little streak for them. They are tied in wins with OMG. Ever so slightly behind in game difference at +6 now. So OMG still in the lead in the group, but RA doing the very best to contend for that top spot. However, for WE, the opposite side of the story, that is a 4-loss streak. Now they are 2-4, those 2 wins were their first 2 games of the group. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to win a single series since. They are dropping down those standings. They are now tied with Ultra Prime. In fact, they are lower in the standings than Ultra Prime. They're tied with EDG for 6th place.
Yeah, that feels bad, man. I feel like WE have been trying so hard to find their identity the entirety of summer. They've fallen back to playing for late game, allowing Fofo to come back online, but then no one is there to carry that early game, to allow Fofo the time and the place to carry later on in stages of the game. And it has been honestly heartbreaking. We don't see the carry wayward through the tops of the map. We cannot get to that late game for WE to see Fofo pop off in these fights. I feel like WE look a little bit lifeless, so they're gonna have to figure out what they want to do in that early game to pick some steam up.
They've just got to change something, haven't they? I feel like they need some winning lanes. I feel like we never see winning lanes from them, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a rough one. It's a rough one to watch WE right now. There's so much potential on this roster. You can see the potential, but it just doesn't seem to stick. It just doesn't seem to work together. It just doesn't seem to turn into wins. It's heartbreaking to see. And unfortunately, they're one step closer to finishing out their season without having a chance of making it to playoffs, which for WE, as an organization, they've not exactly been a top organization for a long time, but they've been generally fighting for playoffs in recent years. It doesn't even feel like that's going to be on the cards this time around.
Yeah, unfortunately, Group Nirvana looks a lot more competitive than we'd expected it to be, especially when the top of the group team, which is OMG, they came from their groups 0 and 6, and they're currently just sitting undefeated at the top of the Group Nirvana. Of course, this is what RA is looking towards. Again, a reminder, this is going to be the last series before groups end. It's going to be RA versus OMG, and if RA keep on being undefeated right here, this is going to be a great game for who takes that top seed in the group.
It certainly will be. Asum doing a lot of damage. Vikla actually managing to almost match Asum's damage. That's pretty impressive considering the game that Asum had for himself. I think we could be looking towards potentially an Asum MVP, but honestly, I think Xiaohao is a solid shout as well. 3-1-15, and he was the one that moved down to that bot side to get Asum ahead in the first place.
Ah, screw that. Ziggs is too much fun. Give it to Asum. He looked like he was having fun. He took all the towers. I mean, sure, maybe, you know what? A lot of the times the jungler gets a little bit outshadowed by how flashy the plays are. And surely Ziggs can get some very flashy plays, especially when the damage pops. But Xiaohao with a little bit less greedy of a pick right here, with the Zyra facilitating to get that bot lane ahead. He was topside when they were topside. He was bot lane when they were bot lane. Absolutely decimating the bot lane of WE. I don't think this guy's actually got to press buttons in the team fight, especially for Abel. I think he mostly played PvE in this game because he just wasn't allowed to PvP. The second he showed up on RA's screen, he was gone.
This was the one big pick for WE where they managed to get Xiaohao nice all out from Wayward, but unfortunately that was pretty much the only positive play they got. This was the attempt from Fofo where he nearly gets 2 kills, but Abel, once again, just sort of didn't get to play the game. Are we angling for a Xiaoshu MVP? Is that where we're going with these replays? That's what it feels like to me.
It looks like it. He's done quite a... Oh, that's the one we didn't see. That's the one we didn't see. He snipes him with the ult. Yeah, he does. Okay. I honestly thought that was 100% to 0. It wasn't quite a 100% to 0. He got poked beforehand. 40% HP with a 4-item Ziggs. It's pretty logical to see him going down there after eating the entire ult. And let's see who our MVP is going to be. I'm between the Ziggs and the Zyra. Of course, I think Xiaohao had a fantastic game overall, even with the Lee Sin performance. Even when there were a lot of whoopsies, you can still see the pressure that this guy exerts through the jungle.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Xiaohao. I mean, a solid series for RA across the board, really. I think Vikla actually had a really good series as well. Like, I think especially in the laning phases, he was managing to really put pressure on Fofo. Fofo is a player that I think people often forget. He's a very, very good laner usually. Often, you know, we always talk about his CS numbers, but quite often we'll put pressure on lower tier laners in the LPL. Vikla doing a really good job to utilize the fact that Gorky has a really powerful early lane now, and even pushing Fofo back between the towers, forcing him to recall, denying a couple of minion waves. Really, really nice stuff to see from Vikla. Feel like he had a solid series overall. I think Wayward as well had a decent series for himself. Like, sorry, not Wayward, Xiaoshu had a decent series for himself. But overall, impressed by RA. They continue their win streak. Really, really solid stuff. Just disappointed that WE still can't seem to make it stick.
All right, let's see. We're between the Ziggs and Xiaohao onto the Zyra. Let's see which one takes the MVP. What's your guess, Munch, before it shows? Oh!
My guess is the Ziggs.
Flashy plays wins. Jungler who?
Yeah, I mean,
Asum grabs the MVP right here.
To be fair, Ziggs was definitely the most important character of this composition, and it was played well by Asum. So I think this is fair, especially with how he was pressuring under the towers as well, landing so many bombs, especially in that kind of 3v3 for the top tier 1 tower that we saw for quite an extended period of time. Really, really nice stuff. And just, it was the fact that, I mean, look, he's half an item from 6 items full build. The game ended at 27 minutes. That's crazy. That's mental.
He had 4 items, I think 24 minutes or 26 minutes into the game. Absolute insanity, especially when you rock up 20 minutes in with a death gap.
Yeah.
You know, things are getting really dodgy, especially around objectives and how fast you can take them down.
Well, we're going to jump into a break and then we're going to head towards our second series of the day. It's RNG versus IG, and this is a big one. If RNG lose this series, they will be out of the running. They will be the first team that has no chance of making it to playoffs. We'll find out if they can hold on after the break.
The memory remains, worlds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Welcome back to the LPL and welcome back to Shanghai as we head towards our second series. It will be in our Shanghai arena. As we go into RNG versus IG. And for IG, this is an important series in terms of seeding, in terms of trying to make it to playoffs. For RNG, it's an even more important series in terms of survival. If they lose this series, they will be out of the running for playoffs. They will be the first team to be disqualified from Group Nirvana and be eliminated from any chance of making it to the final stage of LPL.
I'm gonna make it sound a little bit better, like the format explainer all the way at the start of the split. They're gonna start the 2025, luckily for them. They're gonna start restructuring, which honestly, if you guys have seen, as we're going into game number 1, IG versus RNG. All right.
Some powerful gyos right
Still a
there.
lot of funds, yeah.
Let's take a look at our comps here as we've got a Renekton up in that top side. There's a Draven for Arn as well down in the bottom side. Some aggression across the board, but also GLFS bringing out a Talia in the jungle.
Yeah, and I want a little bit of your focus on RNG's roster one more time. Remember XZ, the guy that played the Blob, the Zac in their previous series, and he looked really good doing that? Yeah, he's a sub mid laner, and now he's playing mid lane. Their main mid laner, which is Tongyun, is down on the bot lane playing Alistar, and we are bringing back the jungler that got promoted from the Academy roster a while back, Geju. So pretty much everyone but Tongyun are in their main roles for RNG, but we do have a shuffle a little bit again.
Yeah, so Iwandi is gone, is the important thing. Iwandi not going to be playing today. Ming also not going to be playing today. Both of them still technically available, I think. I'm not 100% sure on the situation with Iwandi. The thing with RNG is, like, it changes every day. Who is on and off this roster? It's almost impossible to keep up with the rotating door. There's no wonder that this team is struggling so much, and I think RNG management at this point, they know that this series could be their last chance to make it into playoffs. I do wonder if maybe that's why they're consistently making these changes. Taguid goes for the headbutt to deny on his axe there. His Vampire goes in there, clears away some vision.
Pretty much on cooldown right there from Tongyun. Every time he was up, he would just headbutt on away. On with someone that is known for playing the Draven, and he's been one of the shining lights, if you will, for IG. IG is another struggling team on the lower end of the table right here in Group Nirvana. They are currently the gatekeepers for the top 4, sitting there on a 2-3, and with the current loss of Team WE, that puts them in 2-4. If they do manage to win this game, that would be so important in their chase to playoffs. Vampire moving into the jungle, grabbing a little bit of vision, figuring out where Geju is as well. Giving that information over to the other side for GLFS.
So, slow start for the two junglers. I'm excited to see how GLFS can impact the game with the Talia, though. We talked about the AP nerfs, right? Talia coming in, maybe could start to go front and center if everyone does want to continue playing these AD carries in solo lanes. Maybe Talia is an answer to make that happen. The one thing with Talia is typically one of those picks that you do want some hard CC to play alongside. So you do need a little bit of setup in those lanes. Like Renekton in the top side can set up really nicely for a Talia to then follow up and finish a kill. Same with any of these hard CC supports.
Yeah, you've got Arel down the bot lane as well that you can look to play for, which is exactly what he's doing. GLFS gonna be heading towards that bot side. So is Geju. Might be looking for a first 3 versus 3 right here. Geju just hovering around his bot lane, trying to make sure that the wave gets crashed under Ans and Vampire's tower. GLFS is gonna sneak around the side.
Vampire forced to flash. Geju trying to make it happen, and Tanguyen has to flash as well. So, all things considered, both supports gonna lose a summoner, and that's kind of it. Both junglers came down. Nothing more really comes of it.
They came, they saw, they took a summoner spell, they left. That's what it is. Now, of course, when you have a Draven down the bot lane, you do expect a lot of jungle attention towards that side of the map, especially because you want that sweet cash-in onto your Draven snowballing champion. -1 right there. But why SKM as he misses the cannon under tower? That always feels a little bit bad, especially when you've got an entire wave crashing underneath. You're like, okay, I'm just gonna TS every single one of them. He does CS every single one of them, except for the cannon, which makes it feel even worse. Ooh. Oh, this is sneaky.
Tanguyen does find the knockup. Arn just stuck around way too long here trying to push the wave. Will survive, but he's in such an awkward spot. But GLFS moves back down to the bottom side to make sure IG can crash this wave. And in fact, won't just be a wave crash, it'll be first blood. Vampires ignite. Finished. No, wait, what? Is it his aftershock proc that got it? I don't know. Either way, Vampire got it.
Either way, yeah. Rel is going to come up with the kill. You'll see GLFS trying to help shove in that wave. And not a lot of mana or HP left, which gives the opportunity to Geju to invade towards the top side of the map. Level 6 onto Juice. They could potentially look to either take the whole corner of the jungle, maybe pull a dive. Always pulling a dive on a Cassandra is not a very fun experience to go through. So Geju's just gonna steal a bunch of camps, well, one camp from the tops of the map from GLFS and back out towards those void grabs.
Geju gets the pressure on this one just off of the fact that Juice pushes in, takes the tower plate, resets, TP's back in. So now boots advantage for him in the top side. There's no way YSKM can contend. Geju's grabbed 2 of these grubs. Smite has already been used, and that means GLFS can move in and swipe away the last one. Didn't actually have Smite himself. It was off on cooldown for another second, but managed to get it with the rocks. So IG, honestly, pretty nice for them to be able to steal away 1 grub at the last second.
And they seem to be sprinting towards the bottom of the map as well. Now, usually going from objective to objective wastes a lot of the time of the jungler, and it takes down a lot of their XP potential. Oh
Big
no.
Damage on Tanguyen. He's pretty tanky, but he's not that tanky. That's his second death of the game. Perhaps overestimating how tanky Alistar is before level 6.
Yeah, walks a little bit too far forward. Tries to scout for his team. Literally human ward right there, or cow ward, if you will, for RNG. Ends up going down.
Don't call him a coward.
Actually, it does make sense. Coward.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, I see what you did there.
He's just on a ward.
He was unfortunately sitting on a ward himself. Gets caught by the CC between the Rel and the Talia. Ends up going down. Fanfang only gets a chance to stare his teammate as he ends up going down. Puts as much damage as he can, but that's about it. And a little bit of vision was established towards that top side of the jungle. 1 control ward over on the blue buff of Geju. And then the scout will come as well to spot any shenanigans around the jungle area.
So Juice doing pretty well in the top side. Unfortunately, elsewhere on the map, RNG starting to fall behind. Minor advantages across the board. Obviously, Vampire getting that kill early would really have been nice for Arn to get an early cash in. You can see Arn on 150 stacks currently, so always got to keep a weather eye on that Draven, see if he can cash in. But Tanguyen so far, apparently the substitute support will be rotating. So according to a previous interview, it will be Tanguyen and XEZ swapping mid lane duties and support duties across the series. We'll see if that's going to be true, as just trying to fill in the role for the time being. And it's kind of sad to see, isn't it, that both of these organizations, like historically international winners for the LPL, and both of these teams have had really, really rough years for themselves. Obviously, IG have had a bit of an upturn towards the end of things, like Vampire actually having a double MVP series. They said it couldn't be done after his spring and after how summer started for him, but Vampire feels like he's come into his own a little bit. Maybe it was all stage nerves or something, but Tenguin may be feeling some stage nerves right now as the engage comes through. Bullet time will force a disengage. Huanfeng saves his support.
Great position right there from Huanfeng. He kept himself safe while being able to put down the bullet time from a very long distance. Means that any engage or advance from IG was not possible. Tenguin gonna have to use his flash. However, that's gonna be it. And IG has been desperately trying to get that cash in onto the Draven, but it might just have to be through a team fight, not necessarily through a gank down bot lane. It feels like RNG are very aware of the fact that they're going to be under constant attack towards the bot side of the map. Talking about a team fight coming in though, IG smell the fire towards the dragon, but GLFS towards the top side of the map means that there's no jungler around.
Bullet time wouldn't have been available, but doesn't really matter when you've got the man advantage. So RNG will grab themselves that first Drake. They've got 2 of the grubs as well. So far, good objective play from Geju across the map here. We'll see if he can snowball that into anything. I feel like we never got much of a chance to talk compositions more holistically since we were kind of thrown into the game. We are obviously behind schedule, trying to catch up. So let's talk a little bit about how these compositions are actually going to function, because I feel like we've got quite a lot of all-in on both sides, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like RNG, they've got a lot of damage in their inventory as well, especially when you can use that Renekton early on into these objectives. He's taking control of the top side of the map as well. 700 gold lead on his own. Juice has been doing incredibly well. There is so much damage onto RNG that I feel like if you do manage to get a good brand ult, slow people down with their rallies, bullet time on top, Tenguin finds the target. There's so much opportunity to find one of the squisher members of IG, and that's exactly what Tenguin is looking for.
Oh, the flash away from GLFS, but it sets up for one grub. Juice gets over the wall, but knocked back where he came from. Huanfeng has arrived, and bullet time is available. This could be 5 grubs for RNG if they can finish them off. There's another one for Geju. His smite is about to come up as well. That's 5 grubs. Juice low on HP, and the bullet time comes across. GLFS just about gets away with his life, and maybe a chance for IG as there's still 5 strong. Tenguin tanking as Arn dodges away from the pillar of flame, and Tenguin, his team has abandoned him. Arn gets a free cash in here in the jungle. Tenguin will fall, and that is a ton of gold into Arn's pocket.
Arn had to flash earlier on in this fight, and his kill gets stolen. He flashes to get that cash in that he deserved, and he gets taken away, if I'm not wrong, by YSKM. However, he will manage to grab that one. 800 gold in the lead now for Draven. Very, very close to that first item. And let's watch this one more time. I feel like Tenguin has some really good hex flashes over here to try and catch people. He'll use the blast cone as well. Nice flash by GLFS to get out of the Alistar combo. And great sneaking by Juice. Has to pull out. That's of the ultimate. All the void grabs will go to the side of RNG, and Tenguin again with another great hex flash over the wall to try and find the backline. Look at that. He sees Juice. He flashes in. YSKM doesn't care about your cash in. Takes down the Renekton, and I feel like after this, on massive gold, he's like, guys, please, for the love of League, the cash out. Just let him have Tenguin for free.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his axe even hit onto Juice as well, but just survived on 1, or I think it was Juice. Yeah. Survived on 1 HP, so didn't quite get the cash in, but as you say, gets the one onto Tenguin, and that's the most important thing. Didn't die before the stacks were gone. So gets that gold. He's 1,000 gold up individually right now, and that's the biggest gold lead on the map. But Juice, the second biggest at 600 gold, is about to be dived. Uses that Dominus, clears away the minion wave, and then Vampire goes in, tanking the tower. The flick back is good, though. The damage there for IG.
Great stuff right there from Juice, trying to clear out the wave in case you can make a play. However, you cannot make a play if you can't move. he has gone for the steel caps in his inventory, which means you don't necessarily have a lot of tenacity. So once one CC lands, another one will land right on top. And the thing about Talia is that the knockup lands first, which then lands you onto the stun. GLFS might be in trouble here, the turnaround.
Did they not see him go into the brush? GLFS goes down. Tango walked past the control ward to get into that brush, I'm pretty sure. XCZ now the target. As GLFS was caught in the jungle, that'll mean a red buff steal away from Geju. Nicely done by Tangyuan, but I have to question if IG should have known that was happening. I guess we'll see a replay
See if
in a
there
bit.
was a ward that he went past. Yeah, Tangyuan, I feel like he's been so active on this Alistar. Last time he had to sub in for bot lane, he played Nico, and that was a great performance too. Now they're looking for YSKM.
Headbutt under the tower, Pillar of Flame is there, the passive is there. And another kill for Geju is there. Nice dive from RNG. A good couple of clean plays back to back, all set up by Tangyuan.
Very nice chain right there from Tangyuan as well. Headbutts first, then he waits for the pulverize to make sure that Geju's spells land right on top. They chain the CC beautifully. However, they're going to be losing their mid lane tier 1. One of the most precious towers that you do have throughout the entire game will be traded for a top lane tier 1 instead. However, that mid lane tier 1 gives you so much mobility on the map due to the vision allowed that you're allowed to have taking down this tower. And of course, let's watch this one more time. Wait, he was spotted. He was briefly
He was
spotted.
going in, and then he was spotted on a control ward as
Wait,
well.
they knew!
I don't. Yeah, that's GLFS getting caught out, unfortunately. I think the rush just means it's easy.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
unfortunate. Unfortunate for IG there. Tangyuan at least gets a positive play after a tough early game. So good to see that for him. As GLFS moves into the top side. It's 5-2 on the scoreboard. Gold not far from even as RNG try and punch back. Again, this team is going through roster change after roster change. It is a struggle for them to get these wins on the board. Perhaps this could be the opportunity against another team that has struggled this year.
Absolutely, and so far they've been doing pretty well. Let's see, game dead even, literally 28.8k gold.
They just get a tier
He's
2
not gonna
basically
stop him?
uncontested. YSKM had TP up, by the way. And sure, you get Herald on the top side, but Herald is not worth a tier 2 tower. That is criminal that RNG get that tower.
All right, so we have known IG. They have been struggling quite a bit with getting their side lanes in order. And here is a pretty good example on what's been happening on the map. Now, we have been highlighting An for IG because he has been the constant member that does perform on whatever champion you put him on. He is usually the shining light of IG, the guy who will try to carry you through thick and thin in the team fights. And he's been doing pretty well, specifically in summer. However, with IG losing a lot of pressure on the side lanes, there's only so much an 80 carry can bring to the fight. When you're constantly losing vision, you're constantly losing pressure, and you're forced into very small pockets of vision on the map right here. Talking about pockets of vision, IG have sneaked themselves into the enemy red buff. They will be stealing that away. Will get spotted by XZ, but there's only so much you can do on the Corki. Nani now taking control of some side lane pressure that we're talking about for IG, taking down that top lane tier 1.
I'm really curious to see what happens with this Herald and what happens with YSKM's next TP as well. If they can make a big positive play with that TP available with the Herald, maybe it could all be worth it in the end. As YSKM just going to be trading with Juice as always. GLFS moving into the bottom side, but just going to go into his jungle. Not going to, although pings towards the bottom side, actually is going to go past his Krugs. I wasn't sure if he was just going to commit to the Krugs instead. Juice, I think, realizes he needs to retreat to his tower. RNG trying to make a play opposite. Juice fully on the weak side this game.
Yeah, and the Herald is going to be put towards that bot side of the map as well, where YSKM is. RNG have full control of the top side corner of GLFS's jungle. Tangyuan again on the flank.
Tangyuan finds his head, but Nani just gets annihilated. And Vampire, lone survivor underneath the tower here. XCZ just whittling him down one by one. Arn dives in though, and a bullet time on top of his head. Arn's gonna go down as well. Surely XCZ there to finish the job, tanking the tower, and a triple on the core key. RNG are blowing IG out of the water. Wait,
Hold on,
Juice is gonna get a solo kill.
smurfing.
Juice is gonna get a solo kill on the opposite side of the map as well. Across the board, RNG are diffing IG.
Absolutely, Tangyuan smurfing onto the Alistar. He's been finding flanks, he's been finding angles, he's been hex flashing through walls, he's been finding his targets, he's been chaining the CC beautifully to land together with Deju CC onto the brand. And RNG are controlling their side lanes better, they're playing the skirmishes better. One more time, Tangyuan around the corner. These guys are gonna have to look over their shoulders the entire game because he's been doing this since minute one. Lovely stuff right there, chaining the CC. I think An flashes through the wall to try and capitalize, but lovely bullet down. Huanfang has to flash over. I guess he gets stunned by the Talia as well. And overall, you just lose your support, but you take full control of the map. And here? What?
I mean, YSKM just stepping way too far forwards. I've been a big enjoyer of Juice since he joined the league, since he joined the team. I feel like this is the standout player on RNG for me. And once again, showing it, he's been pretty much weak side all game. He's 1,500 gold up in that top lane. Despite the fact he's been being dived, he's still had an impact on this Renekton and now finding a solo kill onto YSKM while the rest of his team wins the rest of the map. Are they just going to start Baron? Surely not. That would be dicey at best. 30 seconds until Drake comes up though, and that would be their third.
I love what RNG are doing right here. They know that IG, they expect RNG to go for that Dragon, to go for control towards the bottom of the map, but they've already started the Baron. They don't know. They're keeping three members around.
Because it's Brand, they can just burn this down, and Juice is happy to tank it up in the meantime. So it looks like RNG aren't doing it. I think IG are starting to realize what might be going on here, but the RNG health bars are low, but Vampire has to be the one to face check. Is sent away, and the bullet time with the burn on top. Juice dives over and finishes the job, tries to walk away, but the Whirling Death starts to snowball the fight for IG now. Tangyuan will fall, but Arn is stunned up and taken to pieces. Huanfeng still untouched the whole fight as Geju finds another, and RNG once again win it out.
Honestly, that was a miraculous win right here from RNG, considering XZ was pushed out of the fight for the entirety of this one that we just watched. And RNG, they just pull IG into the pit, threatening a Baron take right there as Nani walks back in, trying to take some vision control over that. But the objective has been taken. The third Dragon is going to go over to RNG, and they now put themselves on soul point.
I mean, this is fantastic news for RNG. Unfortunately for them, it is only a Cloud Soul, not quite a win condition in and of itself. But, I mean, Vampire has to be the one to go in first. He's not that tanky just yet, so he pretty much burns down straight away. But then it gets a bit dicey. RNG really overchase, it felt like, but they do get away with it.
But that was a 4v5 the entire time. Only now XZ is coming back into the picture. He's been zoned out for the entire fight. Now he's able to put in the damage with Gork, and once he does, you see how the fight instantly turns around. Also, you do have double AD carry plus Brand.
IG are feeling the pressure. Bush. Yeah, they're just going to try death pressure at this point. They've got to find something. Looking for that red buff once again. They stole the last one. I don't think they can double it up, though. RNG are here. With Baron on the map, suddenly invading red buff feels a little bit more dangerous, doesn't it? Because everybody is on the scene. It's 8-9, and it is an absolute fist fight between IG and RNG right now. As RNG barrel down the mid lane, they won't quite finish this tower off. Arn is here, Vampire threatening the engage as well. But Baron is the objective that everyone is looking towards. Plenty of vision, though, on both sides.
IG are just getting caught off guard here. They're letting the tower almost fall in the mid lane, while Juice is pushing 3 waves down bot lane with no reply. IG look a little bit lost. Juice is looking. Nani's too close.
The wave is going to come underneath the tower. Nady's in so much trouble, stunned up, and look at the damage to follow on up as well. Juice tanking up underneath the tower, does need to get out with his life, but Tanguyen dives past the tier 2. The rest of the team not on board with this play, and Tanguyen will go down as well. But hey, he got a bonus.
This is not the support RNG expected, but this is exactly the support
The dark cow.
RNG needed.
Oh
0
my
and 6
Lord.
doesn't tell the whole story. Tanguyen has been everywhere. Talking about everywhere, Juice almost went everywhere, as he almost got caught by 3 members of IG, and only 3 members is what they do have. The Baron again, the attempt. Hwanfeng is gonna throw one last auto, but the Baron is gonna regen back to full and RNG. That's attempt number 2.
I feel like there was an attempt is like the catchphrase for this series so far. Juice, really, really nice fight though. This was actually a fantastic bit of play from Juice to set it all up onto Nady.
But look how coordinated they are. The second RNG pushes through that tower, this is where Juice moves forward as well. That is great coordination that we have not necessarily seen much of from RNG, but now it's IG starting the Baron.
Oh, IG feeling a little bit desperate perhaps, but all 5 members of RNG are here. It might just be a 50-50 for the Drake as well. SKM just gets obliterated, but so does the Baron. Our next one on the chopping block, Pillar of the Flame, finishes that one off. Nany trying to escape Vampire over the wall here. Is Nany burning with the Ignite, and Hwanfeng is there to finish the job. It'll be XCZ to grab the kill. 2 Baron buffs remain for the side of IG, but they at least denied it from RNG.
Yeah, GLFS and Vampire rounds to get out. YSKM giving his life away there just to keep Geju out of the pit. But what can you do with a Baron buff if it's a negative power play? Minus 100 gold so far. RNG are pressuring on 2 lanes. You don't have enough members to clear out waves, which means you're going to lose your mid lane tier 2. Sure, you have Baron, but you've not made any money from it. It's more like a Baron to try and defend, get some money onto their carries, and this starts becoming very problematic, right? Your most fed member on IG is this Draven. This Draven with no summoner spells going into these fights most likely goes down. And let's watch this again. YSKM, he does his job. His job is to keep Geju out the pit until that Baron goes down. Everyone from RNG focuses YSKM. Geju almost makes it in for the timely flash right there, and is a little bit too far forward. He gets caught, burns his summoners, and 2 members survive from IG. All great. Now the question is, how in the world does this Draven get to play these fights once the bounce happens from Brian, once Tanguyen finds a target, once Juice dives in your face? You are so short range on the Draven, and there are so many threats on the side of RNG.
I mean, the bullet time with Alistair CC alone, if you can't flash away from that Alistair, you are just going to end up going down there. IG trying to control the Drake. It's up in 15 seconds, and RNG are on Soul Point right now. And IG step forwards as RNG start to fight for Prior. Once again, Tanguyen trying to protect his own minion wave so that IG can't do the same. RNG managed to group up on the right side of the Taliyah wall, all staying together here, and they've protected the cannon. Wait a second, they can just forego the Drake. Go for the in-hit, guys! You don't even have to fight for this Drake.
RNG are stronger. They're 4,000 gold up. They've got more items in their inventories. You'll see the back coming through from YSKM. Are they going to let him? He got it through.
He manages to reset. He's going to TP back into the play. Nany trying to escape on the side. This is a long sequence between the 2 teams, as Drake is just going to be a 50-50 here. Headbutt comes on through, and it's GLFS that grabs it. Now the fight. Can they find more? It's one for Arna's YSKM sent out the bottom side of the play, and Juice is going to chase him for more. This should be a kill for RNG in the end. Juice grabs it. Maybe they can go mid lane. Pings onto the bot tier 2 for IG.
Yeah, Nany's going to push a wave down the bot list. Someone's going to have to respond to that. Just about crashes under tower. And you'll see that Hwanfeng instantly pressure onto that mid lane tower as well. 3 overall. It's not going to be quite yet the soul. And IG hold on for just a tad bit longer. Let's watch this one more time. Thank God we didn't have to watch this from the beginning, because that would be about 20 minutes long with how much these 2 teams went back and forth onto this dragon. You'll see Hwanfeng dives in. Great pulverize right here as well, but GLFS was just close enough to put the smite down, and it feels like it's going to be a fight on who can keep enemy jungler out of these objectives. YSKM managed to keep Geju out of the Baron fight, and this time around Tangyuan tried to keep GLFS out of that one. Wasn't quite as successful.
Yeah, trying to use Vampire as a headbutt target to get in and pulverize onto GLFS. Unfortunately, the Dragon was far forward enough in the pit. The GLFS could still get in range.
Can I just say, I appreciate everything that Tangyuan is doing for this team.
I know.
He's 0-7.
It's been a tough old game for him. Look, this guy is not a support main, okay? He's subbing in.
He's trying, man.
He's doing his best. He's had some pretty good plays, considering this guy doesn't play support. Honestly, like, I'm kind of impressed with the...
That's what I'm saying. I respect it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It's not all been glorious, but he's had some fair efforts. He's putting his life on the line, and I respect that.
It's a dirty job, and someone has to do it. And this time around, it is Tangyuan has to do the job. He's been finding some incredible engages. He's been trying to find some great flanks again. Hex blasting through walls, finding his wraparounds. However, I'm not entirely convinced that this is a very RNG favored game. 3,000 gold in the lead still for RNG. However, IG have been managing to sneak out Barons, sneak out Dragons, stopping the soul, slowing down the game just a tad bit more, get a few more items from the Lucian 3 right now in the hands of Nani. Almost 3 onto this Talia as well. YSKM quite tanky. And Vampire having the Solari. You could potentially find some targets right here. Very, very squeezy team on the side of RNG. And once Tangyuan is down, then it's very easy to just chase them off one by one. Now, if Vampire manages to land a really great engage onto multiple people, this could be huge. However, flashes are all up and available for every single carrier of RNG. So this might be a tough task.
It feels tense, doesn't it? Remember, for RNG, this series is everything. If they lose this one, their season is pretty much done. They'll still have to play their last games, but they will have no chance of moving on into playoffs. IG, an ever so slightly better scoreline, but they're not that far from that eventuality themselves if they're not cautious. And RNG, oh, Tangyuan! He's found a double headbutt! He's found GLFS! Tangyuan, you absolute legend! He finds a way while substituting! And look at this fight from RNG! How the hell is this the roster that finds the win? How the hell is this the roster that saves RNG's skin? My goodness, Juice now looking for more, gets the stun on Nady. That's gonna be game! That's gonna be game for RNG!
5 members of RNG marching down, smiles on their face. I can see laughing away as they take down the last remaining Nexus towers, and RNG, against all odds through shuffles, managed to pick game 1 versus IG. What a great performance, Munch.
Visions of Ming winning MSI flashing through Tangyuan's brain as he finds his headbutt pulverize onto the enemy jungler just as Baron had spawned. He didn't even need to go for the Baron. They just win the fight off the back of it. What an engage. Tangyuan, honestly, if he doesn't get MVP, like, I don't care what anyone else did. Like, he's subbing for support and he's making these engages. What a game from him. What a fantastic game.
Listen, we don't need Ming because we have Ming at home. It was the same thing, you know? Man was finding flanks, hex blasting through walls, wrapping around. He found the winning play. We said everything is gonna be on his shoulders. He's the only engage the team had, and he was the only engage the team needed. I feel like, I don't care, screw KDA, it never speaks for whatever a person brings into the Rift. I feel like Tangyuan absolutely deserves the MVP for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Juice as well, fair shout to him. He had some really, really good play on the Renekton as well. I do believe we are going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll head straight into game number 2 between RNG and IG. Oh, post-game breakdown, sorry. I misheard my producer in my ear. We're going to take a look at our post-game breakdown. They both have break in the words, so, you know, forgive me. XCZ topping the damage.
Yeah, Geju and Juice as well. You mentioned Juice a lot and how he's been sort of like the shining light at the end of the tunnel for RNG. He played so well. He kept YSKM constantly into the lane. I don't think he had any attention topside from Geju, and he did manage to get himself about 1,000 gold up, which he then snowballed really, really well into the team fights. And yeah, great stuff. Honestly, from RNG, they looked very aggressive. They never let go. IG did not have a single chance to get back into this game, and they were like constantly looking. It's just that RNG did not give them anything.
No, they certainly did not. Let's take a look at some of the replays from the absolute carnage that was this early game.
Yeah, oh, this particular one was very questionable, man, because I'm like, GLFS, man, you saw Tangyun sneak into the jungle. Look at the man. He's wrapping around your base. Absolute legend. Subs into that bot lane, played Nico last time, had a great performance. Now, onto the Alistar. I mean, hey, that's your Ming. That's all you need.
Tangyun is my goat, or at least my cow. Great Alistar performance. Coming in from him. So many great engages, so much great. I like just maybe a little too aggressive in the early game. Didn't quite realize quite how squishy you are before you have that level 6, but once the Unbreakable Will came through, just buying so much space for his team and just so incredibly willing to go forwards. He was not afraid to die for the cause.
I mean, for RNG, this is all or nothing, right? You lose this series, that's it. You're preparing for 2025. For a lot of these players, you don't even know if you're going to be on the starting roster for 2025. So I feel like a lot is on the line in playing well and showcasing what you bring to the team. For RNG, not only to show up next year, but to fight, to stay in for this year, to show a better face. An organization that is so storied on the LPL and it's been on a downfall for quite a while now. To see them come back up, you know, with Tangyun leading the charge onto this Alistar, sub from mid lane all the way to support, it's quite refreshing.
I am curious to see if they do switch around for the next game, if Tangyun stays in the support role or if XCZ goes down next, because honestly,
you know what?
Tangyun had a great game. I actually think RNG's best chance is if Tangyun stays in the support role for game number 2, but I guess only time will tell.
I'm down to bring Zach back. Geju support, XCZ, jungle Zach, and I guess Tangyun can play mid laner. Whatever, I think he's okay at mid lane too. I don't know if he can beat that Alistar performance with his mid lane performance, but definitely one for the books.
Yeah, definitely one for the books, that's for sure. Tangyun, great engage to finish the game there as well. Great follow-up from the rest of the squad as well. Big smile on his face. Yeah! Tangyun grabs himself that MVP. That's just that 1/3 of Tangyun's MVPs have been on Alistar now. Fantastic little support game. Remember, for anyone that doesn't know, this guy was substituting and he gets himself an MVP. Like, what a performance coming out from him.
Absolutely. I think major props again. KDA never speaks for what a player brings onto the Rift. I feel like even from level 1, he was constantly shoving on the Draven, just constantly. He didn't even have level 2. Level 1 Alistar is not really a champion, but he kept just using constantly his ability. He created pressure since level 1, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll head for game number 2.
courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our scars burn red and seen them turn to flame. We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tide to finish us. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within us. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 between RNG and IG. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Trouble as, my goodness, what a game 1. RNG managing to win game 1 out somehow. Tanguan subbing in as Alistair, grabbing himself an MVP on an off roll. Like, the dude's literally autofilling in LPL and getting MVPs.
let me just try to catch everyone up. Okay, so RNG changed the jungler. Geju came in. Geju couldn't play because circumstances. Now Geju is back onto the jungle, but Tangyuan has to go to support, which means the sub mid lane is playing as main mid as we're going into game number 2 between RNG and IG. What? Whew. Wait, what? And Akali?
What is this draft? It's so early as well. I guess it's to answer the core key. XCZ feeling confident. Tangyuan stays in the support role, by the way. Tangyuan's just committed now. He's like, you know what? If I can get MVP, maybe that's where I belong. Goes for the Rakan this time around. Let's see how this composition works out. It's definitely an interesting composition from RNG. Bit different to what we're expecting at the minute.
Ooh, shaking that fluff right there, Nani.
Oh, XCZ, he's trying to bait him.
He knows,
There's no way
he
you
knows.
fall for that. There's no way. Surely
He does
not,
have
AD.
vision, so
Okay,
he sees
there
it
we
right
go,
now, yeah.
There we go. I can't. I mean, like, fair play to XCZ, but come on, who is face checking that? Like, there's no way Nady goes for it. Speaking of face checking, though.
I don't think it was about him face checking. It was probably from his team wrapping around, and potentially that's where RNG could make a pick. However, I can tell you very easily that Akali is not a champion. Level 1. I play a very similar champion with Katarina, and I can see why the struggles are happening in the mid lane right now, and XZ is absolutely not gonna have a good time over in the mid lane. Now, Wukong is a champion that does have a lot of setup. Past level 6, especially with his ultimate, when he can sneak into the backline and create a little bit of a nuisance with his ultimate, put down some CC. However, Akali will never ever give you priority, which means that GLFS is more than safe in his jungle because she knows she has the backup of his mid laner at any given moment. XZ is gonna leave underneath his tower, so he needs to make somehow this pick work through fights and skirmishes.
See if he can show up on a pick that, honestly, we've not seen in the LPL in a little while. Or if we've seen scattered games, it's not been meta at very least. But
So,
it's
I
a
took a
classic of the LPL. It is so entertaining to watch as well.
It's apparently a classic of XZZ as well. I took a look. He's got 7 games in 2024. Majority of them, of course, in the LDL. He's just come up to the LPL. So that would be in the academy. He's played 7 and he's lost 4. However, the 4 that he's lost are the ones further in the past. The last 3 games he's played of Akali have been wins.
So not bad. Not bad for him. Nani wants to change that statistical analysis, as he is really getting some damage done in this early laning phase. Geju not going to try and find a way in, as GLFS will be spotted by Hwangpeng's Hawkshot there. So full information. This is the nice thing about playing as a jungler when you've got Ashe on your team. Like, the amount of information you get on the enemy jungler. Play around. He's kind of low in his shroud there as Vampire goes for an engage at the bottom side. Tangyuan, you're not tanky yet. This happened in game 1 as well. First blood goes the way of An.
Oof, the overextension right there gives 1 kill over to An on the Misfortune. And this is gonna start getting a little bit sticky down the bot side of the map, because Misfortune is a stat checker. The more golds he gets early game, the more ADC piles up in her inventory, the most is going to hurt later on. And your entire team for RNG is squishy. That bullet time with a lot more AD purchase in the early game is going to hurt massively. GLFS is gonna find a monkey in his jungle. However, he's a tree. He doesn't care.
Well, monkeys do belong in the jungle, but not this one. Geju trade a little bit onto Nani. Will survive the play. I think GLFS managed to get the spike down there and managed to secure himself that chicken. So Geju sent back into his own jungle to go for the Gromp instead. I can see why he'd be going for an invade, though. Again, Gromp, scary, scary mob boss. Tangyuan, though, let's take another look. So he went for the engage. And then
yeah, and the E gets blocked by the proc. The E gets blocked by the proc right there. That was the second E. The first one had already been used. Tangyuan had no way out of this one. Doesn't even get to burn his flash. Just ends up going down completely. And honestly, in this particular lane, you've got more combat summoners on the side of IG. Specifically since the heal can be negated by the Ignite. And it's Cleanser's Cleanse.
Tenguin spots GLFS and then immediately dashes over
He's just
to
checking.
bot. Yeah, he'll be okay. As Juice, once again, he did it on Renexa, now on Nart, just gonna walk past the tower and continue to get pressure while the rest of IG start up the Drake.
Yeah, top side of the map belongs completely to IG, and it all sparked with not only the kill from that bottom that resulted in a whole BF sword in Misfortune's inventory, but also the pressure that your mid lane can have. Nani can pretty much shove the wave and push at any given moment. He doesn't have to right now because he knows he has more control through that bot lane that's got some extra gold invested into them. So he's gonna be able to just push that wave out back. They'll take the dragon as well, and IG has a pretty strong start to that game number 2. Again, reminder, they're 2 and 3. They're the gatekeepers of Group Nirvana, currently sitting on fourth place. So you definitely want to start picking up victories if you want to make it further into the LPL this season.
The thing is, they're 2 and 3, right? They're in 4th place. However, Ultra Prime 2 and 4, WE 2 and 4, EDG 2 and 4. So it's, while they are on, you know, those 2 wins and they are technically in 4th place, they're just a couple of game difference away from sliding out of that top 4. So it is really important for IG to get these wins. The fact that they lost game number 1 is already rough for them. They're against a squad that has had issue after issue with their roster. It's not even just about standings at this point. It's also about, you know, your dignity. Like, you don't want to be losing to this RNG squad. You, like, realistically, you're a professional team. You should be able to beat the substitute swapping roles.
Ooh. I thought we were about to get the first roamer hit from XZ. I'll completely agree with you. RNG have been scrambling around the roster, and if you can't beat a roster that's struggling, then you're not going to be able to beat the rosters that are doing much better than you, that are currently sitting on the top 3 of that group. Juice, you said he was doing well. The flash right here forced by YSK, he had just about enough. GLFS, he's going to sneak into that brush. I'm not sure he got spotted.
Juice. He's going to turn Mega. I don't think that's enough to save him. His ult is actually on cooldown currently, and with the roots coming in as well. No way for him to escape this one. YSK grabs that kill, and a nice little bit of setup for GLFS.
Oh, that was the only lane for RNG that was doing pretty well and gets shut down instantly by GLFS. Now you've got full control on the rest of the map. About 1,000 gold lead for IG. Majority of that, of course, onto that Misfortune. And with the pressure through bot side, oh my god, the pickaxe also being purchased by An right there. If you go straight into something like, I don't know, even an Infinity Edge right here, it's gonna hurt so much. We'll see, of course, what he chooses to go for that first item. Let's watch this one more time. YSKM starts trading with Juice. Juice has a Mininar. The Unstoppable into that Q3, I'm assuming. Oh, it was the ult. Into that Q3. Juice has to flash away, and then Maokai sneaks into the brush. Juice doesn't see him and ends up going down to the gank.
This is actually really nice from YSKM, the bait, where he goes for the all-out on the Mini-Nart. It looks like almost a mistake, you know? It looks like a bit of an error in laning to use the ult that when you don't have much of an opportunity to follow up on the kill. Baits Juice into thinking, you know, oh, with Meganar I can try and threaten myself. Nicely done there by YSKM. Bit of redemption for game number 1 as well. He had a really hard time on that Cassante in the first game of this series. And perhaps can snowball a little bit with that lead. He is a bit down in CS, as you'd expect in this matchup, but there's a huge wave for him to soak up here.
A little bit of pain underneath the tower as well from Juice, as he's gonna sneak in, try to grab another tower plate for himself. When you're Mininar, it gets kind of scary if you get caught up to the Cassante. This is kind of like the blessing and the curse of being a Mininar. You are so freakishly annoyed and you've got a lot of damage. However, if you get caught in melee range of a Cassante, we saw that Juice had to use his flash in the previous iteration of that 1 versus 1. Talking about 1 versus 1, XZ has been doing so well for himself. Only 200 gold down, keeping up with the CS as well. There's a whole wave he's got to keep up with as well. Just about now pushed by Nani in. So he's about 1 wave down where it stands. 10 minutes in to be only 1 wave down on an Akali versus a ranged matchup. It's a pretty good state for you to be in. Level 8 already. Very close to that first item too.
And basically even in XP as well, which is like almost as important as the CS themselves, is just making sure that you're in XP range. You're not falling too far behind in levels. You can actually see XCZ hit level 9 just slightly before Nani here. So really nice from him in the laning phase. And it means that he basically gets to that one item in a very comfortable position. And that's where Akali can start to influence the game. Level 9 now. Getting close towards that second level of the ultimate as well. So these skirmishes, got to keep your eyes on XCZ because he has the opportunity to really influence the game.
There are so many go buttons onto RNG.
Oh, hang on.
Literally every single member has one. Vampire has one too, and he's looking.
Bonfong has stepped very far forwards here. I'm surprised to see him positioning like that. Cleanse available for him. Will be used immediately. I'm not entirely sure why he was stepped up so aggressively with the whole of IG in the river, but gets caught out. That's half his health gone. And now Juice is caught as well. He has to hop away. That should be grubs pretty much for free for IG.
Yeah, Ashe has been poked on a little bit too hard right there. Losing your ult and your cleanse in that iteration is pretty bad to try and contest. XZ is going to grab a turret plating, but YSKM found him. Hold on.
ZZ has to use his perfect execution just to get away. I mean, RNG making a few individual blunders here. It will mean that the Drake... So, IG immediately ran down to the Drake to make sure that there was no trade available for RNG, right? RNG wanted to trade the Drake for the grubs. Instead, GLFS moves down to make sure they get the Drake. Then we can move up and play around these grubs up on the top side.
RNG's composition has so much self-agency. The Wukong, the Akali, the Gnar, extremely mobile. The Rakan added into the equation as well. They can make so many plays happen. However, the Wombo combo is so much better. You've got Rakan, Wukong, Gnar going in at the same time. XZ diving into the backline, causing chaos. This sounds like a pretty strong combo, but can RNG pull it together? The constant question for them is, can you just make it stick as a unit? Hasn't been the case yet,
from
Tangyuan.
Tangyuan is fantastic. The slows come down, and Tangyuan is low on HP, but GLFS being chased down. XCZ is looking for on, flashes over the wall, and finishes the job. That's one for the side of RNG, and they're looking for more as well. Nani slowed by the boulder. Vampire trying to get under the tower, but Nani slammed into the wall and taken to pieces. Juice with another is the recall under the tower, but there's no chance of surviving that one. 6-man squad with the clone included. And now GLFS looks for XCC on the way out. I'm not sure there's much of a chance here, though, because the arrow comes on through, and YSKM denied his moment of glory.
Big teamfight win right here for RNG. They're willing to pull TPs. Another incredible engage from Tangyuan, who again is the mid laner, the starting mid laner for RNG that has the sub in as support. Got that MVP in game number 1 onto the Alistar. IG is gonna walk in. They've already reset. They've got more items in their inventories, more HP and mana. So RNG are gonna have to not contest the last one. They grabbed 5 void grabs for themselves, but that is great for them. They've got side lane pressure through Akali, through Gnar. Leech Pain also completed onto XZ's Akali, who managed to find that backline access we're calling for.
Ketchu trying to get his Grom, but will be denied with Vampire invading alongside GLFS. XCZ wants to get this wave and will be able to step up. I guess he can clear these minions very efficiently, and with his smoke screen, difficult to dive with Akali. So Hawkshot spots everyone, and immediately Tangyuan sees his chance.
Yeah, the flash W right there on the 2 tankiest members of IG. That is literally their front line. XZ finds his target, flashes through, assassinates on. And that is the downside. You're playing an immobile 80 carry into an Akali Wukong Gnar that can very easily slip into that backline. Very nice ultimate there from Juice to catch a struggling Nani trying to run away, and any strugglers left behind will be taken down.
Certainly will be. Really nice flash from Geju as well to get onto Arn and set up for XCZ to be able to follow up as well. Like, the initial engage was great from Tangyuan, the follow-up from Geju, the follow-up from the carries as well. Great little sequence there from RNG. They got 5 grubs off the back of it as well. IG got 2 Drakes though, but again, Cloud Soul across this series, really ideal in terms of trying to threaten in a big way for those Drakes. Herald started but cancelled. XCZ might actually finish off this top tower. I mean, with 5 grubs, he does it pretty damn quick. And we'll finish that tower off, so another 600 gold into the pocket of that Akali on the top side. I mean, 1-0-1. Lichbane already finished off as well. This is XCZ getting really scary for these fights.
Looking pretty good, Tangyuan.
Oh, he's in
they're
trouble.
going in.
Quickness comes on through, but he's gone. He's just evaporates in the river here. XCZ on the top side. He's in his smoke screen. Doesn't have flash here. The Q3 finds him. Vampire follows up. XCZ will fall. It's a bonus. IG grabbed themselves the Herald, and they get a kill off the back.
RNG scattered around the map. IG are more than willing to chase that around. They've got so much CC and ways to catch up with the Alistar, the Misfortune, the Maokai. So once RNG members are scattered around, they'll be picked off. And now this is the other side of the coin for the RNG composition. I feel like flashes are going to be so important for these fights. Tangyun right there. He's been finding so many flanks throughout that game one. He's trying to do the same thing from game number 2 right here. However, he gets caught onto the route from GLFS and goes down. Geju has to escape through the wall. As we see, Tangyun on the top side again. They're pulling TPs.
TP comes through. Look at me. On the other side of the wall, I think realizes his days are numbered. He's going to try and buy as much time as he can, but there's a tower there, so I'm not sure where he's planning on going. Juice slams him into the wall, finishes the job. Actually turns to hit the minion wave and lets the tower finish the job. That was stylish from Juice.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions, right? Juice doesn't even care. Knows name, he's gonna die anyway. Might as well min-max his time and start pushing the next wave. That's exactly what he did. Great pickup over there. Use of the TP. However, right now, this is going to be sole point for IG. The Dragon has just spawned. There is no teleport. However, what there is 5 Void Grubs in the pocket of Juice. He is absolutely melting through those towers.
Yeah, I mean, that's, what, 3/4 of the tower's health gone in the top side.
Yeah.
On the next wave, maybe he can get another chip, and each auto is so much more valuable when you can proc the dot from the grubs as well. Nah, I think one of the best grubs users in the game, aside from, you know, things like the Twisted Fate top, of course. 4-4 on the scoreboard at the 17-minute mark. It doesn't feel like a game that's only got 8 kills in it, does it? It feels like it's been pretty action-packed. As the Herald comes down in the mid lane, IG wants to try and force things. Yeah, on the one to drive the Herald there. Does get to flick back further. Geju knocked away. Quickness and a knock up onto Arndt as well. He flashes to safety as the TP comes on. 3XCZ though just gets executed at point blank range by Arndt. A musket to the face. In the meantime, Juice is pushing, but that'll be Drake again for IG.
The RNG are so miscoordinated right there. They all went in, but not at the same time. They also know that they don't have Juice with them, so causing a team fight right there could be very detrimental to the advancement they've done in the early game. 2.1k for Juice. You need to use this Gnar. That gold lead is in the Gnar. If he's not around, you're most likely going to be losing the fight. And I feel like An baited Geju there to go in. Didn't land quite at the spot he expected him to. Let's watch this one more time. An is right in the Herald. Geju goes straight into the backline, but An pops out on the right side, which means that Geju is overextended. Then Tonga's like, screw it, I'll flash through with my ultimate. XZ tries to dive into in there as well, but he's too chunked down, and this is what happens. There's so much CC and peel ability for this IG roster that if you dive in one by one, IG will be more than happy peeling for their 80 carry if there's only one threat at a time.
It's also just a big overcommitment, right? Because Juice was never going to be there. He didn't have TP. You just used TP to get the pickle to Nani before on the top side. So, sure, you get the tier 2, but with Wisecame TPing down, you were always going to get the tier 2. It's not like that was a bonus. That was just the sequence of play. It's the fact that they lose players in the mid lane, a tier 1 in the mid lane, and the Drake off the back of it is tough for RNG, to say the very least. 1.5 items on Huanfeng here. One of the absolute veteran, or in fact, the only veteran on the roster for RNG. Perhaps needs to be the one to step it up. These Ash arrows have been decent so far, but mostly blocked by Vampire. Maybe he can find some windows once he gets a couple more items. Gets the damage as well. Geju's caught out here. The bullet time is going to come across as well. It's not quite enough, but punted back into the last bullet of the bullet time. Just in time, as it were.
Oh, you cannot afford to get picked off right here. 20 minutes on the dot, and IG are staring down the Baron. There is no flash. There is no huge cyclone on the backline. Geju has gone down and will be down for another 18. Teleport's been pulled right here by RNG. Can they defend this Baron?
Juice has no rage currently. He's just transformed from Mega Gnar into Mini, so it'll be a little while until has access to his ult. Oh, Nani's caught by the arrow. Tango and finds the knock-up, and what a pick onto Arn. Health bar's low for IG as Hwangfeng arrives on the scene. YSKM with the all-out. Nani's blasting these rockets, but XCZ gets out. YSKM being chased down. The CLFS looks for a little bit more, but Juice is tanky, and Hwangfeng still firing. Are we even? 2 for 1, I think?
That is best case scenario right here for RNG. They grab 2 kills and stop the Baron, which could have been absolutely disastrous for RNG. Again, RNG here are fighting for their lives in the LPL. They lose this series, they're going straight into 2025. Great arrow onto Nani. The second Tang Yuan sees that, grabs as many taunts right there on the Rakan as possible. Juice and XZZ put down the damage. They find the backline, they connect. XZ gets out with his life as well. Great stuff right here from RNG, and that's exactly what we expected from them. The second they pull the trigger with Tang Yuan, they all go in at the same time, and that's what I'm expecting to see with Geju being alive as well. When you have that flash, when you have that access into the backline, you also give access to the Rakan, to E onto you, and then R onto that backline, which allows XZ to make the plays.
If Hwangfeng has 2 items there, I think that's a 1 fight for RNG. I think that's an ace for RNG. But the fact he's only on 1.5, he did so little damage. He was autoing for so long in the fight and did so little damage across it. Yeah, Juice spotted by YSKM here on the bottom side as he really wants to go for that Skull Crabber. XCZ is in the bottom lane, but look at this Vampire moving over. Arn was moving over as well, and Geju just concedes, accepts that that ain't his crab.
I love that Vampire has gone with the Swifties as well. He's all over the map. He's super quick, able to catch up with everyone as well. Not necessarily you need the Swifties right here because everyone's going to be diving into you, so... But RNG have been able to catch a bunch of people off guard with how fast Vampire is. They found Geju 1 time. They have found XZ another as well. So they see champion, they just run at them. Vampire is more than willing to just engage onto them. And again, RNG are going to need the big wombo combo. If you allow IG time to react and Ann makes it out alive, and RNG would have failed in their objective, which is create enough chaos for XZ to get kills. And if they can peel off for Ann, then this is not going to be the case. 2 items now onto the Sakali. XZ gain that hourglass as well. A little bit more of a defensive stance on the second item to survive longer in the fights.
Drake coming up in 10 seconds time. Soul for IG. Crucial for them if they can find it. Vampire's already found an engage onto Juice. He hops away, but look at the damage. Geju, defensive ultimate. The Cyclone to buy space for his team, but he's gone down. Arrow comes in. Maybe there's some window, but RNG are just being routed. And YSKM finds 2 with the Q3. XCZ answers with 1 kill. It's a second as well. Hwangfeng grabbed 1, but XCZ falls. It's 3 for 2. It's carnage once more. Is it enough to get the Drake? I'd say so.
And again, Vampire finds the pick. He has been the guy with the Swifties running at any target he sees from RNG. If you never let them get the wombo combo, then there is no threat for on the backline. They are going to grab the soul for themselves. IG set up to win this game right here. So strong. If RNG cannot link up a single engage altogether, IG is just going to pick them apart.
Let's take another look as Vampire, great Hex Flash to find the engage there onto Juice. And the follow-up was great. The Q bounce there from Arn followed the bounce from Juice onto Hwangfeng.
Yeah, and you can see how miscoordinated that was. Geju wasn't ready to engage, gets caught, has to use his ultimate. There is no Mega Gnar. Hwangfeng is struggling with the back. Juice had to use his ultimate onto the Cassante. And even though XZ does find a pick, the fight is already over for them as well. I feel like if you looked at the back line, it was so easy for Vampire and GLFS to sort of single out XZ because there was no other threat in the back line.
I will say, even though the play was good overall for YSKM, I think a minor mistake there where he gets the Q3 onto 2 players. He hit Hwangfeng and Tang Yuan, but then the follow-up auto and Q is onto Tang Yuan instead of Hwangfeng. They were both in melee range. I think if he kills Hwangfeng instead of Tang Yuan, I'm not sure that he actually dies there. I think Tang Yuan's, Hwangfeng's damage was the reason that he ended up going down. He maybe could have gone for a little bit more had he focused on Hwangfeng instead. Not 100% sure, but perhaps an opportunity. Tanguyen getting creative here. Goes the long way around to get a deep control ward. That's potentially a TP ward for Juice if he can get himself in the right position with the right amount of rage. A deep TP from a Gnar can be devastating.
Again, mega props to Tanguyen, subbing into the support slot and trying to go above and beyond again to find flanks, put down wards for flank TPs. XEZ and Juice both have their TPs up and available. Gejuna is going to move towards the tops of the map. He's scouting himself. Let's see if he's going to be able to find anything. There's 4 members running at him from IG, 2 from base and 2 from mid lane. He's going to take the quick way back home into his jungle. Now they have some vision from the set of RNG into the base, and the only ward behind enemy lines has now been killed by IG. So no flank TP opportunities for RNG.
Remember, for IG, this is a series that they should expect to be the favorite. Nani caught, knocked up, charmed, and eviscerated. RNG find themselves a pick on the top side. Health bar's kind of chunked though, and IG want to punish. That tower is not real. It's on 100 HP. It's a single auto attack away from going down. Vampire goes for the engage. Bullet time available. Tower falls, and XEZ the next target. He's stunned, but actually dives back into the action. Turns golden and on 1 HP, but survives. XEZ goes down, and the bounce! The bounce brings down Getu as well. Juice turns mega, but it's too little and it's too late. IG find a fight.
Fantastic chase from IG. They knew that RNG had used everything to take down Nani. They had no cooldowns, and IG threw everything at them. Coming out victorious, only losing 1, which was on, and by that time he had done more than enough of his job to take everyone else down with him, and IG are gonna get out with a winning fight right here. Also the Baron on their back as well, and you can see that IG have woken up in game number 2. I'm not gonna lie, that looked a little bit sketchy from the side of IG. Nani getting caught right there, but everything was committed. The ults, the flashes, the Ashe ults, everything was used from the side of RNG. And IG will take complete advantage of that. And honestly, all eyes on Arn right there. Never mind, all eyes on XZ because he got caught.
WiseCam has a shuriken on. Okay, it's enough threat. XEZ, I wonder if he got caught or if WiseCam got caught there. We didn't really see the setup. It was a TP in from XEZ. WiseCam barely walks away with his life. It's a 3,000 gold lead down in the bottom side, by the way, as 3.5, almost 4 items for Arn. This misfortune is massive.
It was such a shame we didn't get to see on the replay his double up as well. That Q was lethal.
Yeah.
He killed 2 people trying to run away from him. He flashed, and with his last breath, he presses Q and gets a double kill. That's why I said he did more than enough of his job as the AD carry, the most fed member on the Reef for IG. The guy that I said was the shining light for IG and tends to carry a lot of these games, true to his name, AD carry. Now the Misfortune has more than enough of resources and items to do that for them. And with the Baron, they'll take some pressure through that bottom of the map. An is going to hand over the wave that he pressured with to YSKM and join his team towards the bot side of the map.
XEZ looking for a flank on YSKM. The slow is there from Wonfong, but XEZ not interested in the meantime. IG are just going to break open and in him. They're looking for Juice as well as a bonus. Phosphorus Bomb not quite long range enough, but RNG committing to a play in the mid lane just opens the bot lane up to be destroyed.
Yeah, YSKM has another tower over in the mid lane. You'll see everyone from IG will be shifting through the jungle towards a mid map. And already back in, wants to cash in through that reset. Quick backs from the Baron. Elder coming up.
Yep.
20 minutes, 20 seconds for it. I'm losing my mind with what's going on in this game.
This has been a messy one. This has been... I mean, this whole series has been pretty messy, let's be honest, but RNG struggling to contend here against the soul of IG, and against, honestly, this Maokai pick has been so valuable for IG. It just guarantees this engage. The damage is plentiful from a Corki and a Misfortune. And it's slowly but surely whittling RNG down. Teng Yuen looking for a flank, but he's on a ward. Oh no. Did anyone see him is the question. We've seen people walk over. He walked over a ward in game number 1 and it didn't seem to matter. I think he has been pinged out. Clears away the control ward. GLFS moving over. I mean, Teng Yuen, he's in an extremely compromised position at this point. GLFS is just going to chase him through as the rest of his team can move over, and the rest of RNG are going to farm the super minions. Teng Yuen has been sacrificed to the blood gods today, as An will grab himself a bonus kill, and IG with a man advantage. I mean, did they just get Elder Dragon for free off of this?
IG knew that Teng Yuen was right behind them. They just waited for him to overextend towards that control ward where they knew they would pinch him down. And that's a very fast moving tree. Catching up to the Rakan, taking him down 4 versus 5. And now the real problem begins. Once that soul goes down, with how eager IG have been to take those fights and engage with Vampire on whichever person shows up on the map, now with the Elder, they've got even more kill power in their pockets. Again, all eyes on An. 4.3k up, 8, 3, and 6 onto this Misfortune. 4 items deep, and they're looking to end the game through bot side. Oh my god.
It's not quite been the Akali performance we were hoping for. XCZ has managed to have some impact in fights, but not been a big carry assassin, not been able to threaten on in a big way during these fights. With the help of Vampire and GLFS and YSKM, it's really difficult to get onto that back line. Supers come in, and Nexus Towers are just being whittled down. I mean, there's Elder Dragon in play. Teng Yuen whiffs his engage. Oh no, he drops. Geju drops. YSKM zones the other 3 players. XCZ in his shroud, but won't last long in there. Turns golden for a second, but Juice next target as YSKM looks for the Q3. Juice just about surviving on the fountain alongside Huanfeng. But IG, a fantastic finish here to game number 2. A pick onto Teng Yuen, sets up for the Elder and sets up for an even series.
2, 0, and 13. The unsung hero of IG, GLFS, saving on from Akali over and over again, getting the picks through, making sure he's there to shadow every single lane that was in trouble. Absolutely incredible performance onto the Maokai, setting up on for success as well. I feel like definitely was RNG's game to lose. I feel like in this particular game, I don't remember a single Cyclone from Wukong, and I felt like this was such a huge part of your wombo combo, the Wukong going in together with the Rakan and the Gnar, and I don't think I ever saw those 4 members at the same time on my screen.
Yeah, really, really rough one. And also not very many proactive arrows from Huanfeng, right? It didn't feel like RNG were looking for those plays for very much of the game. They were earlier on, but it seemed to slow down as the game went on. Tough one there. Let's take a look at the post-game breakdown and see who we need to be our MVP for game number 2. There's An, massive damage on the Misfortune. I mean, he had so much safety to just open fire in these fights.
And that he did. I think the highlight being the double up onto, if I'm not wrong, I think it was Huanfeng and XZ trying to run away from that team fight, gets them both down. But he was set up for success. The first blood with Teng Yuen overextending, Vampire punishing, and ever since that Misfortune sort of took off. And I feel like the inability, again, from RNG to chain together their CC made it so freaking easy for Maokai and Alistar to constantly defend on, because it was only one member diving the backline at a time.
There was a couple of good moments for RNG. This dive, like trying to set it up, Teng Yuen got a really good engage. I feel like one of the biggest issues, honestly, for RNG was that Teng Yuen not as tanky on the Rakan as the Alistar, and I feel like he sort of positioned like he was playing Alistar in a few of those fights, getting caught out earlier on. This is one of those moments where he got caught out by the roots, wasn't tanky enough, just ends up going down very early on. And once your Rakan is gone, it's really difficult for the rest of the team to find a favorable fight.
I just wanted to see it once, man. I wanted to see once them pressing the buttons at the same time, and it just didn't work. And this comes back to all the shuffles that have happened in RNG, right? How good is your coordination, your shot calling? Who is the shot caller? Who's the leader? Does it come from the jungle? Does it come from a mid laner who's not playing support? I feel like as the bullet time hits us over here, I feel like all of these are questions that slowly but surely RNG are going to have to start answering, especially if they do manage to somehow pull a win through that series and keep their hopes alive moving forward. They're going to have to start answering a few questions to make their gameplay a little bit easier, because it felt so miscoordinated, as if there were too many calls going in at the same time. It was a little bit chaotic. Everyone was just scrambling about to try and save their teammates, like Juice is doing here for Juan Fang. Ecstasy has already dived into the backline. The others have already died. IG had a much better case for themselves to try and basically just fend off RNG's aggression here.
Felt tough for RNG. IG doing such a good job in these scraps. I think Vampire had a really good game on the Alistair as well, setting up a lot of these fights. Obviously GLFS, I think for me the MVP of this one, maybe Arn gets it, but I do think that Vampire did a lot of heavy lifting to get these fights going, to set everything up for his team. I mean, again, they're just denying entrances. And there's the double up. That fantastic little bounce coming out from Arn.
That must have been so satisfying as well, because Arn was literally just dead right after this. He did his job right there. And honestly, for Geju right there, he could potentially TP back in. If I'm not wrong, I think there was still TP onto this Gnar, so could potentially save them from a turnaround if Geju gets to TP back. Oh, sorry, not Geju. My bad, Juice. He gets to TP back into this fight. But let's see. We have said GLFS is our MVP. Not a lot of facilitating junglers get to see the light of the MVP. Hey. But he does! He does! 2-0 and 13. He was absolutely everywhere.
He certainly was, getting a good amount of damage done with that Leandrines as well. Like, very, very good at controlling the map and really punishing RNG. Every time they overpushed, every time they overstepped, it felt like GLFS was there with an answer, and the rest of the cavalry could then follow up on his engage.
Also on point with trying to keep Arn alive. Again, even though RNG only throwed one body in at a time, he just made sure that his carry stayed as safe as possible, which is so important, especially when there's chaotic fights like the ones that RNG have been throwing at them, where Wukong's diving in the background, there are Rakans coming in. It's very easy to get lost in the sauce. IG stick together as a unit.
All right, well, we're going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll find out how on earth this absolute bloodbath concludes.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember,
Hello and welcome back, you beautiful people. Welcome back to the LPL. Welcome back to IG versus RNG. We're going into our third game. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Trouble. It has been a bit of a fist fight of a series, hasn't it, Trouble? This has been messy to say the least, but IG at least fight back. They get a counter punch onto RNG.
Absolutely, and I feel like also props to RNG because they've been throwing everything to try and figure out what sticks. The first game was really good. We had Tangyuan onto the other side as well. We're moving on to game 3 and final game between IG and RNG.
Final game of the series. We get our Gyos coming on in. RNG.
Max, would you look at that?
Stays in the bot lane as well. Oh, wait a second.
Well,
that's a heck of an aggressive
his Alistar
proposition
got
from IG.
banned. Yeah, his Alistar got banned, so now he's on his third different support throughout the entire series. Flexing his champion pool at a different role as well on the rel.
How good at rel is he? I guess we'll have to find out. Geju going to be on the Zyra this time, the fastest clearer of them all. And potentially, starting on that top side, could look to try and threaten Arn and Vampire just past the 3-minute mark if Huanfeng and Tangyuan can get priority at the bottom side.
I love how XZ and Nani have been emoting each other non-stop this entire series. Before the wave comes in. Juice, gotta take a little poke. GLFS is gonna be fine. The smite through from Geju. Very nice time right there with the seed as well on the ground. Timed it perfectly. And so far, RNG's composition is a very welcoming one. You want IG to dive into you. You do have engage and disengage potential with the rel. However, every time I see Zyra, it feels like an open invitation for anyone to dive into you, and you have so much potential for a turnaround. On the other hand side, IG, they're all in. They're looking at Champion, and Vampire was doing this the entirety of game 2 onto this Alistar.
I mean, it's kind of both teams almost want the same thing, right? Where IG really want to engage in, and RNG kind of want IG to engage into them. They're okay with that.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Rel and the Gnar and the Zyra, big combo to try and flip it back around. Could be some messy fights ahead of us, and I'm very much okay with that one. One matchup I do want to point out once again is Gnar in the top side for Juice against YSKM. Juice has very much had the advantage against YSKM in that side lane for most of this series. And YSKM once again sticks on that Cassante, and Juice will have the opportunity to try and punish during that laning phase. Geju, who's down to the bottom lane. IG clear or place the ward in Pixel Brush. They surely know Geju is here and don't expect them to try for anything too crazy here. Geju can't really just move into the lane as GLFS is in the area, spotted out on the plant. Hasn't actually done his Krugs just yet, and I don't think we'll be able to contend with this crab, but in fact, Geju not going for the crab. He's going towards Nani instead. Will Nani expect it? Spots him on the minion wave. Geju moves to the top side, and in fact, won't even go for the bottom crab. Didn't have bot prio, so goes for the top crab instead.
And now notice that support is in the jungle. Tangyuan was spotted in the jungle by GLFS and Vampire, so Huanfeng took a huge chunk of his HP. He has to run.
It's so big that that chunk was there. The barrier comes on through the ignite and the burn. Are they enough to tick? Just about there! Huanfeng walks away by the skin of his teeth.
Absolutely calculator out there by Huanfeng. Didn't know that he survives that one. Runs away, and again, props to An right there. He sees Tangyuan in the jungle, gets spotted a little bit too far. Ezreal is up for grabs. Ezreal into Draven is pretty much an unplayable matchup because Draven has pure raw auto attack power. He can play the 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2 through the minion wave as well. So Ezreal gets to really suffer on the isolated 1v1.
Yeah, loses out on the 1v1, but then loses 2 whole minion waves, and the wave is pushing away from him now as well.
And summoners.
It's really, oh no, the stand aside denies the crash down. Taiguin immediately flashed after from On. He's looking for a cash-in, 100 stacks with his name written all over them. That's Draven all over.
On again, starting the game with the kill advantage. We all know how that ended in game number 2. He took the entirety of the game by storm. And right here, or an even more aggro champion than Misfortune, one that really wants to end that game during that mid-game. BF Sword, 5 minutes into the game. Those auto attacks are really gonna stick and they're really gonna hurt. Which is why RNG are taking this reset advantage, the reset timer, through that IG bot lane to try and take down that dragon real quickly. Grab one for themselves and probably stay towards the top side of the map. You mentioned Juice. Juice on this particular matchup in game number 2, he had a 2,000 gold lead over YSKM, which was created on his own. Taiguin here, a little bit greedy, trying to stop the back.
Yeah, Taiguin. I mean, he nearly gets away with it. That crash down was coming through, but the stand aside is perfect. That is what we call Draven right there. Fantastic stuff. IG known for their Draven players, and On certainly no exception to that rule.
Now again, BF sword, long sword, another sword, 3 swords in the inventory for On, and they're looking potentially on the bot side. Vampire spots XZZ on the rotation, gonna push him out. And Geju has to be extremely cautious playing towards that bot side of the map. Ezreal, one of those champions that really likes to scale towards that late game, especially when you've got Trinity Force, Mana Moon turning into Muramana. This is where you like to put down that pain and that hurt. And it matches perfectly because XZZ on that Corki will match that scaling at the same time. You're playing the exact 2 items, you're building them at the same time. So once you keep up with each other, it should be a pretty good 2-item power spot for RNG to start looking fights around.
See if we can find those opportunities. XZ trading aggressively with Nani as Taiguin moves into the lane, but no opportunity to be found there. Geju on the grubs. Very happy with how this one is going. It's kind of funny to see Huanfeng, the one being so brutally punished by a Draven. As a Draven player himself, Huanfeng, you know, one of his signatures is that Draven, in fact. I think people think of him for things like the Ashe of the Jhin, but Draven definitely within his wheelhouse was trained by JackeyLove himself on IG way back in the day. He was on IG Youth while JackeyLove was on the main roster. And it's not surprising to see that within his wheelhouse, but being bullied today as Juice forced to flash. That's a Q3 and an all-out coming in from YSKM. It's not enough to find an opportunity.
That's burned the flash though on Juice. There were too many threats towards the top side of the map. Vampire had already started switching his attention towards that top, trying to help YSKM as well as GLFS. You'll see that XZ is now on the bot side of the map. Ezreal can no longer be around the presence of that Draven. However, XZ is 1 level up, and he does have the range to poke On out if he chooses to advance forward. And this is sort of why Corki is so strong. A lot of the AD carries that will go into that mid lane, such as the Lucian, they play in a shorter range, so you really get to punish them, especially with E and Q. When they step up forward, try to exchange blows with you. That's exactly what happened to On right here. Great rotation, actually, from RNG to swap the 2 AD carries around.
Yeah, nice little rotation from them. Getting a better matchup for themselves, essentially. As to be honest, like, I'm a little surprised we've not seen more Ezreal mid in the LPL. It's been all over solo queue. There's been plenty of Ezreal mids in solo queue, just using the fact that you want extra AD carries. Ezreal's very safe as a laner. As far as AD carries go in terms of solo laning, Ezreal is up there in terms of being able to sit in the side lane without too much threat onto him. Taiguin moving over as well, though, so not exactly a solo lane for Huanfeng, let's be honest. But Taiguin, he's back home. He's mid lane again.
He's found his way there, slowly but surely. Just covering Huanfeng. Didn't have much mana.
Oh,
They've got on.
big damage coming out from Keju onto Arn there. Tang Yuan hunting. Vampire denies his engage, flashes from the crash down, and that'll dissuade the play. Perhaps a re-engage opportunity for IG as DLFS moves down, but with the plants placed, I think IG see better of it. Drake coming up in 45 seconds here, just as Geju's resetting. Perhaps a chance for IG.
Now, here's the deal. You have moved Corki down the bot lane, whilst Corki was doing pretty evenly well with the Yone, which means now Corki is sharing a lot of the experience with the support plus the jungler at some points. And this Ezreal is already behind, so you're basically getting your Corki to fall behind in terms of the Yone as well. You see level 8 onto the Corki, level 9 already on the Yone. Yone has been farming in the solo lane. Nani, as I mentioned, level 9 already. And Huanfeng is already a level down, or was a level down to the Draven. So by making the swap, yes, you do make the laning phase a little bit easier for the Ezreal. And you definitely want to commit a few resources to try and get him to that 24 as fast as possible. However, you're bringing down the spike from XZ as well, which hurts a little bit in terms of power that you have currently.
Perhaps means that they won't be looking for fights anytime soon. They were able to get the first Drake and the first set of grubs though, so doesn't mean they don't necessarily have to fight for this next round of objectives. Drake going to be started off by IG. RNG are on the top side of the map, so perhaps Geju can just try and rush these grubs down while GLFS is down on that bottom side of the map. I mean, they're spawning in 10 seconds time. I think RNG would love for them to have spawned just a little bit sooner. There's perhaps a chance on the top side as well. YSKM underneath this tower. I don't think they want to dive though, to be honest. I think they want to get these grubs.
Great rotation right here from Nady. Straight towards the bottom of the map. Gained that first tower with the remaining tower platings as well as RNG. Oh, Juice?
Juice pulled underneath the tower as Mini now the hop gets him out to safety. He is thanking his lucky stars that there was a minion wave there. 5 grubs for RNG. Looks like Geju will call it at that. Doesn't want to get caught out by Vampire. Tang Yuan trying to threaten though. Actually dives towards On, but whiffs the engage there. Death Charge comes on through. The True Shot Barrage gets a bit of damage, but Geju now has been baited into the play, and On will execute him. Juice now next on the chopping block. Dodges away from the Fate Sealed, but that's all he'll dodge away from. Huanfeng is caught up. I feel like they're going in one by one. XCZ trying to find YSKM, but the shield comes through, and Nani now chasing him. And again, another player that has overextended to try and find something in this totally doomed team fight. XCZ under the tower. Nani finishes the job, and Nani, On goes down.
XZ with the snipe. On was tanking the tower this entire time, and this is a very scary situation if you're RNG. You are reading a 3-book novel. However, it seems like book number 1 doesn't have the same finish as book number 3. You get the sweet taste, but Tang Yuan right here, even though we've praised him for his engage that he's found on the Alistar in game number 1, he completely whiffs the flash Q onto On. On doesn't even have to flash, just sidesteps that. And then Juice is forced to TP into this place since the team fight has already started, but he's only a Mininar. He ends up taking so much hurt through On, and Nani, hold on.
Oh no, GLFS is found. He goes for just goes for his crumb, basically. That was his only crime. Geju punishes. RNG now stuck in a really awkward spot. The True Shot Barrage is huge damage from Huanfeng, and maybe Geju survives after all. Nani trying to finish off the enemy jungler, and he will be able to do so. 1 for 1 here, but I guess GLFS already went down, so positive for RNG.
Such a scrappy game already. Both of these teams are willing to fight to the death. Tang Yuan right here still looking. He's not gonna take that X plus forward. Level 7 to level 10.
Big damage on there. He's just gonna die underneath the tower. Nice little dive from RNG. YSKM TP'd in, but he can't go for a 1v3 there. And RNG, after that last fight where they all kind of went in 1 by 1 and died, now suddenly they go in 1 by 1 and get kills. It's working.
But why are we fighting much? There is nothing on the map. There's no advantage. There's always cover from IG. And IG are 1,000 gold up. RNG are pulling the plays, but IG are the ones benefiting from it. Again, oh no, Juice.
He's he's about to turn Mega though. The stun doesn't quite land. GLFS nearly hit the wall, but not quite. Juice will get a bit of honey fruit, he'll be okay. So let's just take a second to figure out where on earth we are in this game. So it was just, nice ward from Tangyuan. And I guess GLFS just did not respect it at all.
I mean, he's not really expecting much. However, you're seeing that Ezreal is top, you see Nari, you see Corki, you're like, what are the chances Zara is in my jungle? Well, pretty high. It turns out to be the answer. Now, I did not expect IG to actually go for this Rift Herald, having had GLFS use his ultimate to take the 1 versus Juice. However, Juice does not have teleport to join that, so they knew that it was a 4 versus 5 at any given moment right there. Sorry, a 4 versus 4. Then he doesn't have his teleport either.
Oh, do you know I've just seen on the scoreboard? Oh my lord. It's miraculous. RNG with the Triforce. They've unlocked new levels of power. I mean, that is just beautiful. Do you know what that is? Tons of damage. That is tons of damage right there.
The Triforce of Triforce. The 3-book novel that we're talking about earlier that was referring to the series, but it could also be the triple Triforce right there. And again, RNG, Triforce is such a potent item early on because it gives you so many different stats that having the same spike on 3 champions. Because I earlier talked about the Corki and the Ezreal building Mana Moon and Trinity Force, but also the Gnar building the Trinity Force early on. RNG could definitely look to capitalize on such a small but very important spike right here, Vampire.
Vampire caught out, thought he was closer to GLFS, but he was not. Genji with some big damage there, but Tangyuan maybe goes down to the passive as the stun comes through. GLFS and Trusha Barrage is there, but Juice solo himself on trying to get that damage out, but not enough to trade 2. And again, just these fights come out of nowhere and people explode.
What are we fighting for? IG, RNG, what are we fighting? At this point, we're fighting for pride. It's whoever stays alive at the end gets the bragging rights. Because IG and RG have been fighting all over the place for anything but objectives. Anything but objectives. No one fought over the Rift Herald, no one fought over the Brahms, no one fought over any tracker or the air tower. At this point, it's just kills for the sake of kills. But it's in the right pockets. Let's watch this one more time. Why not? Vampire overextends.
Yeah, so Vampire overextends, Stranglethorns and everything used just to guarantee that one. But then Nani gets his chance to turn it onto Tangyuan. Really nicely done. But then Juice finds his chance to get onto GLFS. And the True Shot Barrage doing a bit as well. And then Arn gets his chance to get onto Juice. It's like a cascade. It's like a domino effect.
But wait, there's more, because the dragon has died. So now it means we get a fight.
Yeah, no objectives up on the map. This is the perfect opportunity to start a team fight.
I mean, hey, else you'll get bored. It's the right time to fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm down. If that's how this series has to be played, that's how this series has to be played. This is real men's League of Legends right here. Yeah, I don't know. This is all over the place, but I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Axes go in. At any time players go near each other, I'm scared of the engage, and rightly so, because Vampire looked for the hook. Herald down in the mid lane now.
Who's driving it?
Magnet Storm can absolutely ruin a Herald. And there we go, Tangyuan just dives at the Herald, trades his life for the enemy support. An interesting engage. I don't really know what to make of it. The smite comes down onto the Herald. I guess it denies the push onto the tier 1, and in the meantime, Juice is taking a tier 2. Okay, I take it back. It was a great engage from Tangyuan. He saves the tower in the mid lane and sets up for Juice to grab another tower elsewhere.
700 Gs in Juice's pocket as well, 2.3 thousand gold up. That was the exact same case for game number 2. He couldn't quite carry that one. However, right here, he's been set up for success, same as XZZ onto this Corki. Now finishing his man, I mean YSKM.
Juice is mini for now, but he's about to go mega. And that is a scary prospect. YSKM realizes he can't keep chasing. There was 5 players sent to the top side for that. You could see every single member of IG moving up to try and get a little bit of juice for themselves. Everyone wants a bit of vitamin C in the afternoon, but unfortunately, none for you right now, IG. However, oh no, Nady! There was an attempt. We'll go back to the slogan of this series.
Yeah, a little bit slow to the play. However, while all this was happening and while all 5 members were committed to the top set for IG, Tangyuan has sneaked into the bolt quadrant of GLFS's jungle, put down a bunch of vision for RNG, allowing their mid laner XZZ to pressure with the support of vision over there. Tangyuan, that's another engagement. Doesn't necessarily find its mark, but...
Did you think Herald was a player, or...?
He did create... Oh my god. He did create a bunch of time for Juice on the side lane to take that tier 2 up on the top side. So all in all, that was a worth engage.
To be fair, he did stop Herald getting any opportunity to charge in the mid lane. He did ultimately protect the tower. And look, he substituted anyway. He's subbing in. This is not his main role. He's played 3 different champions across this series. He got an MVP in game number 1. For anyone that's just tuning in, Tangyuan's Alistair is something to be feared. I think he maybe played in the days when you could play it in solo lane with a Sheen. Not a Sheen as in our producer, a Sheen as in the item. As we're just going to be sparring here. Baron is up on the map. I don't think either team is really in a position to threaten that in a real way, but I've been wrong before on that note. They've been fighting over no objectives. Why not fight over Baron?
I mean, that's an objective, so it's technically out of the picture. We cannot fight for Baron. However, if there's anything that's a big threat to the big purple worm, that is Zyra. We have seen the Baron disappear in just 10 or 12 seconds. Once you put down those seeds, you stay around long enough, you spring about 4 to 5 seeds, you ult them up to get them starting a YSKM with the flank right here, and RNG could be in trouble.
Vampire managed to find the hook on Tangyuan. That's him gone. Juice just turning Mega. But realistically, 4v5, is that a fight RNG wants? You've still got a hell of a wombo combo if you can find multiple targets with the Gnar ultimate, with the Zyra ultimate. But in fact, actually, no, Strangleforce was used in the previous play, so absolutely nothing there. Tangyuan, unfortunately, just oversteps again.
And we were talking about the other stuff that he was playing. Oh, hold on a minute. They're going to start the Baron. There's not enough plants around to start the Baron. There's only one at a time. However, IG are expecting the resets to come through.
Yeah, that's why it's genius. There's no real chance of a Baron here. So who would start the Baron? RNG, that's who. How can they know what we're doing if we don't know what we're doing? RNG grabbed themselves the Baron. It's actually a legit good call from them as Tangyuan once again sacrifices himself for the cause.
Tangyuan, I think this is his 5th death, and RNG are gonna get away with the Baron. Huge for them and their side lane pressure, especially since Juice is so fed in this particular game. 3,000 gold up onto this Gnar. Having the 6 Void Grubs, having a Baron on a side lane would be a huge threat for IG. Almost a sniper at that on the Dragon as well. It's gonna be so point for IG. RNG are just marching forward. They've got only 1 lane push for now. Juice cannot necessarily go to a side lane. The TPs are being pulled.
Naney looks for it and he finds Hwangfong. Fate Sealed comes on through as the Stranglethorns are down, but that's a dead Corki and the dead Cassante to boot. Naney trying to escape. Flash from Hwangfong, but the Q goes wide. And it means IG now retreating to the mid lane. RNG with that Baron looking to pressure. They got a tier 2 in the mid lane. The side wave's not in a great spot to pressure for more.
Yeah, that's about it. They didn't have TP onto Juice. So even though he's super strong, he's got Void Grubs as well. Doesn't have the TP, so if a fight was to break out, Juice would be quite late to the party. With having such a huge, significant gold lead on himself, you definitely need the Gnar to be there, just in case a fight breaks out for no reason, as it's been happening for the past 23 minutes of this game. Need to be ready at any given moment.
Yeah.
However, RNG are going to use the Baron buff, 2.3k lead with it. That is the power play so far, and Juice is stealing away a blue buff. Or is he?
GLFS moves over, will protect his blue buff here. I think at this point in the game, though, like, you're absolutely right that everybody needs to be ready to fight, because based on what we've seen so far, the odds of a fight not happening are substantially lower than the odds of a fight happening. So I'd say be ready at any given moment. YSKM needs to be the next player to be ready. There's Geju and Tangyuan move into the enemy jungle.
Oh, look at the ping.
They're hunting. Geju clears
the
a vision.
Tribush ward, he's been pinged. YSKM does have the teleport if he wants to flank, but that would be a long flank. Oh, he's doing it.
It's a deep flank here from YSKM. The Narnia flank as he comes racing towards XZZ. Flash away from XZZ. He survives. Hwangfong is stuck in the back of the Krug pit. He flashed to try and kill Naney in the previous fight, and now Naney kills him because he's got no flash. Disaster for Hwangfong.
And this is gonna be it for RNG's Baron buff, unfortunately. He's gonna net them a mid lane tier 2 tower, which is very important. Gain as much vision off of the map as possible, Juice. Juice, you're too close. Juice, you're too close!
Oh no, that's fate sealed for Juice and potentially for RNG, because IG feel like they're starting to get control of this game now, moving up the mid lane. The Baron was a nice play from RNG, but was it enough? I don't think there's going to be much more. Tangyuan, it's a very deep flank, but there is nobody alive on the map to follow up on it. So I think, yeah, maybe just go for a reset on that one, buddy.
You think so? What is going on? RNG! They need to get it together. They've got everything they need to win this game. They've got a Corki that was fed. They've got a Zyra that's fed. They've got a 3k gold lead on their Gnar. And they just cannot string 2 and 2 together. Hwangfong. He just gets stuck with the wall. He uses E aggressively. Can't even E past the wall. Gets caught by Naney. And then Juice goes into mid-down form and walks up mid lane. Where did he think IG went?
Yeah. Juice, bit of a blunder there. Bit of a blunder as he gets caught in the mid lane. Gold is basically even. It's IG with Soul Point. All 3 games are Cloud Souls. LCK fans in chat absolutely rejoicing. They love a Cloud Soul over there. I'm more of an Infernal Soul kind of guy. I'm old school. But I don't know. This has been something, hasn't it? These 2 organizations are international tournament winners, both of them. And yet, here we are. In fact, both of them in 2018 as well, right? I think RNG winning that MSI. That was the year that Uzi was meant to win Worlds, right? That was the year where RNG were meant to get their golden road. IG went ahead and ruined everything by winning Worlds.
Hey, they gave us some pretty cool skins, man.
They certainly
did. G skin line is really cool.
I certainly don't mind that they won Worlds. I was not a big RNG fan or anything like that. But I know that there were a lot of people out there that were gutted.
Hey, listen, man. Back then, you guys were in EU as well, okay? And EU was in the final, so I'm gonna say. All right, back to the game. See where your allegiance lies.
Yeah, that was a pretty.
Back into the game.
God, 2018, 2019. They were some brutal finals back to back for EU fans. Good God, like.
But if you're an LPL fan,
I mean, yeah,
they were pretty fun.
They certainly. I mean, they were pretty fun as an EU fan, honestly. Like watching, even as an EU fan, watching FPX win that final was something to behold. Watching Caps play Pike mid. Oh, hang on, engage in the mid lane. Arndt gets away from it as it's Geju caught up instead. YSKM finds his angle and dives into the backline alongside Naney, looking for XCZ, but falls. The burn is enough, and IG on top of the fight here as Juice trying to kite it back. Hwangfong trying to get the damage out. He's a big Ezreal, but it's not big enough. The axe has cut through him, and Juice barely waddles away.
4-4-2 in favor of IG. And they're gonna be able to grab the soul for themselves. Juice, the only surviving member of RNG, walking away limping. Just about that snap back from the Yone. Gets that critical damage in there to take him down. And my God, Tangyuan needs to weigh a little bit more. The engage is right there. Another engage that doesn't quite find the mark. He tries to go into An, but An insta-cleanse flash away. Keeps himself safe. And by that time, Geju was too far forward, tries to peel for his team. But RNG are just too split, and IG just pick them apart.
I mean, Hwangfong flashes forwards there to try and get a kill onto the enemy support. Perhaps a little over the top, considering there's a full HP Draven right next to you. Juice gets the Randuins, and that saves his life just about, getting away with the play. Nice little highlight from the observers. Juice, the sole player alive on the map in terms of gold for RNG. He's 3,000 gold up individually. The rest of the map, not so good for RNG. Certainly not in that bot lane where on a similar lead to what's happening up top.
And Yeju had to commit his flash right there to get out of trouble, Vampire.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That's, yeah, that's not ideal. What a mistake to make. Right,
what's happening with the support this series, man?
I don't know.
Stop walking forward, guys. Danger, danger, fire, fire.
We are on exactly a kill a minute, so we are reaching our quota for game number 3 between IG and RNG. Attempted flank from Tangyuan, he just takes a massive chunk of damage instead, and then Nady moves over and just finishes the job, whirling death across the team as well, and in he goes! GLFS takes the Baron away, gets an extra, they lose their support, and they get an ace and a Baron for it! What is happening?
IG just won at 4 versus 5 without their primary engage. They picked RNG apart and they're marching down mid lane. This could be end of series.
This has been one of the most ridiculous series I've ever commentated, and I've been commentating a while. IG are going to come out on the top of the pile, but it is very much a pile of bodies at the end of this absolute fist fight. It's been carnage from the start of game number 1 to the end of game number 3. But IG come out on top. The IG 2018 flare comes out from Vampire as IG managed to go even in the series, and RNG are eliminated from playoffs.
Now, the hilarious thing about this is that IG looks stressed.
Yeah.
You were supposed to run RNG over, and RNG finished the series smiling and laughing. They knew they put up a pretty good fight versus IG and almost took them down with them. This could have been a very poetic finish to that series. However, it's not going to be the case. IG have a lot to think about if they want to make it into that top 4. I mean, they are currently, again, the gatekeepers 3-3.
It's tough.
They will need a lot more than that to make sure that they solidify their position, if you will.
They certainly will. I mean, a tough position for IG. This is a roster that, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of very new players on this roster. It was experimental, to say the least, playing with this roster. And I do think that they've improved over time, but they've still got a long journey to go for. Miraculous team fighting at the end there. Nany on the Yone, managing to find a couple of good ults across the game. Arn's Draven as well. Really, really solid in this one. Overall, though, I don't really know what happened in this series. I'm trying to break things down, but there is so much League of Legends that just happened in 3. It was only 3 games, but it felt like many years of League of Legends had been played there. You know, that felt like a true battle between these organizations.
Absolutely. I think it was a bloodbath. There were fights left, right, and center. It was more like it was a game of attrition. We're gonna move on to see how much damage was done from one and the other team, which must have been a lot. Yeah. Let's see. Wow. Okay. You can see the game was super close. You can see it on the goal graph as well. It kept bouncing back and forth. A true LPL goal graph to its nature, if you will. It was anyone's game. It felt like it was so scrappy. Supports kept getting caught left, right, and center. But this is the nature when you're playing with 4 carries and 1, well, you've got a Gasante, but sure, can be a carry sometimes, and 1 engage support. It's all up to your support to create the engages for the team. And Vampire Tangyuan, they might have missed the mark once or twice.
Yeah, just a couple of times. Hey, I mean, so many of these fights were just like, this one especially was people just running in one by one to fit. It was like one of those Chinese TikToks you see, where a guy goes in and he dies, and then that next guy dies, and then that next guy dies, and it's just like this chain event of deaths going across the map. This game was just so chaotic, but I guess IG, they've always been known for their chaotic style, really leaning into it today.
Yeah, and I feel like if there was one constant in the whole team that kept doing well, that was Arn, and I feel like we've highlighted him enough. He's been doing so well on a lot of his picks. He's been the shining light for IG. Whenever they need a carry, he is there. and he's popping off. And I feel like in games number 2 and 3, where they gave him that first blood, where they managed to find the 2 versus 2 kills down bot lane, he just never let go of his lead, his positioning, his team fighting. Playing Draven into these compositions can be so scary, especially since you're so short-ranged, and he just managed to make it work.
I think the fact that this game was so chaotic actually was a huge advantage for him. The fact that it was just see enemy, kill enemy, not save all of our cooldowns and try and dive the Draven, you know? Like, he had so many of these fights, he's turning up late because everyone's already been in a fight for ages at those points. Like this one, for example, he gets to just completely 100 to 0 juice there with nobody even really looking at him until the deed is already done. Really nice ult there from Nani. This was one of the big moments, really, for IG, where they managed to stop that Baron push for RNG.
I don't even remember what the big moments in this particular game are. Huanfeng is onto the wall, doesn't have a way to get out. There were so much missteps, this one being another one. Juice miscalculating where his opponents would be on the map. He expected them potentially to walk towards the top side of the map, and Tangyuan trying for one last time to get that engage onto An. You kill the Draven, you pretty much solidify yourself teamfight victory right there. However, it wasn't the case, and IG turned this around. So much self-agency on this IG composition that was drafted for them, even though Huanfeng tries so hard to get that last kill. Maybe if he gets another 2, they can stop that one, but it wasn't quite the case.
Incredibly close one. I wonder if Nani maybe gets an argument for the MVP in this one. Just looking back over the replays in slow motion of these fights, like Nani was in the middle of all of it, but it was Arn that grabs it in the end, and I think that's a very fair MVP for Arn. 6-1 of 15. Fantastic game from him on the Draven, just able to churn out so much damage throughout the game. And with that MVP, he also gets a series win, and IG managed to push themselves to 3-3 in this group, and they keep their position in the top 4 for now.
And you know what? IG and RNG love to fight and love to have scrappy fights early on, skirmishes. You know who loves that? Draven loves that. If he gets to bank up all those kills, keep consistently cashing in, getting a lot stronger in the early to mid game, he can definitely dictate a game. And with An being a Draven player as well, he absolutely smashed that one.
He certainly did. Fantastic stuff coming out from An. And I just want to say as well, like, commiserations to RNG. That'll be the end of their season. They have one more series to play, but they are now officially out of contention for playoffs. They are our first team of the LPL in this new format, out of contention for playoffs this summer. And it's been a really tough year for them. So many roster swaps. And I think, especially Tangyuan today, like, really fair play. It's clear that the team has still been trying to get wins, and fair play to the players there. But unfortunately, this will be the end of their road.
Yeah, and it seems like he enjoyed it, right? Like, he got put into a role which is not his main role, from main mid lane rather, over to support, playing all those different supports down the bottom, all engaged ones as well. The Rakan, the Rel, the Alistar. His Alistar looked really cool, man. He found some fantastic flanks. He was being very creative with the wards, hex blasting through the wall. I actually really enjoyed seeing Tangyuan. And even though, you know, a lot of his engages were a little bit Hylissang-esque, we'll take it. We'll take the flair. We'll take him trying to make plays for his team.
As a big enjoyer of Mojo, I'm very okay with Hylissang-esque. Like, that's my favorite style of gameplay. And I believe at the end of that series, at the end of that absolute slobberknocker, we have caught up to live once again. So we were slightly behind the live games during that best of 3, but now we're going into Weibo versus LGD. We're going to skip our break so that we can head straight into the action here, because Weibo, a team that have qualified for playoffs at this point, and a team that I think people have been surprised with how good this team's been looking. Most recently losing to BLG, but, you know, that was BLG, and they still took them to 3 games, beating AL. Like, this is a team that have suddenly come out of the woodwork, and I want to especially mention the bottom lane for Weibo. Crisp and Light in that series against BLG looked fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like when Tarzan joined the team, everyone thought it was going to be particular about Tarzan. And it was for majority of that split. It was. Everyone was trying to facilitate, you know, Tarzan walking back into a meta where it's full of AP carries and carries in general. It is his bread and butter. You definitely want to play for a jungler like this. However, Light and Crisp stepping up, being able to take the fight versus a ball and like Elk and On and coming up victorious, it shows you that this Weibo gaming roster has a lot more than just one carry to rely on.
LGD going to be their opponents today. And this is a roster that they've had a pretty hard time in Group Ascend. It was somewhat miraculous that they made it into Group Ascend. If you remember all the way back in placements, I know that feels like a long time ago now, but they were in the group with BLG. They were in the group with WE as well. And I think a lot of people at the time, myself included, thought WE would be the team making it out of Group B. LGD managed to find their strength. After losing their first two series, they won the next 4 in a row, managed to qualify for Ascend Group, but unfortunately, they have been somewhat outmatched since they got here. And this could be their final series with a hope of just directly qualifying for playoffs. Now, no matter how the rest of the group goes for them, they still can make playoffs because they'll go automatically into those Knights best of 5s. However, if they lose the series today, they will be out of the running for direct seeding and will have to play that extra best of 5 against one of the teams from Group Nirvana.
Now, as we dive straight into draft, the thing that I want to see is how many AD carry bans do you think we're gonna be having in this series? We went through drafts in the second series super fast, trying to catch up. However, right here, we're getting the full experience straight on. Not that many, actually.
So,
do you count Lucian? Because he's technically mid lane.
I guess we're not banning AD carries anymore. The Jake's going to be taken off, though, as well as the LeBlanc. Look at this respect that Weibo are giving towards Haichao. They know that this is a guy that can pop off and can take over a game. And immediately Weibo looked to shut him down, because honestly, Xiaohu's laning has been a weakness for Weibo. I can see why they wouldn't want to give Haichao his comfort.
Absolutely. And now things that are making it through, that we've seen constantly through the game. The Leona being one of the most prominent picks. The Lilia also was a huge point of contention in our first series. Seemed one of the stronger junglers on the Rift right here. And having Meteor and Tarzan loving his more AP fighting junglers as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like this prioritized.
See what LGD are going to opt in for. I mean, the Ezreal would be up too. I feel like that has been the default prioritization. However, Ashe is Light's most played AD carry of this split, so maybe thinking that Ashe is not only a good pick for Xiaoya, also a takeaway from Light as well. Over to the side of Weibo, though, we mentioned that Ezreal already. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that locked in. Things like the Cassante, if you do just want to go for a blind pick, the Renekton is banned away on the other side, so should be fairly safe to go for that in the top side.
Yeah, and Tristana, again, you saw it in the little paper. I was about to say, she did get a little bit nerfed, and she hasn't been prioritized at all throughout all the series we've watched. But Xiaohu is a guy that knows the importance of side lane and having pressure. And this champion, whether the mana has been nerfed on a bunch of her abilities or not, still has a ton of that mid lane and side lane pressure rate later on.
It certainly does. Tristana, I mean, she always rears her head, doesn't she? She always fights her way into the meta. It's one of those picks that just so good at scaling, so good early on in the game. Will be the Nautilus locked in for Jin Zhao down in that bottom side. Just want to quickly mention before we get into the next round of bans as well that it is going to be Xiaoya playing once again. Kepler subbed back out. Had a couple of series for himself against FPX, against top esports. Not easy opponents to have to go up against. But Xiaoya will step back into the main roster as the Kennen is banned away from Breathe.
Well, let's see what the top side is going to bring here, because we have our bot lanes and mids pretty much locked. And we're looking at things potentially to stabilize the board. When you've got Ashe, when you've got Corki, things like the Cassante start springing up in terms of priority. You definitely want a big rock in front of your team. Sometimes quite literally, Malphite is also a pretty good choice when you have a lot of mobile targets. However, Ezreal, Tristana, both very, very slippery. So that wouldn't be the case. But I'm looking for an R4 Cassante for Birdle right here.
Certainly very safe. You could go for something like a Twisted Fate ban, maybe, if you do want to go, or yeah, nah, even if you do want to go for the Cassante. I wonder if Weibo just allow the Cassante through here, or you could actually ban the Cassante if you really don't want to go up against it. It's not. I don't think it's that oppressive right now that you would have bagged Cassante, though, to be honest.
Here's the deal. Birdle has played a lot of Poppy in the top lane as well, and he does do pretty well versus champions that like to be jumping around, such as everything that Weibo Gaming have already locked in, particularly the Leona, which is one of the main primary engages for Weibo Gaming. You can stop that E from going into your backline. You could potentially be the savior. Now, of course, Poppy does also really well into things like the Cassante if Weibo want to go for a tank towards the tops of the map. We'll see whether it's going to be a blind Cassante or maybe a reply later on.
It could be just the jungle lock-in here, as you say, allowing for that counter pick in the top side. You mentioned the Poppy. We'll keep our eyes open for if that is going to come on through. Doesn't mean Breathe could go for the Cassante as his own blind pick. The Renekton that he has been leaning on very heavily recently, take it off the board. And the Rumble, it was nerfed. It's going to be locked in. I mean, Breathe so far this split has a 0% win rate across 3 Rumble games. It's one of the only players in the league who's managed to make Rumble not look that good. But locks it in once again for Weibo, and the Cassante ends up coming through from Birdle. So we'll see if the changes were enough to remove Rumble from the meta properly.
Yeah, honestly, very interested to see how this Rumble is gonna fare up against Cassante, one of the stronger tanks and neutralizers that we have up in the top lane, especially since the teams have not even touched Rumble today. It's not been banned, it's not been picked, it's not been prioritized at all. It's been completely and utterly forgotten. Here, it does match Weibo Gaming's composition, especially since the cannon got taken out, and they do need a little bit of that AP damage to come through. And this is not necessarily coming through the jungle as Tarzan. It's gonna be piloting the Sejuani in the jungle, facilitating for his team. He had to come from somewhere else, and that somewhere else was that Rumble on the tops of the map.
So, let's see what on earth goes on here. Weibo, a team famous for their ability to play to their opponents. No matter how good or how bad their opponents are, Weibo are able to match them. LGD, a team of underdogs in Group Ascend. They managed to make the miracle run to qualify for this upper group. Now they need to make a miracle happen once more. They are against the ropes, and if they lose this series, they will not be able to qualify directly to playoffs. They'll have to go through that extra round of best of 5s to try and make it against a team from Group Nirvana. Let's see if LGD have it in them to bring it up to Weibo. And let's see if Weibo can actually look like a top team when they're not against another top team. Can they actually punch down against a team that they should be, by all accounts, a heavy, heavy favorite into? It's all going to be down to it when we get onto the rift here between Weibo Gaming and LGD for game number 1.
Two and 0. Ooh, for who? For LGD. Okay.
That's the faithful in the audience right there.
You know what? That's exactly what they need, though. We were talking about how LGD, in their entire group stage, have only won 1 game against FPX. They have played 5 teams so far, and they've only won, in all of these series, just 1 singular game. Arguably, they should have taken that FPX series and gotten their first series win. But they just couldn't capitalize on that game 2 lead that they built for themselves. And right now, this is all or nothing. LGD are only allowed to lose a singular game and have to win all of their series, whilst FPX has to lose every single one of them.
Yeah, they are, for anyone that doesn't know right now, LGD currently in 8th in the standing. They are 0-5, they are 1-10 in games, which means they have a -9 game difference. FPX, the only other team that are undecided in Group Ascend, they are 3-2. They are 7-6. They have a +1 game difference. Now, FPX still have 3 series to play, so if they lose every single game in their remaining 3 series, their game difference will go down to -5. And game difference is the biggest differentiator here in the LPL. Another differentiator is laning prowess. Xiaoya taken down in a 2v2. Jin Zhao might not be long for the rift here. Aftershock will keep him alive. Weibo make a statement and enter the rift in style.
Crisp with a fantastic engage. The EQ connects and instantly Light springs forward to follow up. And you mentioned how good that bot lane was versus BLG, versus the big dogs of the league, versus one of the best bot lanes in the league. And right here, look at that, what we were talking about in the previous series. You E forward as the level 2 hits. Beautiful connect right there to Xiaoya. Flash from Light as well to get away from the anchor to finish the job. Incredible stuff from that bot lane. 1-0 into this Ezreal. The tier purchased an extra longsword. This Ezreal's gonna start poking like a truck.
Great bit of 2v.
Poke?
Yeah, if you sellotape a big stick to it, you probably could. There's Tarzan on the bottom side now. He might look for a lane gank. Oh god, he's gonna look for a lane gank. This is going to go from bad to worse for LGD. Tarzan is going to sneak as far into this lane as he can reasonably get away with. And he's into the middle brush. Now, Meteor is in the area. This could get a little dicey, and perhaps LGD know what's going on, but Jin Zhao's got in face first. Walks into 3 people. Oh, he didn't know. He didn't know. He thought he was finding a fight. He found a fight, that's for sure, but not the one he wanted. Double kill for Crisp as Tarzan's plan works out beautifully.
He sets it up, he takes the kills, he doesn't look at the explosion, walks away, forgets to elaborate, doesn't care. 3 kill participation in 4 minutes, and he's not done. He's going mid lane.
Haichao did see Crisp on the ward, drops a broccoli ammo to let him know.
He's laughing. He's doing this and he's laughing. He's like, guys, I'm everywhere. GG's. Again, fantastic performance by Crisp so far. And great stuff from Tarzan to sneak into that bot lane burst. That wave was pushing it. Eventually, Xiaoya and Jin Zhao would have to overextend. This is why you saw the brand moving towards the boss of the map to try and cover for them. The simultaneous hex flash right there from both the supports with the Jin Zhao. It's a little bit too far forward, and Tarzan was right on spot. E going to connect, and instantly the flash charge from Tarzan to solidify the kill.
Yeah. I wish we could have seen a slow-mo replay of Jin Zhao's player cam there for the jump scare as he goes into the brush and suddenly Tarzan is in his face. That would have been something. Hat-trick already for Weibo. And I mean, that's across their bot lane. Both bot laners now with kills. Merctred's already finished for Crisp.
The whole team is 2,000 almost gold up. 5 minutes into the game. That is absolutely crazy. Great stuff right there from that bot lane. And we mentioned, and you highlighted them very well earlier on, we thought that it was all going to be about Tarzan when he joined this team, you know, looking for a new carry for the team after the Shy departed. And we thought Tarzan was going to be that it carry to join the team. However, he's been taking a little bit more of a back foot. And especially with performances like this from Light and Crisp, he would definitely be more than willing to facilitate for them. That's exactly what Tarzan did. Now 1,000 gold difference down the bottom of the map. And Ashe is one of those carries where if she does get ahead, she's so powerful, man. She's got the velocity through the runes as well. She'll just chase you down. You'll never be able to get away. The auto attack stick. However, when she falls behind, her bow becomes a toothpick. Especially when champions just are even a level above her. It's just so difficult to put that damage down.
Does feel like one of those champions that it does not just rely on the snowball in terms of her own damage as well, but also in terms of her usefulness. Like, Ash Arrow is an unbelievable tool for extending a lead. It's limited usefulness when you can't actually fight the enemy team. Still can be a massive tool, of course, but you need to find your angles. Like you said before, 2,000 gold lead for Weibo is a nice way for them to start things off. Drake will be an easy pickup as Light. I mean, the fact that you get this big of a lead on Ezreal of all champions as well, because Ezreal has to buy tier. So when you're going even, Ezreal sort of by default gets a little bit behind in lane because he has to spend that 400 gold on the tier. The fact that you essentially get to get a tier and also an item advantage on Ezreal is just such a huge win for Weibo.
And then it gets so annoying with all the poke that's coming through, especially when you're starting to set up for objectives. First objective is gonna go to the side of Weibo Gaming, of course. The first dragon has gone down. And our question mark was, how strong is still that Rumble towards the top of the map? Because you know what? A lot of the times you see a very small nerf or a buff or whatever, but it doesn't necessarily change much onto the champion. And sometimes when we have a nerf, a lot of the pros will overreact to the nerf, not play the champion, and then one person will bring it back, and then everyone will spring back to playing the champion again. And Breathe could potentially be that guy that shows people that, hey, Rumble is still very damn strong, guys. Keep playing it. So far, so good. Ahead in gold, has created a lead for himself towards the top side of the map. It's looking good for Breathe.
Not the biggest lead ever so far, as we're 2v2 in the river here. Ward drop just to clear that control ward. And Arrow flies towards the mid lane. In football, that would have been a goal. In League of Legends, it's called a miss.
Yep. I had a pretty good joke about England at Euros, but I won't do it. Because
you should have.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
With how obnoxious us England fans are, we deserve everything we get. And unfortunately, Meteor, I'm not sure he deserved that one, but it happened whether he likes it or not. That's a 4th kill for Weibo, as they are really pushing their advantage. Now, this is what we wanted to see. Remember, we were talking about Weibo, a team that's often as good as their opponent. They should be a heavy favorite here today, but they have a history of playing to the level of whoever they're up against. We wanted to see them kind of punching down today. We wanted to see them playing at the level of a top team, and it feels like that so far.
It's just so scary, man. I feel like I will open a cupboard and Crisp will be in there, and he'll gank me as well. He is literally everywhere. He went from bot lane pressure in that play, into jungle invade, into killing Meteor, into wrapping around, into going mid lane, into zoning out enemy mid lane. Absolutely incredible stuff. This sequence started all by him allowing Ezreal to get that pressure down bot lane, and he goes mid, and he goes into the jungle. He finds Meteor all alone at this point, by the way. Flash E forward. Allows Tarzan to get that snipe through. By that time, Light had pressured the lane and joined them in the jungle, and then he turned around for that mid lane push as well. Whoa, that's a long journey.
Nice. All out from Bird. All forces the flash from Breathe. Well played there. No, it was Meteor moving. I wasn't sure if that was High Chow for a split second on the blast cone. So, all things considered, Crisp is having a pretty good game for himself, isn't he? I feel like Crisp and Light, for me, in that Weibo series, against BLG, sorry. Yeah, in the BLG series, I guess is the better way to say that. They were two of the big players, as well as Tarzan, obviously, having a really, really good game, #1 on the Nidalee too. But here, managing to repeat that performance. It's almost a 3,000 gold lead. And Weibo, remember, this is a team that they're quite happy to play slow. This is a team that's quite happy to take their time and slowly build up an advantage for themselves. They have an advantage to work with, and they will try and continue to just snowball that one. And I feel like with Weibo, we're finally seeing the team that we should be seeing. When you look at the names of this roster, it just should be a good team. There's no two ways about it, unless they all forgot how to play League of Legends. Oh no, the observers highlight that. Xiaohu, I was trying to compliment you guys. Why'd you have to miss the brush for the control one, man? But yeah, this team should be really good, is what I'm trying to say. I feel like we're finally seeing that.
I feel like there was never a question in terms of their ability to play the game at a very high level, especially when you show the storied names on this roster. I feel it was down to the inability for them to be consistently good. They would show one game how good they were, and then it would be lost the next game. So I feel like once they find that consistency, then they can be put into the equation.
Oh, good buffer from Xiaohu. Crisp tries to block for his mid lane. A Pillar of Flame comes in, and Crisp is so hard to kill. The burn is there, but it's not quite enough, and Tarzan moves in with a True Shot Barrage. But Weibo is so chunked, they can't look for a return.
Oh my god, that was so masterfully handled. The way that Crisp took the initial engage to then back off to not bounce the brand ultimate onto Xiaohu, which would have most likely killed him. Such a great... Crisp is on absolute fire. in this game. Now, Weibo Gaming, they only have 2 members, those are both sides. The Dragon's been taken, TPs are being pulled. That's Hai Chao.
I think the TP is enough for Weibo not to try and brute force a fight here. Light will at least get a plate on the bottom side. So it's something of a consolation prize for Weibo there. But LGD, nice bit of tempo play to grab themselves a Drake. There's now
he's in the jungle.
The Gromp in trouble. Meteor should be able to smite this one away. Chris has moved his way around that ward. They know where the control ward is. Meteor spotted. He should have seen Chris by now, yeah. I think realizes it's no longer... I mean, there's no camps here for him to even go for. They're just trying to isolate him so that they can try and make a play towards bot lane, but there's no minions either, so... You know, it's cool to see Chris finding his way through the jungle. I don't know if they can realistically do anything. True Shot Barrage cancels the recalls, but Jin Zhao and Xiaoyu can just walk past Tarzan, I think. The anchor comes out. Xiaoyu slowed up. Will be solar flared, will be stunned up, and will be taken down in the flash just after he dies. You hate to see it.
Again, a reminder, when you fall behind on Ashe, your arrow becomes a toothpick. And when champions that are supposed to be tankier show up a level higher than you, you do absolutely negative amounts of damage on them. I feel like what they did right there to force Meteor to wrap around his own jungle, which delayed his path towards top, allowed time for Tarzan to stick around and make that play. Not only do they deprive them of XP, gold, etc., they also take their life, they take their summoners, most importantly. Xiaoyu is gonna have such a hard time walking up to any type of skirmish. And look at this great cancel right there, coming in from Light. And then Tarzan with the Sejuani and the Leona, they have more than enough damage between the two to take down Ashe.
Easily done. Even with the flash, I think the flail maybe would have finished the job anyway. Xiaoyu, he's going to miss that flash, that is for sure. Tarzan, great game on the Sejuani. Crisp, fantastic game on the Leona. Birdle, in the meantime, did try and flash forwards to look for an all-out opportunity. Meteor was waiting in the river, but couldn't find the Q3 on to breathe, so that will be Birdle's flash just on cooldown for a little while. Hai Chao in the top lane for now, though, as Birdle's moved down to the bottom side of the map. Tarzan still continuously looking to put pressure. Xiaoyu sidesteps the solar flare. Oh my lord, Light is doing some damage, isn't he? My goodness, these Qs are chunking. Xiaoyu on a ward, won't be able to find much. True Shot Barrage avoided. Xiaoyu went to recall in the jungle to make sure he was safe. Jin Zhao finds a chance for a pick here. Hai Chao has to do the damage though, and Tarzan just jumps straight onto the opposite carry, and it's somehow a kill. Tarzan will go down for his trouble, gets a bit of extra damage out as an arrow.
The arrow?
Oh, just goes wide of Xiaoyu.
And Weibo are gonna get out of that one. Tarzan gives his life away, sure, but it's only to Jin Zhao, the support. So it's not going to be the end of the world. My god, Weibo Gaming are playing this game so fast-paced, so aggressive. Crisp is dictating every single play. LGD backs against the wall. They cannot walk anywhere. Crisp has every side of the rift covered. Let's watch this one more time, because this is Xiaoyu getting caught right here. Absolutely. You see, he sits around a little bit too long. Perfect play right here also by Hai Chao to pretend that he's actually resetting. Doesn't want any more. Jin Zhao gets the hook, but everyone else from Weibo is already roaming towards the top. And look at the commitment. The triple flash through the wall to commit to that play to shut down the Corki. Excellent stuff by Weibo Gaming.
Really nice answer. And as you say, Chris, fully in
there
charge.
again.
He's the main character. He's the anime protagonist of this game. And he looks like an anime protagonist in real life as well, with his blue hair. But my goodness, what a performance he's putting on. He looked fantastic against BLG as well. I'm excited. Dare I say, I'm excited for Weibo at the minute.
Oh, he hasn't been spotted?
That blue trinket must have spotted him, right? Did he go in
I
the
think
other
someone
side?
pinged him, so they must know.
The fact that the blue trinket died, though, means he must have been spotted by it, right? Because he didn't auto it. They do die when they get spotted. Jin Zhao stepping forwards has to be the one to face check. A deep, deep TP coming on through. Breathe. on a massive flank. There's no vision here for LGD. They have no idea that Rumble is on the way. Equalizer ready to be blasted out. Xiaoyu just gets melted over the wall while Jin Chao goes down on the front line as well. And Breathe is blocking the escape route. Haichao trying to go toe-to-toe with him, and the true shot barrage snipes another. Meteor locked up, and the damage there to follow, but Meteor dodges the skill shots, and Light trying to get away from the Pillar of Flame himself. Weibo pretty chunked. I don't know if they can find an objective.
They do manage to get the 2 kills. However, they do not have enough healthy bars to take that Rift Trail, which is what they went to the top side of the map for initially. Xiaohu is going to take that side lane tower. Again, Xiaohu, one of the best side lane mid laners ever in the LPL. He's played top, one of the best top players as well when he did play top as well. So he does know a lot about what side lane pressure is made of and all the covers and whatnot. Crisp and Tarzan again putting that pressure onto the Dragon. They're 2v3 and about to be 4v3. 4v2, sorry. So they're not going to take the chance. That is another Dragon going LGD's way.
Nicely done by Xiaohu to deny a lot of minions on that top side. Managed to deny, I think it was like a wave and a half there that was underneath the tower. Really, really nice stuff to just hold on there. Let's take another look as the Solar Flare.
Ooh, just about in the middle of the 2 carries right there of LGD and Breathe. Breathe is covering the exit route. He's literally playing under enemy tier 1 mid lane to try and stop any exits from LGD. Nice snap right there from Light as well. And that's all she wrote. You see that the brand slowly but surely starts putting out the damage. Just that Leandris did quite a bit. So if Weibo Gaming managed to pretty much group up and Meteor gets a massive ult, this could very easily turn around. However, 6,000 gold in the lead right now for Weibo Gaming. It's not going to get any easier.
Solar Flare comes out from Crisp as Haichao forced away by the equalizer. Okay, Blast Code saves Haichao's life. Breathe unfortunately wastes his flash there. We'll be able to clear this vision. Herald comes down in the mid lane. That'll be mid prio. Drake not up for another 3.5 minutes, by the way. This is, I know we're in the bottom river. This is not about Drake. This is about towers right now for Weibo.
Oof, and Xiaoyu going static sheave, first item there. It's not gonna be doing that much damage, man. So a lot of the burden for damage meters falls onto Meteor and Haichao. Xiaoyu is just there to pretty much clear a lot of these waves and try to create some engages for his team with the Arrow, an Arrow that is currently down, and every single time the Arrow is down, Weibo Gaming are playing so aggressively and up in LGD's face, like they've been doing this entire game. Again, very nice side wave pressure as well. Breathe on the top side, Xiaohu on the bot. Haicha's gonna catch that one, and mid lane tower down means that Weibo Gaming can advance further forward in terms of vision.
It does feel a little bit like with this composition with an Ashe and a Nautilus on it and so much follow-up damage available, you'd love to see LGD being the ones actually starting some of these plays, and they have so much follow-up to try and find a pick. But the thing is, Weibo have been really proactive and starting plays themselves, so it's not like LGD can just hunt, but also they're so willing to fight this game that even if you go for an arrow, even if you look for a pick, Weibo are there and they are ready to scrap. Like, and in the context of a 5v5 or a 3v3, the arrow becomes much less efficient than just trying to find a pick individually.
Talking about a pick individually, Birdle in no man's land. He doesn't have a tower behind him, and Tarzan's right there.
He's got no armor, really. He's only got that chain vest. He went for MR to start this game off. The all-out comes on through. He's still Cassante at the end of the day. Flashes and Crisp flashes to follow it up as well, but he might have gone too deep for this one. Meteor is on the scene. The arrow will connect, and that sets up for a pick for LGD, but Tarzan's not done with the fight just yet. Still going forwards as the equalizer goes down. Doesn't really lead to too much more.
That was continuously Weibo Gaming being in numbers disadvantage, but yet pushing.
Oh, they're going for Xiaohu, I think.
Every single time. They're gonna check out Xiaoyu. They're looking for Xiaohu. Tarzan.
Tarzan's just like, I'm so tanky. He's happy to dive on into that one. Light! He just eradicates them! That was insane! Light, you beast! Just takes Xiaoyu out of the picture and then snowballs the fight. Quadra for Light in one of the flashiest Ezreal plays I've seen this year.
He absolutely obliterated Xiaoyu. Level 13 versus level 11, 6, 0, and 5. You bet he's gonna have 3 items the second he gets back to base. Bloodthirster just completed 4.6k gold in the lead. And that first blood that went into his hands has absolutely skyrocketed out of control. 6,000 gold lead right now for Weibo Gaming. What a play.
I want to see the replay right now. I'm not interested in anything else.
We can't get enough.
I just want to see that replay. Like, that was absolutely beautiful. And it was the fact that it was basically 3 Qs that killed Xiaoya as well. Let's take another look. As we are going to get a pro view as well.
All right, the E through the wall. Q auto.
Oh, it's blind.
Q
It was
gone.
blind.
Q auto. Q gone. That was it.
Fantastic stuff.
0 reaction as well. Cold-blooded.
I mean, that's just beautiful. That is just beautiful. We came in today saying light and crisp are players to watch. I didn't realize they were this level of players to watch. You know, this is he's almost 5,000 gold up individually at 23 minutes into the game.
You know what? It's almost as if one of them is a world champ. Almost.
Yeah. Birdle is going to find it all out onto Tarzan. Has managed to get the pig lady into a awkward position, and that will be pork for dinner for Hai Chao as one little bonus for the side of LGD. Can it lead to anything? 30 seconds with the jungler down. The problem is there's no control of the map. I'm not sure LGD will find anything off of it.
I love that from Birdle right there. Finding that pick alleviates a little bit of the pressure off the map. I feel like the constant pressure into Meteor's jungle has not allowed for this brand to pretty much farm to his heart's desires. This is what you need, extra items onto that brand to be able to melt Weibo when they move together forward as a unit into LGD. So alleviating a little bit of the pressure, taking one man off of the map for Weibo Gaming makes it a little bit easier to pressure out those lanes, get some vision inside your own jungle, and try to advance those waves a little bit further forward than the halfway line, which LGD have not seen very much of. Could this be the halfway line? Like in football?
It's ever
the
so
river,
slightly.
maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. As, you know, they start the fight on him, but Birdle having none of it.
Absolutely, they commit the TP as well. Kill goes to Corki. Great stuff right there. You definitely need a little bit of an injection in gold. 0 and 2 for Hai Chao, just about 1 and 2 that right there. And Birdle, he's looking for more. He's right behind Breed. They could definitely pull this off.
Breathe a step too far forward. Birdle, can he find 2 picks back to back to try and get his team back into the game? Breathe has flashed to relative safety. The rest of his team is trying to move on over. A good equalizer maybe could turn this fight. It's a good arrow onto Chris to stop the follow-up from Weibo, but Breathe has survived. And ultimates fly across the side of LGD. There's nowhere to retreat with an equalizer behind them. And Light has arrived to finish these kills off. There's another one as the double comes on through. Light with a pillar of flame. He's burning, but still surviving. And he's got a Bloodthirster. He's so hard to kill. Chasing for a little bit more, but the Q ever so slightly short. Weibo have very much seen the light.
Yeah, Light coming towards the top side of the map. They lose no one, and they're gonna be starting the Baron right here. Meteor is around, does not have the flash, but being in that pit with a Brand plus Corki around could be a little bit dangerous. The Hawkshot is gonna spot them now doing the Baron's long gone.
Nice try from Hai Chao, a desperate Valkyrie rocket just to go for some vague attempt at a steal. You've got to do something right, but it does go down. Weibo, really nice play to find the fight. And this was LGD starting this, remember? This was LGD that looked for a pick onto Breed. This is what we were talking about before. Weibo are so happy to scrap with you if you give them a chance.
But I feel like this is the correct play. Birdle is looking to burn summoners. I feel like once they got the flash out of Breed, they should have backed off. This is definitely a target for your next fight to come because you cannot compete with Light's wallet right now. He's 6,000 gold up and it shows. The second he enters this fight, you see half of LGD started backing off. That brand damage starts hurting slowly but surely. They just need to make sure they create enough time for that brand to get to his 3 items, to start shredding through that front line from Weibo Gaming.
Light is on 4 items. He's got Sherildas as well at this point. 6,500 gold up. It's blowing my mind quite how far ahead he is.
Oh, Bertle try
TP.
number 3.
Yeah, here we go. Another deep TP, another flank. This time, though, he's spotted on a ward, and suddenly everyone on Weibo starts making a beeline towards him. They want to pick instead. Bertle out-positioned and tries to get away, but locked up by the ultimate of Tarzan. Oh, 4-man true shot barrage and an equalizer on top. Xiaoya barely surviving as Light now on a flank. It's a double kill for Tarzan, but Light won't let him have any more than that. No, he will. A triple for Tarzan as Light grabs a 4-man ultimate and an undoubted MVP in game number 1.
Such a dominating performance by Weibo Gaming. Light ending the game with an 8,000 gold lead over his counterpart. Insane performance by Weibo's AD carry.
You know, when physicists talk about the speed of light being the fastest thing you could ever do, I didn't realize they were talking about how fast the man can build a gold lead, because that was something else. Weibo, an unbelievable game. Well, look, we said we wanted to see them come in looking like a top team, and my God, have they. Fantastic performance in game number 1. Light especially, but Crisp as well. Just running the game. Crisp, Tarzan, Light, all 3 of them. Really, really fantastic performance. Breathe even in that top play, buying so much time and then an amazing equalizer to deny this game. I mean, just a fantastic game from the whole Weibo roster. Can they do it twice in a row? Becomes the important question for this
As
team.
always.
It's always the question, isn't it? We're going to jump into a quick break and then we'll find out. Hello team, welcome back to the LPL. It's Weibo versus LGD coming towards your screens. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards our second game. And Weibo, my goodness, what a dominant game number one in this series.
I'm gonna name this game as it was. It was a stomp. It was an early game, first blood onto light into a complete snowball. I feel like the goal graph absolutely speaks for itself as well. This was a master class from Crisp. I know that a lot of the attention is gonna fall onto light because he had the gold, he made the plays, he did the damage, but Crisp was living rent-free onto the entire rift. He bought it straight out.
Yeah, he was just taking over. Like the roams early on, like Light doing a really good job of following it up, but I feel like Tarzan and Crisp kind of running the map as a duo, but Light the one that managed to take out. No, they do give it to Crisp.
No
a support
way!
gets an MVP when they deserve it. Only
No way!
I've never seen this before.
You know what? We've had some really good, surprising MVPs today. I feel like the Maokai earlier from GLFS, the Facilitator, and now the Leona, when Light has such an explosive performance onto the edge. But this man on your screen is the guy who set him up. He's the reason those kills went over to Ezreal. We all know that Light is more than capable of carrying a game once the resources have been given to him. But getting to that stage, this man absolutely deserves all the praise for that.
Yeah, he was phenomenal, and I think he looks a bit like a puppet master in that picture, and I feel like he really was the puppet master of that whole game. Phenomenal stuff on the Leona, so many great engages, so many great follow-ups on the rest of his team as well. And LGD now are really going to struggle to get themselves back into this series, and I think it's worth talking a little bit about the draft that's going to come to our screens shortly, because, you know, Weibo first picked that Leona, and I know, Trouble, you're wanting to talk a little bit about the first picks that have been coming through, because they have been prevalent today.
I feel like B1s are so important to a draft because it shows what the team is willing to gravitate towards and who they prioritize the most. It's not necessarily just the champion, it's also the player, and it worked. This time around, they prioritized Crisp, and one of the most prominent picks in the likes of Leona, he took over the game with that. Earlier on in our first series of the day, they were prioritizing the Lilia, they were prioritizing their junglers through that pick, and he also took the games by storm. So in pretty much every single series, it's so interesting to see what's B1able, what gets banned or taken over in terms of who gets prioritized in each team. And you gave a little bit of a flavor as we're going to go into draft number 2 between the two teams. We gave a little bit of a flavor of why Light and Crisp are so good with the way they were playing versus BLG, and then being prioritized, or at least Crisp being prioritized in the draft, it shows you why.
I'm excited to get to the end of this season now and have some conversations about who the best laners are in the league, because I genuinely think if Light and Crisp can finish the split out with matchups like this, they've got one more series after this one, and maybe Light and Crisp do enter that conversation of one of the best 2v2s in the league. But that's a whole can of worms. I'm not trying to say that they are right now. Don't feel like we're going to get clipped out of context now, but no, like, I do think that they are in that conversation, and I do think rightly so with how they've been playing recently. But the Leona, that was a huge portion of that for Crisp in the first game of this series. Probably going to be taken away by LGD here. And the question for me is, honestly, is Rumble on priority still for Breathe? Like, it looked really good in the first game of the series. Does he need to see more before he slams it, or is it just as high priority as it was before?
I feel like unless you see that tank, I'm not sure if you can slam the Rumble, especially with the couple of nerfs that have fallen onto his kit. Light, incredible performance in game number 1. We saw it. They're going to get that Ezreal back onto him as well. Now, you can very easily go with something like a Kai'Sa alongside that Leona. There's a lot of CC backline access. Kai'Sa into the Ezreal is always a favorable matchup as well. We have seen a bunch of Zeri. It does gravitate towards that mid lane as well. So you could potentially see both the Kai'Sa and the Zeri in the same team. One going mid and the other one going bot.
So, Zeri for LGD here. Could be towards that mid lane. We have seen a fair bit of mid lane Zeri, but Xiaoya, I think that this is one of his favorite picks, really. So
listen, don't bait me like this. Do not, Haichao, do not bait me like this. Your first hover cannot be Katarina, sir. please. Show some mercy.
I've got some bad news for you here, Trouble. You're never seeing Katarina in the LPL. Not for a million years. Unless Katarina is so overtuned that it's impossible not to play it. She ain't coming back to the LPL.
I don't think there's a player in the LPL that plays Katarina. I know that Showmaker used to be an OTP Katarina back in the day. But I don't think any other pro player has touched the champion.
How long ago is that, though? Is that like... Are we talking so long ago, but it was before the daggers got changed?
Probably. It was before. It was even before he became a pro player, or just about as his career was beginning.
I'm trying to remember what Katarina's W used to do before the changes. I mean,
it was the same thing as picking up a dagger, but it was attached to her. She could spin around herself.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Anyway,
back to
we'll move on. We'll move on. Nearly gonna be bad. I like the Talza goes for the Sejuani once again. I feel like it's such a solid pick for him. It's really good for setting up the rest of the team. It's also just another engage tool. I feel like LPL teams always do so much better when they have multiple engage tools available. If you go for like a Nautilus or something alongside this, I feel like this draft is just so easy to execute, and that works so well for a team like Weibo, where they do want to try and push these leads like they did in Game 1.
I would actually rather see LGD take away the Nautilus. Things like Nautilus, Vi, Maokai are things that love playing into the Zeri because you've got point-click CC that will follow the Zeri around. And we saw how willing Weibo Gaming were at throwing their bodies on the first sign of CC that went towards the bot side of the map. So we'll see if Weibo Gaming choose to go with something like the Nautilus right here that can very easily reach the Zeri into that backline. Of course, Ezreal does pair up pretty well with the Rakan as well. And it's a crisp pick. You can very easily reach that backline with the champion too.
So, the two forms of engage we just talked about, fully locked in now for Weibo. Xiao, you're going to be taking the Zeri down bot side. We need to see what the answer is up top. But once again, Birdol has to go for a blind pick here. And that gives Breathe all of the options in the world to answer. I'm just saying Yasuo is a classic Gnar counter. I'm just throwing it out there, Breathe. Just letting you know. But I don't think we're going to see the Yasuo in the top lane.
I kind of want to see the Camille. It works really well with Sejuani. Jax does too. It's just that Camille diving into the backline with the Rakan has extra potential for engage right there, but it's a classic Breathe pick to see him onto the Jax versus the Na. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I like this version of LGD a lot more. You can get pushed through mid and through top, so Meteor actually has lanes and sides of the map that he can play through.
Feels like a pretty skill-expressive comp here from Weibo, doesn't it? With the Jax up the top side with Light on that Ezreal once again, and Crisp on the Rakan as well. I feel like there's a lot of space for them to play their game. But they're up against a composition that has a mighty powerful team fight on it from LGD. Like, Gnar is always one of those champions that when it comes to team fighting in the right situation, can really flip things around. Zeri, a similar thing. Brand, a similar thing. And you've got that hard engage with the Leona. So definitely not a composition that can be counted out by any stretch.
Absolutely, but on the other side, you've got Weibo with so much self-agency in every single one of their champions. They can split LGD apart and never give them that death ball that they're looking for with the big brand wombo combo and the Leona that you mentioned. So let's see if Weibo can dance around LGD for one more game.
We'll see if they can. LGD, they could only afford one game loss. But they've already had that loss now. LGD, they have to win every single game remaining of the split, including this one, if they want to make it straight into playoffs. If they lose this game, they will have to go through that extra best of 5 to try and qualify into the first round. Let's see if they can do it up against Weibo. Some potent Gyos there, especially Weibo fans. Breathe, not even fishing for his 1 gold. I feel like that's a, you know, you could get your gold advantage right from the word go.
Is he on the skin? He has to be Fisherman Jax, right?
Do you know, I actually never knew that was only Fisherman Jax. I thought that was just Jax.
I think it's only for Fisherman Jax. I might be wrong.
Is it really? That's so incredibly pay to win.
I might be so wrong. I might be so wrong.
Damn, I never knew that. I can believe it. I can believe it. Well, either way, we'll see what happens to this one. I'm curious as LGD actually going to leash in the jungle. It's a while since I've seen that in pro play. Meteor's getting a leash from Xiaoya and Jin Zhao. Maybe just accepting that there's no way they're getting prio bot, and so just saying, hey, might as well give our jungler a slightly faster start. Does mean he gets through that red buff pretty quick. They're back in time for XP. I mean, what do you reckon? Like, I can't remember the last time I saw a leash in pro play, honestly.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I was actually searching for the Jax thing. Just to make sure. I think it's on every skin. I couldn't find solid evidence, but from what I saw online in general, it's just any Jax that sits AFK basically in the river gets the chance to fish.
Yeah, that's what I
One
thought.
gold.
Okay.
Oh, crisp.
Nice little sidestep there from Xiaoya and Jin Zhao. Both of them going in either direction. Nothing going to happen too much in this bottom lane to start us off. So we'll keep our eyes on these junglers. So how much did the leash make a difference? Meteor is already on his wolves, slightly outpacing that of Tarzan, but I feel like Brand just always will outpace a Sejuani, so I'm not entirely sure that was down to the leash specifically. But a ward is there in the jungle, so Meteor now spotted. Full information for Tarzan to play with. But I don't think there's really much he's going to be looking to do on the map right now.
Most importantly, that information is very crucial for Breathe at the top side of the map. As you can see, he has pushed that lane, so he's at a very gankable state, and the wave being right where he is right now kind of sucks for Tarzan. He needs to make sure that he pushes that in. Now, little reminder, 14-14. Jax's Counter-Strike was nerfed in terms of a cooldown. There has been added another 2 seconds on the Counter-Strike cooldown, which means a lot of the patterns that you're taking in lane have to be way more careful when using that ability with Jax, which is one of the abilities that wins him a lot of the early games, pushing up, pressing Counter-Strike, pushing down the wave, whilst not allowing your opponent to trade onto you. So now, this has changed just a little bit with a slight nerf. Meteor still towards the top side.
Meteor moves up. The wave did crash enough for Breathe that it's pushing back in towards him now. So Birdall, the one, stepped up. And with Meteor recalling in his brush, I think he's quite happy to step up and try and push this wave in. I don't think there's much Breathe can really do about it. Both junglers just going to go for a reset. Very deep vision, though. One on Chickens, one on Krugs. Great vision for the side of Weibo, especially for this bot lane. They could push with impunity.
And it's very important for them as well. Rakan, even though slippery, a very, very squishy champion, and Leona, it's kind of a direct counter. You dive forward onto Leona, you've got 2 types of CC to pin you down. Lots of damage coming through the Zarya as well, especially if you've got a Brand around as well. So great wards right there, as you mentioned, from Weibo Gaming. Not only do they keep them safe, but they also give them constant information about where Meteor is on the map. You definitely do not want to be face-checking this Brand when you're going for any type of gank or pressure on the map if you're Tarzan. So great information gathering right there. And Weibo Gaming are playing game number 2 much slower than they did game number 1. They're taking their trades slowly, pushing down their lanes, and just gathering information for the time being.
I think they're okay with this one. Keeping my eyes on Crisp as well to see if he does try and find a way to influence the game a little bit more later on. Tarzan,
talking about face checking,
moving in, is just going to look for a 1v1 versus Meteor. Big damage coming out on that Sejuani, and manages to dodge the Seer as well. He even drops a laugh on him! Tarzan, you can't be doing that in a pro game, surely not. Oh my days, Tarzan just absolutely destroying Meteor in the jungle. Destroying his self-confidence as well. They jump on top, the stunts come through, and there's Crisp on the roam as well. Birdall underneath the tower. Tarzan might just sacrifice his life to make it happen. Doesn't even need to. Walks away, drops the laugh on him. This is Tarzan's Rift.
that was such a clean dive by Weibo Gaming, and the usual suspect Crisp makes his way all the way to that top side of the map, giving the advantage this time around to Breathe, one of his signature champions, which is that Jax. Jax later on scaled on his side lane, one of the biggest menaces on the Rift that you can find. So definitely want to be accelerating that scaling aspect of the champion. Why not as early as 6 minutes into the game? Fade's now completed an extra longsword and boots, as well as a control ward in Breathe's inventory. Weibo Gaming are not giving up. They're going to give up for now. Just focus on pressure in that mid lane and give up the Krugs.
Quite happy for LGD to get the grubs. They'll go towards the Drake instead. Tarzan, though, this is after the 1v1, spots the fact that Meteor hasn't immediately committed, so he moves towards Birdle, then Meteor moves up. Tarzan just gets his angle to immediately go for that engage.
That's a perfect timing as well. Birdle is still level 5. He's not hit level 6. Doesn't have the bar anyway. But still, if he did have that level 6, potentially there was maybe an opening right there for an outplay. You saw Jinja also moving towards the top side of the map. So they could be looking for anything. It's not going to be the case. Birdle is not going to waste his flash. Knew he was dead to rights right there. And after all this chain of events, LGD are going to sneak into that top side as Tarzan is taking an objective down bot lane, getting that dragon for Weibo Gaming. That's the nature of things when you're playing the farming jungler versus a ganking jungler. The second the ganking jungler moves off and starts taking objectives or showing up on the map in terms of a gank, you can very easily just take away their jungle. Tarzan's going to focus on the red buff. Sooner or later, Meteor will find him.
Although Meteor is currently on the chickens, so he's distracted. He does it pretty damn quick. Tarzan has that smite available. I think he'll get this just about in time. With the smite there, he will be able to grab it. Meteor, I think he knows something's going on. Xiaohu was missing from mid, but it's too little too late. He knew something was up, but it still finds him anyway. Xiaohu dives over to finish that kill. Jin Zhao and Xiaoyu moving over to try and punish, but Crisp is here as well. Xiaohu dives bot side of the play. True Shot Barrage comes in. Xiaohu gets a jump, flashes away. Xiaoyu trying to chase him through the jungle here, but in the meantime, the rest of the team is falling apart. Xiaohu is somehow still alive. He's trying to get over to the rest of his team. Crisp moving over as fast as he can, but the skill shots from Zeri will find the kill and shut down Weibo's mid laner.
Finally, a kill going over to the side of LGD. 2 of them, to be specific. Both cashed in on that bot side of the map. Xiaohu survived for so long. Great setup right there again from Weibo Gaming. A little bit of that aggression that we saw over in game number 1 coming through here as well. Tarzan on that Sejuani, a beast to actually be feared. He sees jumping, he engages jumping. Even though they spawn Xiaohu, he's not necessarily sure of where Tarzan's whereabouts are. But if you see it, Tristana pulled that far up, you know there is backup. The backup came through for LGD right here as well. And Xiaohu, I think he plays that as well as possible. He uses the blast gun to get out of any range from the Zeri. And Xiaoyu has to commit his flash to chase Xiaohu down.
I feel like Xiaohu kind of betrayed his team a little bit there. I think if he just goes in with them and just stays as part of the group, maybe they just one shot faster and then they have numbers advantage, even if he goes down. I'm not sure. Either way, ends up being a 2 for 2 overall. It's Birdle just quite grab Breathe. Jin Zhao was moved up as well, but didn't quite get the angle. It's a bit of a lead for Weibo so far, and most of that lead in the pockets of both Xiaohu and Breathe. The solo lanes off to a great start. Tarzan being the one that got both of his solo laners ahead. Xiaoyu tries to find a chance onto line. Doesn't find it. Spots Xiaohu, backs away.
And look at that incredible vision again towards the top side of the map. The entire top corner of Meteor's jungle lit up. Let's look at this replay over again, because it's actually Breathe that engages onto this fight, clears the wave with the counter-strike damage, and then gets chased off. Nothing's gonna happen. Birdle's ult is going to miss. And that's all she wrote for the time being. Again, I want to commend, honestly, the vision that Weibo Gaming have every single time they play through a side of the map. The top side was lit. Now, Weibo Gaming is going to focus mainly towards the bot side of the map. About 2 minutes time. The next dragon's coming up. We've got Rift Herald in 3 minutes too. So you'll see Tarzan slowly but surely get some control towards that top side. You've got a bunch of vision towards that bot as well. Crispy's going to hold on to that wave, and Tarzan is going to start the objective.
So it'll be 3 groups apiece, assuming nothing happens here. LGD know what's going on here. Haichao tries his best to steal one away. Tarzan holds his nerve and doesn't go for the smite, but he will be forced out the back of the pit. And with Meteor moving over, this could be 5 groups actually for LGD. So nice little punish there by Haichao to make sure Tarzan can't get anything for free in this one with the smite there. That will be 5 groups. So LGD, a good little advantage for them. Still a minute until the Drake comes up. So nothing really to trade for Weibo either.
But look at this, Crisp is already sneaking in. Knowing that enemies towards the top side of the map, he sneaked in, put down the control ward. A ward that could definitely be used by Breathe on a flank TP from that Jax that has completed that Trinity Force. 50 seconds from Dragon, as you mentioned. And even though 5 Void Grubs are great, you've got a Gnar and a Cork in a side lane that could be melting through those towers. Weibo Gaming, all they need is one team fight to break the game completely open. Ooh, very important for Meteor to actually find that ward right here and take it down.
Good presence of mind there from Meteor. And I think after the previous play as well, understandable why he's kind of paranoid about deep wards and about these kind of sneaky plays that Weibo keep going for. I do wonder how replicable this kind of play will be for Weibo when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to bigger series. But we'll talk about that another time, as nothing happens. Maybe we could talk about that now. I feel like a lot of these plays from Weibo, when it comes to playing off of a deep ward, or it comes to like finding an invade off of the back of early vision, like it's pretty researchable that a team does this, you know, when you're going up against a team that's done this a lot.
Ooh.
You can maybe play around that and play around tendencies and attempt on high chaff, but he will survive. And that was Tarzan's flash and ultimate. That should be Drake for LGD, I think.
Yeah, that was a lot committed by Tarzan right there. Reminder, they are still pretty strong, and they do have Breathe with TP. However, he is getting a little bit slapped around by
I don't think he's
Bertle.
TPing anytime soon. Forced a flash by Bertle. Okay, Breathe gonna go back to base. Might have to just TP back into his own lane, to be honest. And so Bertle has TP advantage if that does go through.
Yeah, definitely LGD putting up a fight right here. Bertle, great stuff towards the top side of the map. He's 400 gold down, but forces both summoners out of Breathe, giving clear advantage towards that both side of the map from LGD. No flash on Breathe or Tarzan, no ultimate onto both of them as well. Definitely an opportunity for LGD to get into this river and potentially look for a fight if Weibo Gaming want to try and contest.
I mean, with TP advantage, surely Weibo don't go for a contest on this one. They will just concede that and give over the Drake. Breathe got a bit of tower on the a bit of time on the tower top lane. Say that 3 times fast. But in the meantime as well, Light managed to crash a wave on the bot lane as well. So LGD missing a couple of waves for it, but I think they'll be happy with the Drake.
Absolutely, stopping the stacking right there from Weibo Gaming. And every single time you move out of one side of the map, Crisp is already on the other, making plays. This time around, there's not going to be any wards placed onto the top side of quadrant of Meteor's quadrant. However, there is going to be the Rift Herald that's up and available. It is going to be LGD first in River. They set up a bunch of vision around this as well, and Weibo Gaming will be looking for the big wombo combo, big items already completed. The only ones without a major item are this Gnar and Corki that are looking for the first Trinity Force. So Weibo Gaming definitely with an item advantage here if they want to take this fight.
Oh, Xiaoya trying to find Light. Flash forced by Jin Zhao here. Xiaoya stacking that ultimate, but that will now go on cooldown. Just as Herald spawned onto the map, Tarzan has his ultimate available again and immediately blasts it towards Jin Zhao. The Light goes wide on a Mystic Shot, but I don't think it matters too much. TP behind the lines here as Tarzan gets a Blast Cone, knocks Meteor back into the fray, and Light grabs himself a second for the fight. Flash forwards on towards Xiaoya here. Tarzan goes down, but so does Xiaoya. Bertle's TP gets nothing, and Xiaohu's still pushing.
Bertle's TP was great, but he's Mininar. He's not as threatening when he shows up in this form, and Xiaohu is just looking there to let the minions die to the tower, do as much damage as possible, letting all that golden experience die away to the tower right before he takes the tower down. Every single one of the creeps from this wave died. Again, one of the side lane gods that we have over in the LPL knows exactly how to handle not only the wave, but the pressure. And once again, Light 3-0-1 on this Ezreal. We have the same story unfolding. Xiaoya tries to get a trade right here. Will pop his ultimate, trying to take a trade onto Light. A nice flash from Jin Zhao, but insta reply from Light. And from there on out, you do not have much. Xiaoya is super low on HP. Has the summoners, but Leona pushing a little bit too far forward. Great ultimate right there from Chris. The TP comes through, but again, it's just a mini-nair, so Weibo Gaming just walked up forward.
I love that from Tarzan as well, popping the blast cone so that he can bring one with him. Xiaoyu goes down to the flank. That's a second kill for Breathe as well. He's scaling, and that's a scary concept to go up against. Both Triforce users on the side of Weibo are the ones with bounties right now, as Meteor will grab himself that skull crab. No reset on the jump from Xiaoyu, but he'll still walk away with his life. This has felt a little bit tense between the two teams. LGD don't want to go down without a fight. They don't want to go down 0-2. But Weibo are just gradually building themselves this lead. It's starting to snowball in their favor, and it feels like every time LGD steps up, they're getting out-traded.
Yeah, mind you, in the game number 1, Chris was able to walk up in LGD's face and make the plays because he was tanky. He was playing that Leona himself. Right now, he doesn't quite have that agency with the Rakan. If he gets caught out of position, he dies very quickly. He's playing a very evasive but squishy champion. As Tarzan right Shelly over to that tower. They're not going to quite take that tower yet. However, they've taken a pretty huge chunk. So when LGD are caught onto resets, Weibo Gaming have a chance to take that mid lane tier 1 tower.
Just pressuring all 3 lanes as well, right? Xiaoyu pushing in the bottom side. You could see Breathe pushing up top before he went for that reset. Weibo just in control of the map for now. Tarzan dives underneath the tower. Chris follows it up as well. The damage is there, and Xiaoyu's behind enemy lines. What? Explosions galore. The Demolitionist comes out from the jungle and finishes the wall. They couldn't see him because he's got jungle camo on. Look at his hat, his beret, his jungle colored. How could they see this coming?
Complete camouflage by Xiaoyu coming in. Tarzan diving through walls. Xiaoyu playing between tier 1 and tier 2. Weibo Gaming are confident in this game. 2,000 gold lead in the mid lane. Tarzan's looking for more. Haicha's gonna dive away. No more is gonna be that 1.6k gold diff in the top lane, 2.1 in the mid lane, 1k down bot. All carries of Weibo Gaming are up and running on all cylinders.
Certainly are. Light has yet to really capitalize in the fact that, you know, he's got that first item. So does his opponent. It's when that Mana Moon really kicks in, that's where Israel's going to become absolutely terrifying. Great engage from Tarzan, great flank from Xiaoyu. And that's the power of controlling your side lanes. Xiaoyu crashes a massive wave onto the tier 2 and gets a free flank, basically, onto his opponents.
I think it was mainly the hat. He was camouflaged.
I mean, that helped as well, definitely. There's no two ways about it.
Sure.
Crawling through the jungle underneath the netting and whatever.
With a big cannon in hand, yeah.
I've got to say, like, of all of the players in the LPL, I feel like Xiaoyu is most qualified to run Omega Squad skins, because, like, there's no way this guy doesn't have some PTSD from the amount of intense matches he's been in, the amount of teams he's been on. He's a veteran of a different kind than perhaps Tristana is.
Then more iconic duo Crisp and Deep Woods into enemy jungle. You don't have to wonder where he is. He's definitely in your jungle and definitely very deep in it. Oh my god, he's on the flank. All right, they're gonna find this wood. Meanwhile, top lane Birdo, he's been trying his hardest. He's down in gold. Jinzhao.
Yeah. Top lane, they're still fighting and trading for tier 1s. And in the meantime, down at the bottom side of the map, Haichao is being dived under the tier 2. Tarzan takes just the right amount. That is immaculate from Tarzan. As Xiaoyu now trying to escape, but Xiaoyu might be able to find the punish here. Xiaoyu gets caught by the zap. It slows him down. And it's a huge shutdown into the pocket of Xiaoyu. A punish here from LGD.
A little bit too far from Weibo Gaming, and LGD slap those hands. Taking gold into very, very important pockets. You need gold onto the Brand and the Zeri to get them back into the game. And now Jinzhao on the flank. They're looking for Breathe.
He's just committing for the tower. I mean, Breathe just sacrifices his life, even flashes to try and get out. I don't think he realized quite how many players were up here to deal with him. But hey, got the tier 2, I guess.
Tower to sacrifice his life. Again, a lot of gold has fluctuated towards the Brand in the last 1 minute. He's cashed out onto 2 kills. And Weibo Gaming, even though they're very confident right here, a bit of an overextension. Sure, they can kill Jinzhao, but then they get... Oh dear. Well, they'll kill him again.
Oh dear,
Deja vu.
I mean, Jin Zhao has tried to do what Crisp did in game number 1. He's been everywhere. It's just unfortunately he's died everywhere instead of setting up massive plays everywhere.
Did you say he's doing a Tang Yuan?
You could say he's doing a Tang Yuan. Except the difference is LGD don't seem to be diving in alongside him like RNG were earlier.
Very true.
Oh, that was a series, wasn't it? If you missed that one, guys, I don't know whether I would recommend watching it. It was messy. If you like really messy, chaotic League of Legends, go watch IG versus RNG. If not, stick around here and watch this Baron go down as Weibo finally engage onto Birdall. He can't move. Meteor can't move either. Weibo, oh, just eviscerating. No, the combo comes through. The burn is there. Xiaoya stacking up as well. As Breathe tries to get onto the back line. Xiao who has to carry. He jumps towards Xiaoya. He's got the DPS. The Kraken Slayer not quite enough. As Breathe finds the mid laner. Xiao who saves the day. That's a reset coming through from Birdall. And the solo laners survive.
That was so close. Crisp takes the brand ult back to his entire team, and he almost spells disaster. We literally just mentioned how much gold got inflated onto Meteor's side. Let's watch this again. Crisp gets a fantastic flank. CC onto the brand. Tarzan lands as well, and you'll see the ult. He takes it back onto his entire team. Absolute disaster. The first whoopsie that we've seen from Crisp. Everyone burns down, but the hero that Weibo Gaming deserves, Xiaohu, who didn't necessarily had a fantastic spring, but over here in summer, he's showing up and showing off to carry this team fight.
I mean, he didn't even have a good start to summer. I don't know where this has come from. I don't know where it went, but
it's starting right now, Munch.
Both Scout and Xiaohu having terrible summers, but then terrible spring, sorry, and then in summer they seem to be back once again.
Wait, we're back.
LGD, they've got to try and face check this one. Baron on the cards. Weibo already down to 2k. This is going to be Baron taken. Meteor tries to get in, but it's smited. Jin Zhao's lost all of his health just trying to face check in. He'll go down to Light to start the fight off. And Birdall on the flank is just getting murdered. True Shot Barrage hits 3 again. Light, he just doesn't miss, does he? Breathe finds a stun as they look to set him up. They were letting him have that 4th kill. Are they going to go for a little bit more on this one? Tarzan dives into the base. Light's not interested. He's gone to the mid lane. Tarzan trying to be a pro. Light's having none of it.
Light has the objective of just winning the game. You see Tarzan laughing as well. He's like, I tried, bro, but you were literally halfway across the screen. No Trusha Barrage available on Weibo Game with a very decisive fight, finding every single target. Now Baroned up. They haven't reset yet. They need to go back to reset, cash in all of this gold from the fight and the Baron as Breathe is taking down the last outer tower remaining for LGD.
Light, no emotion on his face while all of that was going on as well, by the way. He's a robot sent back from the future to hit Qs and push minion waves. He doesn't care about pentakills. All he cares about is victory. We'll reset now with Baron in pocket. Drake, fairly inconsequential because I'm not sure that Weibo intend for this game to go that much longer than 9,000 gold up. Let's take another look as Jin Zhao really tried to force the fight, but there was no follow-up.
Xiao was just stanking him the whole time, just taking him down. And then the entirety of LGD just kept walking in one by one. Again, one of the bigger fights that they won was when they allowed Weibo Gaming to walk into them as a unit, and then they used Meteor's brand as a huge explosion to take down a bunch of targets that were grouped up. And I'm not gonna lie, Crisp did help a little bit with that one on that front. However, that was the way they were winning fights. If they're 2 split apart, that means Weibo is 2 split apart, and they cannot use their wombo combo.
It's so tough when they won't group up for you to hit all your big circle ultimates, you know?
Yeah.
It's just inconsiderate of them, really.
Again, Crisp tried his best in the previous fight. It just wasn't good enough.
The funny thing is, this game started fairly slow compared to the last one. Like, we had the first, I don't know, 5 minutes or something without any kills or anything. Now we are well beyond a kill a minute as the two teams have been going toe-to-toe. And Weibo, they've gone from, if you remember Weibo in spring, they were like the slowest team in the league. They were competing with LNG for the title. They were so boring to watch. They were so inconsistent. They've come back, they've turned it on, and the pressure they are playing with against LGD today is beautiful. Breathe, force the flash on the top side. Jinzhao trying to follow up for a little bit more. Crisp forced away as well as Light escapes and continues to blast that damage out. Everybody walks away. Xiaohu continues to try and pressure in the bottom side, but unfortunately, the wave wasn't there at the time. Tarzan moves in. Xiaohu doesn't even need the stun from the orbit. The bomb isn't quite enough. Haichao will survive as Tarzan looks for a little bit more onto Meteor, and they'll find it this time. Light going underneath the Nexus towers to get that extra bit of damage in. That's 2 inhibs.
And they've taken down the #1 threat on the side of LGD, which is this brand. Weibo Gaming definitely equipped to push forward for the victory.
They certainly are. Pressure on pressure here from Weibo Gaming. It's only 27 minutes into the game, but that's not going to stop them as they look towards the Nexus. 3 men remain for LGD. They've got to try and hold on. This is their last chance of making it straight into playoffs. This is their last chance of not getting knocked out, but Weibo may have been deterred here. Birdall steps on forwards, but he might have stepped too far forwards. He overcommitted. He didn't realize that they were not afraid to turn it back around. You thought they were leaving. They're going nowhere. Weibo are here to finish the job. Xiaoya dives into the back line and just gets taken apart. Xiaohu diving onto the fountain as the Nexus will finally be laid bare. And Weibo go positive in the group with a 4-3 scoreline.
Everyone playing with their food at the end. Light, committed to the cause in the damn Nexus, finishing the game. And what a clean and decisive 2-0 from Weibo Gaming. You expect nothing else from a team that wants to show that they're consistent. We know they can be good, but can they be consistent? Against a team that was 0-5 and now 0-6, they proved just that. They can pull it through throughout the entire series, no matter the team comp and no matter the champs.
And you know, Weibo should have been a heavy favorite coming in today. There's no two ways about it. But you know, actually in the standings, Weibo were in 7th, LGD were in 8th. Even though it's 3-3 versus 0-5, they were right next to each other in the standings, miraculously. But Weibo come out way ahead today. And it's so good to see them not playing to the level of the opponent, playing to the level that we expect to see them play at. Really a top team today, and I'm excited about this team. And again, like, we've got like 7 teams basically that could be contenders for a top spot right now, which is kind of poetic almost to an extent, where LGD and NIP really struggling in Group Ascend. Well, there's only 2 teams that have to go and play in those best of 5s to qualify for playoffs, so it all makes sense. It all works out.
Sure, and BLG have shown that they can bleed as well, so there's definitely a bunch of contenders to try and figure out how BLG bleeds and trying to cause this one more time. LNG has sprung back up to the top. Weibo Gaming is now showing suddenly consistency. They're consistently good lately, which for a bunch of their fans might be a little bit worrying, because, you know, the heartbreak comes through with that one. However, this series was an absolute chef's kiss, not just by one particular individual, but the whole team was like clean clockwork. Every gear was working perfectly in the Weibo game machine. I gotta definitely give my props to Crisp and Tarzan with the way they were moving around the map, how they were linking together to get their side lanes ahead. This time around, it was Breathe that they played for. However, fantastic team play through and through.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff coming out from them. I do think Breathe is the one player on Weibo that I still have a few questions about. Like, I think in a very one-sided series, he managed to have a couple of awkward moments, like really overcommitting for the tier 2 in the top side, and a couple of other moments as well. But aside from, honestly, the fact that we're nitpicking, the fact that that is what we have to do to talk about negatives for this team is a very, very positive thing for Weibo. LGD, though, commiserations, unfortunately, that has locked them out. They are going to be going into another best of 5. Them and NIP both now at 0 and 6 in the standings. They will have to play that bonus best of 5 to try and qualify for playoffs. And honestly, I'm a little bit nervous for them. Them and NIP have looked really rough in this upper group. It's hard to say. You're against very tough opponents. Can they look good down in the lower group? We'll have to find out.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm looking at over our group Nirvana and I see how teams keep upsetting and how chaotic the plays are. And you can definitely get lost in the chaos. We've seen this happen to a lot of teams. In terms of the really big teams like JDG, when AL threw their chaos at them, JDG responded perfectly. But for teams who are currently looking to find an identity like LGD, like NIP looking to bounce back, you mix that in with a bunch of teams from group Nirvana that will throw their chaos at you. It's more about showing composure and playing your kind of game. So yeah, I feel like it looks extremely scary, especially since both of those teams at the bottom of Group Ascent don't have a single victory to show up for themselves.
Yeah, it's tough. They're both 1 and 12 in terms of games as well. Singular game wins for either of them. Really, really rough. But tell you what wasn't rough. Light and Xiaohu's damage in this one. Fantastic pressure coming out from them. I think Tarzan, again, a fantastic game from him on the Sejuani. That's 2 in a row. Really, really nice stuff. The pressure he was able to put out across the map was phenomenal. And you can see the kill participation there. He's got 22 kill participation. It's 95% of the team's total. Like, that is pretty impressive even for a jungler with that many kills in the game.
I feel like Tarzan has finally found the way to slot into the team. It's not necessarily the champion of Sejuani. However, I feel like because everybody in Weibo Gaming has stepped up in terms of carry potential and playing all together, Tarzan on such facilitating picks just looks so good because he gets to dictate the map. He gets a say on who gets fed and where. Again, in game number 2, it was Breathe. In game number 1, they played for Light. The fact that they can interchange all those carries. Even Xiaohu played pretty well in this particular one, and he showed up in a lot of the fights to clean them up. So definitely Tarzan on something like the Sejuani, dictating the pace, and who gets the reward of having such a facilitating jungler is definitely a treat to watch.
It certainly is. I wonder if Tarzan will grab himself an MVP here, or if it'll be snatched away. I think Xiaohu had a great game. I think Light had a great game. I mean, Crisp had another great game. I do think Tarzan was the standout player for me. I think the way that he controlled the map was fantastic. And these laners all getting their advantages. A lot of it off the back of Tarzan getting into these lanes and making things happen, especially in Breathe's lane to start the game off. But fantastic stuff across the board. LGD did manage to punish a couple of times. There was a few moments where LGD did put a stop to the action from Weibo and answer back a little bit, but it was few and far between, let's be honest.
See, I would say also Chris for MVP. However, after this play right here is a little bit questionable. The second the Brand ultimate hits Chris, he's like, yeah, okay, I'm bailing back to my team. He's like, whoops, everyone just exploded with the Brand ult. I'll agree with you. I feel like everyone did their part. Everyone played their game, and only when Weibo Gaming overextended, is what allowed LGD to take those fights at them. I feel like it was Weibo Gaming's series to lose overall. They looked extremely strong, very decisive when it came to those engages. I particularly love the way they played through their side lanes. I know that having Xiaohu is pretty much a privilege when it comes to playing through the side lane because he knows them so well through and through. However, being able to actually facilitate for that and play around that is a whole different demon. And I feel like Weibo Gaming are starting to play so well through that.
Does feel like they have started to figure out their identity and how they want to play the game. I think Ezreal becoming a premium AD carry as well has really transformed Weibo. Light is looking so comfortable on the pick. These team fights were beautiful to witness. And Weibo, across the board, they should be very happy with this victory as they now are even in their group. LGD, unfortunately, will not be able to make it directly to playoffs. They can still make playoffs technically, but it's just a bit more of a journey for them. But still, a fantastic little performance coming out from Weibo at the end of the day. And I guess we'll have to wait and see who the MVP is gonna end up being. I still think it will be Tarzan, but only time will tell, I suppose.
It has to be. I feel like he had an incredible game one as well. However, it got a little bit overshadowed by how aggressive Crisp was in enemy jungle, finding all those openings, and then of course Light popping off onto that Ezreal in game number 1. Game number 2, I feel like he definitely deserves it. He played so well with information that was fed into him throughout all the wards and other control that Weibo Gaming had throughout the entire map, and he played accordingly. The ganks he found inside the jungle, chasing Meteor around, figuring out opportunities for a side lane towards Breathe as well. Here we go. Well, we're just about to find out. Is it going to be Tarzan or not?
Only time will tell. Let's have a look at our MVP as we round things out here today. It is Tarzan. He grabs himself that one on the Sejuani. And, you know, he'll maybe be gutted about that one, to be honest, because it means he's going to get more Sejuani duty in the future as well.
I feel like a lot of players tend to hate Sejuani, but this champion, like, guys, it actually does damage. It's not just a moving ward that engages. Like, this, you saw the 1v1 versus the brand. Level 5 Sejuani versus level 5 brand. Sejuani wins those, guys. Her physical, she has more physical damage than AP damage, and a lot of people are completely overlooking that. She does not, she's a carry, guys. Trust.
She certainly is in the first few levels. That is, make no mistake about that one. With that, though, that rounds out our games for today. Let's take a look at our results as we finish things out, because we've had some big ones. I thought we were maybe going to go to 9 games today, but Weibo finishing things out with a 2-0 after IG and RA won their series respectively 2-1.
And let's look at what's going to be coming next, because the LPL action does not end here, guys. We're going to have 3 more series tomorrow. And oh my god, pun not intended, OMG, playing versus TT. TT looking to solidify themselves on the top 4 of that group. Nirvana, very, very important. And OMG looking to to keep that top spot that they have for themselves.
I mean, it's the middle matchup I'm looking at as well. Tez versus AL should be
an
absolute banger. And a big test for AL, because I feel like everyone will expect top esports to be a top team when playoffs comes around. Like, no ways about it. They're on a 3-win streak. AL are on a 2-loss streak. They're a team that started this group really strong. Can they get back on the horse will be the question. But NIP versus BLG to round out the day tomorrow as well. Definitely going to be one worth watching, especially that second series. I think it's going to be quite a big series looking towards playoffs and how teams are going to perform in that bracket. I think both of those teams need to have a good showing tomorrow when it comes to that matchup.
You know, I'm going to be a little bit bold and say that if anyone can take down BLG, it's probably a team with nothing to lose. And NIP right now, they've got nothing to lose. They're hungry. They need that first victory. So whoever's in the path, they might take down.
I tell you what, it is also just, it's Knight versus Rookie.
There you go.
Nothing else. That's a good reason to watch that series, isn't it? That is going to be it from us, though. Thank you so much for watching. I've been joined by Trouble. It's been a pleasure bringing you the games today. Make sure you're there watching tomorrow. We will see you there in chat. And until then, we'll see you in chat.